सदाशिवं रुद्रं मकरन्धरूपम्.
Hi, all of you. This is Eve speaking on behalf of the Pi team. I feel I can speak for all of us. I wanted to mention just two things quickly before we get into the MAGHA video. It has been such an honor to meet so many sincere Jyotish enthusiasts and students through the doorway of simply talking about nakshatras. I never expected to meet so many sincere students. I know that we're all grateful for that, so I wanted to first thank you. It is a genuine feeling. I'm so grateful to have met all of you through this. Secondly, for those who are enthusiastic and inspired by nakshatras, we often add visual cues and additional information, anything we may have left out, for example, something we may have forgotten to say. Sometimes we'll add it in the content of the video. So if you're only listening to this in audio and you're really interested in a specific nakshatra, you may want to check the video for those things, those additions. For example, we mentioned all the birth stars of the Grahas in Simha Rashi, but we left out a very important fact that Rahu, this is one of Rahu's birth stars. So I have it added in the content, but it's silent because it's in an image. So if you're only listening to the audio, you may miss that. So we didn't want to dishonor any of the grahas by leaving out the fact that it could be their birth star. That's just one example. And thank you all again, and please enjoy Magha Nakshatra.
Thank you everyone for being here. This is, we are going to do the Maga Nakshatra video. It's great. We have the presence of Kapilji here, so it's great actually. So it's, I think he's blessing us today with his presence, so that's great. But we'll start the session with the prayer from EG, and then we'll go to Kapilji and Aditya, and then EG, and then Dr. Pai and myself in the end. So EG, please do a prayer. Thank you.
Om Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Om Aim Saraswati Namaha. Om Ganganapataye Namaha. Om Gurur Brahma Gurur Vishnu Gurur Devo Maheshwara Gurur Sakshat Parabrahma Tasmai Sri Guruve Namaha. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Grahapataye Namaha.
Okay, great. So I'll actually invite Kapilji to share his wisdom on Maga Nakshatra.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, the thing is with Magha Nakshatra, like as much as we have studied about Magha Nakshatra, we discussed even Magha Nakshatra from many different various avenues. The one thing that you will see with Magha Nakshatra, this is the only nakshatra in the entire cosmic zodiac that you will go wrong. The reason why you will go wrong with Magha Nakshatra, because if you do not have the perception of that third eye, you will lose, because Magha is the only nakshatra that is dependent upon the blessings of its Devi, which is what? The ancestors. You have to know what blessings the ancestors are giving for this nakshatra to fructify. This is why you can't judge the tree this time. You can see that this is a mango tree, this is a guava tree, but this Magha tree, you can't judge it with the fruits. You have to judge it with the roots. You have to understand that without the blessings of the ancestors, because this nakshatra relies on that. This is especially in the sign of Leo, which is 9th from the 9th of the ancestors. This is highest of the ancestors. And so the Magha Nakshatra will give its result based on how well the ancestors have been taken care of, how well they have been managed, and who they really were. Okay, based on that is how this Magha Nakshatra is going to give its results. Like for example, what Magha will do at its most core level to see how great the blessings is of Maga Nakshatra or your ancestors. Maga Nakshatra always starts your life at the medium level, never starts it at the high, starts it at the medium. But it always, if the blessings are not so well there, you will have a major downfall and then a rise up again. Usually you will see always, I have seen, this is how I know this thing, that people growing up in great families, well-to-do families, educated families, they have always filed for bankruptcy or came close to bankruptcy with Magha Nakshatra. Okay. And this is simply because of the fact, because when you really look deeper into it, okay, so have you guys honored your ancestors? Have you guys done this? Have you guys did that? Well, you get to find out that there was nothing but world wars happening between the father, the brother, the father's father, and then their father is nothing but conflict. So, and if that happens, if Magha is corrupted by the actions of the ancestors, or by not giving your homage to the ancestors, you will see within the family, there will always be some women who is never married, never can have children, is absolutely barren, including men will also have mental issues with this particular nakshatra. And you will see that especially in the first and second. But see, one thing you got to understand with this Magha nakshatra, this is a nakshatra that makes, if the blessings are not there, or if the blessings are far away, your relationship becomes barren. With whichever house it representing, I don't even care where Ketu is placed, because sometimes you're not looking at the Dasha scheme of this nakshatra. So that means Ketu will not play its role. It will be the ancestors. You will see that the person will, whichever house it's in, your relationship with that house becomes barren, bleak. You don't care what's going on with those people, and neither they care about what's happening with you. It becomes a barren wasteland with that particular area. The other thing, of course, this is the throne, but you know what I call, this is not just a throne. This is like Game of Thrones. This is like a throne with thorns. That's what this is. It's like you're here to sit so you the one either has to take care of those sins, or you have to be the one bearing those sins with the Magha Nakshatra. And this is why it is so important to pay always some homage to your ancestors, because and I've seen this in my own life. That's why I'm saying this. Just doing a little bit of little homage to the ancestors, you can feel it, how things start changing related to that house. But besides that, it doesn't matter where Ketu's plays, what planets it's in, because like, for example, if you see the first pada of Magha Nakshatra is really the connection of Sun, Ketu, and Mars. That's if that happens in a woman's horoscope in the seventh house, first pada, let's say seventh lord is in the first pada of Magha Nakshatra, woman will get abused. Physically abused can happen, or the relationship becomes so dry and bleak that there is no intimacy, because it's a hot sign. You've got the first pada of the hot planet, and Ketu becomes then that ruler, is nothing but barren wasteland with the first pada. Okay, and then in the second pada, you see people go a little bit cuckoo. There's psychological issues in the second pada. Third pada will cause nervous issues, or you will see issues in the nerves. Fourth pada, you will see the person has to be exiled from where they are. So you can't really assess this nakshatra unless you have a third eye opening. When you don't, you can simply hope and tell the person, let's hope your ancestors have blessed you with this. And if they have blessed you with this, great. You will go to the top. But you will see Magha Nakshatra is like this roller coaster. They at least one time they will face downfalls. And this is the nakshatra of restarts. They always have to come back and restart something, but they'll always get it. But they always have to restart something. Because again, what is ancestry? Ancestry is about restarting the lineage. Lineage is going down. Okay, let's restart it. That's your main problem. This is the main thing. This is the reason why, especially you will see with this Magha Nakshatra, why coming together of the egg and sperm becomes most important. Why this becomes the most highly lustful and sexual nakshatra, because it's not because it's sexual and lustful like who's the guy, the Playboy mansion owner, I don't know, Hugh Hefner. It's not really you being a Hugh Hefner or being some porn star. This is actually you having to propagate the lineage. That is your duty, that is your dharma, and you will not do that unless you have that zeal inside you that yes, I want a woman, I want a man so I can experience it. It's not that. There's just simply putting that in you so you pass forward those, because if you're not taking care of their past sins or their curses, they will force you to push the lineage forward. But if, let's say, from your side they're happy, do you know what happens with Maga Nakshatra? If from your side that they're happy, you will get blessed with girl children. So your side of that lineage does not continue. You're like, okay, you're good. You go somewhere else. Now you go be born in Japan. You go be born in US or Himalayas. We don't care. So these are some of the things that I will say with the Maga Nakshatra. There's a lot more, but you guys know how I'm like constrained on time. So go ahead.
Anything, anyone who would like to add on anything what Kapilji said? Dr. Bhai, any thoughts on whatever he said? And Yuji, any thoughts on?
They're all muted.
Yeah.
Unmute yourself, guys. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, I think there were some very important points that have come on from Kapil. Just another additional thought that I wanted to share as he was speaking. I was looking at all the power centers that you see is these nakshatras, which are two of those nakshatras. You don't seem as though they are power centers like Magha, but they are power centers. And the theory that I take is those nakshatras which have which are made from 5 stars, which are called as in, if you go into Narada Purana, how many stars? Do you know the power center of the world in terms of military strategy and complex is Pentagon. Pentagon is made of 5 sides. There are only 3 stars which are made of 5 stars. 5 stars in the constellation. One is Magha, one is Rohini, and the third is Hasta. Hasta, which means just before we started this discussion, we were talking about having that finger on that red button where you can press that button. So that means nobody knows who has that button. Everybody believes that the most powerful person will have that button under him. But Hasta is not, that is the fingerprint or whatever that is there. And that is your uniqueness as well. All these 5 fingers define you. It's your like a biometric signature. Rohini also has that same power. Krishna had that power to demolish everything if he wanted to, right? Because he knew the technologies of those era. Maga also has that. But Maga is the one which holds the seat. Rohini and Hasta are the people who guide, or what we say is the deep state. Everybody believes Maga is the deep state. Maga is not the deep state. Maga is the one who assumes the throne and he sits there. And Maga has the throne, as high the throne is, there is a shadow behind it. The shadow is what calls the shots. And that is 2 of Moon's nakshatras, Hasta and Rohini. Sometimes whenever we come to, later on in a discussion, I will explain about why these are powerful. Even though we think, oh, these are, but remember one thing, Rohini is a sthira nakshatra. It's a fixed, which means there are powers which holds whatever decisions are being made, where the war is going to happen, where it is to be stopped, who stops them, is the military complexes across the world which decide. We really think it is the one who has the red button who can press that. So yes, Magha is Regalis, but Rohini is Aldebaran. Regalis is the heart of the lion, but Rohini is the eye of the bull, the bull's eye. So the bull's eye has all what it wants to accomplish is there with Rohini. Rohini is the one of the most powerful in terms of nakshatra. Even though we believe the person who's sitting on the high chair, and he might be given any name, prime minister, president, chief, whatever, they are not the ones who are really calling the shots. Anyway, so that was my take, but great start, Kapil.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I forgot to mention is that Maga is a very lonely nakshatra. It's a very lonely nakshatra. Why? Because if it is a seat of power, meaning you are, let's say you're the president, right? That's number one position that we call it the first family. For you to be on that number one spot, you can't have somebody below you become your friend. Right? There's no number 1A, 1B. It's 1 and then 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, they're all hanging out together. They're playing cards at night, even talking about the number one person. But the number one person can go there and joke around with those people because then he's not going to have that respect of that throne. Just like the king used to walk in, everybody bowed. Now, if the king is drunk with the guy who's bowing and then he's saying something stupid, they will not have respect for him. This is why the Maga Nakshatra, why it's barren. Why it's a barren sign? Because once you have that number one spot, not in terms of you being some big shot, successful, you could be nothing but an average person. But because you have this nakshatra, you're going to be alone. People are going to support you in front of you, but then can talk behind your back, and they should. They have all the right. You are the president, you are going to be hated, you are going to be loved. So it is a very lonely spot to be in because number one is the lonely number. Even though we're not talking about Aries, but again, we're talking about the throne. So if you have received the throne of the ancestors, you're the one who's sitting and taking care of whatever the ancestral desires are, or curses are, or their needs are. Okay, so this is, again, I can keep on going, but you guys know how.
Okay. Feel free, Kapil, to.
Yeah. Go ahead, start.
Okay, finally. Can you see my slide?
Yeah, we can, yeah.
As you know, I used to always show this slide at the end, but today I thought I'll show this slide at the beginning. So this is all the nakshatra length video, starting with Ashlesha. We missed Maga, and that's why we are doing Maga right now. And this much hours so far. So far, we have reached 83 hours, 6 minutes and 22 seconds. So if you play our video, I think our videos of Nakshatra will go for 4 days. more than
No,
more
you
than
mean 2 weeks, no?
83 hours continuously, 24 hours per day.
Oh,
right?
okay, continuously. Okay, I see. I'm looking at the work week.
Yeah. So that's where we are, I think. And today we are completing this series from Ashlesha to Maga. We're completing that series. So probably another 4 hours, 5 hours. I don't know what to add here. We will have 88 hours, 90 hours, probably about 90 hours video in total. So that was a big thing. We have come a
It's
long
funny,
way.
April 10th, 2017, and today we're doing the 10th Nakshatra.
Yes, and there are many interesting things coming up. Our video came in YouTube on 10th April. But I just wanted to see when Dr. Pai, I got Dr. Pai's email from 2017. I don't know, I can't see the
Right.
date. Yeah. April 2nd, 2017, he invited us to do the Ashlesha Nakshatra video. So the video was recorded was on 2nd April. And at that time, Dr. Pai was in India. You can see he's got India time here. So Dr. Pai looks young at that time, I guess. We are all aged now, 10 years,
Hey,
And
speak for yourself.
I am the youngest, man. I'm the hero.
No, Togi, I'm the hero. Come on now.
You are old guy now.
No, Togi.
I think I'm the oldest. I'm the old lady here.
Yes, you are.
I'm the oldest.
You are. Yeah, you're the oldest than I. That's me.
So
She's a Pitri for us.
She's a Pitri.
Eve is
Pitri,
Pitri.
Yeah, he was like the Pitri, yeah.
Pitri and Putra.
But interestingly, you see, on that day, Ram Navami, on that year, 2017, Ram Navami was on 5th, and we recorded the video on April 2nd, 3 days before. This year, Ram Navami is on March 26th, and what is today's date? March 24th.
24th.
Just again, Ram Navami, few days.
Wow.
Ram, maybe.
Ram, regal, royal
Exactly.
individual, yeah.
The king,
Exactly.
yeah.
I don't know. We did not plan this 9 years back, but it so happened.
Right.
And then I calculated how many days, how many years. So we are from 2nd April to today, it is 3,279 days. 8 years, 11 months, 23 days, almost 9 years. So we are in the 108th month. 108, it's very auspicious, as you say. We
Yeah.
are in 108th month. Never planned. If you talk about lunar month, sun, moon takes what? 29.53 days. If you do that, exactly 111th. 111. The world, who said that? Tesla? 369?
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
111. If you take the lunar nakshatra, moon takes what? 27.3 days. That's why we have 27 nakshatras. If you divide 27.31 from 3279, it will be exactly 120.
Interesting.
120 what? Vimshottari cycle?
Yeah. 120 matches to Vimshottari length, right? Yeah.
Yes. I don't know why it happened. So, who thought it would have been? So, I really don't know. Is this some divine thing which governs? And I'm sure I think everyone in this team will agree that how we do the nakshatras and what all things have happened in our life with that nakshatra. So, the potency of nakshatra, maybe we can have separate video on all this, how things in our own life things change when we did a particular nakshatra. If that some planet is occupying that nakshatra, and people will have their own stories. Anyway, so it's interesting. Interesting journey. So finally, Maga Nakshatra. I think, yeah, this is Kapil's chair, I guess. Kapil, you have a
That
royal
is.
chair. So we'll start with that Maga Nakshatra. Fine. That's what the astronomy guy. So this is exactly the nakshatra, the Rashi of Leo. Can you see the Leo here, the head of lion? This,
Yeah.
and then lion is sitting with its tail here. This star is Regulus. This blue line is actually the path of the sun. You can see how the sun is travels very close to the star of Regulus. What it says, now I will say there are actually 3-4 stars that ecliptic right, that path of sun follows. One is Magha, one is Vishakha, that there will be another 2 nakshatra which is coming. So I feel these people are very much particular with time. I have seen with Kapil too. You know Kapil.
Yeah.
With
I was the
time.
first one here.
You were the first one
I
actually.
was
Yes,
the first
right,
one
yeah.
here.
you
Yeah.
were the first one here.
Before even the host, Mr. Host.
Right, yeah.
Yep.
So very particular with time, and and of course people were saying, and remember this is a Leo sign, the alpha star of Leo, and what is the Rashi, what is the sign of planet that rules, or Graha that rules Leo is Sun. So that's why it's a royal star. And that's what Kapil you were saying, that it's the one, because he's the government, he's the head. Head is always
Yeah.
one. You cannot have 2-3 heads.
You cannot, yeah.
What is the
But
degree?
it's just the position is a lonely position, because a president cannot have friends. They can't hang out. They can only do professional dinners and all of that, because they have to stay at that level to show the power of the land. This is why it's a very barren and lonely position.
Yeah, I will show you. Yeah. Sandeep, you were asking about degrees and all.
Oh, yeah, you'll show that, right? Okay, great. Just
I
curious.
will show that. So Maga, which house it falls? 5th house of the Kal Purush chart, and what is 5th house? Need not say to the audience we have here: merits and demerits of past life, Purva Punya Sthana, juniors, children, followers, teaching, all this, whatever that 5th house is, that's what Maga Nakshatra will show up. Learning, education, all these things will be connected to
Also students also. Just to add to that, students also.
And in intelligence,
Yeah.
Intelligence.
some of our intelligence comes through our parents and DNA.
Yeah.
Oh, DNA, big thing. I will show. Oh my
Yeah.
God. Oh, DNA is a big thing. Pitris, the deity. Now, Pitris also, we have different, there is also bureaucracy. I think we learn bureaucracy from gods. There is bureaucracy in gods too. Oh, yeah, there is. Yeah, you see all Hindu philosophy, there is bureaucracy. The one is the supreme reality, which is the Brahman. After that comes the three Murtis, which is Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh. After that come different devas and deities. Different devas, Indra Dev, this and all. Whenever they have problem, they go to Vishnu and Shiva. So that's the hierarchy. Below them is Gandharvas, which are musicians and artists. The famous Gandharva we know is Chitrasen, who taught Arjuna the dance. If you remember, if you recall Mahabharata and all. Below that is Pitris, our ancestors. Below that is Manushya, we. And below that, I don't know, maybe below Manushya will be maybe maybe Patal Lok Jam, animals and all those things. Maybe that's a hierarchy. That's what. And one has to take care of the other, so and so forth. So there is a hierarchy here. What are Pitris responsible for? Of course, they are guardians of culture, ethics, and lineage. They are the link between the past, present, and future. They are the ones who are linked between you and the higher one. So that's why the Pitri worship is very important in Hinduism. And when they are satisfied, they give you health, they give you prosperity and peace. And Deva Pitris are divine progenitors of mankind. So Pitris, there's a whole thing, and we do tarpanams and all regularly. So especially Maga people should be very much doing into their Pitris and their ancestors, puja and all those things, very important for them. Now we have Pitru Paksha, right? There's a big Pitru Paksha thing. And then that comes when? That comes always around second to last week of September every year. Pitru Paksha is nothing but the 15 days after the full moon night, which happens in September actually. Now September, if I say which Rashi the sun is transiting around September, after around second to last week of September.
Leo Virgo thing, right?
Virgo, because it's second to last week, so probably we can say after
Virgo.
September 15th, so it's basically the Virgo. So in Virgo means sun, like this is, I have not given the date here probably, but this is around sun transits Hasta Nakshatra
So
post.
why is Pitru Paksha not in Magha, but it's occurring in Uttara Falguni?
Let me tell you, yes, exactly,
Okay.
good question there. Sun is transiting which sign? Virgo. Where is Magas? In Leo. Where is Sun? Food. Second house to Maga, right? What we do in Pitru Paksha? We give food to?
Food.
We give food. We give food. And where is the sun exactly transit? During Uttara Falguni and Hasta Nakshatra. Sun transits Hasta Nakshatra post September. And we give food to what? And the crow comes and eat. Yeah, we used to always do that.
Yeah.
Crow is what? Corvus. Corvus constellation is basically crow. So you see the connection around September when the sun transits the second house from Maga, food to Pitris. That's what second house is, food to Pitris. This whole video, we exactly follow how the sun goes. Sun comes here, okay, you get up. Sun is what? Life. When the sun is in the first house, you get up. Then where the sun goes? In the daily basis. In the daily basis.
12th house.
12th house. 12th house is
That's
what?
when you have bed pleasures in the morning.
Bed pleasures. Okay, yes, that's true.
But then you brush your teeth.
but you go to office. You go out of.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just telling you my routine.
Yeah, your routine. Then what happens after 2 hours? Sun goes into which house? 11th house.
11th house. It's down to
Where
make
are
money.
you? You are in office, making money, meeting friends, colleagues, meetings. So human beings also, I can talk about each houses and all. So you also follow the sun pattern, and maybe Pitris also follow the same thing probably. It's always sun. You have to take care, and then when the sun is at the 7th house, you come back to your pavilion, back to house. And then what you do at around 5th, when the sun is in this 5th house, that's around time of what, 8 p.m. around. Yeah, you have your 8 p.m. bottle. There was an alcohol bottle in India, 8 p.m. I don't know if anyone of
Now, if you see the path of the sun, sun goes into the 7th house, right where sun sets. This is where the queen begins to yell at the king. That's where sun becomes weak. You see, all the way till the morning, the poor sun, for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 hours, it has to deal with the queen after sunset. And only then it's risen again.
But that's what happens. I don't know. When you come from office back in the evening, that's what you and your wife will talk about.
She'll be right on your ass. That's it.
Exactly, because she's also maybe.
That's where sun is debilitated, Togi. The king is no longer a king, it's going home. Someone else is taking over.
At home, someone else is the king, right? You're not the king.
Yeah.
We get your life, Kapiel. But that's what, exactly. That's what we see. Exactly.
Hey, that's how you learn astrology through marriage. That's it. That's how you learn astrology.
No, that's true, actually. That's true. And when the sun is back in the 4th house, 4th house, resting, sleeping, midnight, you also sleep basically.
Yeah.
And then the sun moves to 3rd house, that super consciousness and all. So exactly, each house you can talk about this, how the sun goes and your life. Same thing you can talk about even, sun going in the 2nd house, Pitris, food and all. So that's what happens. Hey, you are talking about DNA, correct?
Yeah.
So Pitris. So what is it? This is basically a sperm entering the ovum, basically fertilizing. And when I looked into this exactly looks like, the head, when the sperm meets the ovum, his head is chopped off. Then basically head is gone and the tail is left here.
Yeah.
And what is this? This exactly looks like Rahu Ketu to me.
Yeah.
Head getting chopped off. See, our karma is, so that's why I think Rahu Ketu, they always say, correct, generational karma and all this is exactly pattern. Rahu Ketu. We start with Rahu Ketu process. Head getting chopped off, probably. That's the whole process we start with. And finally, we all know this, how this happens, and then the sperm meets with the egg, the tail is left, the head goes inside, fertilizes the egg, a new
And
being
if
is
you see,
created.
Purva Falguni is sacrificed, Sati. The sperm sacrificed itself into the fire of creation,
Yeah.
in a way.
And how you see you see when you see a father and the son look alike, they say, correct? You see
Right.
how interestingly that information is transferred. That's such a genetics, So now the Maga Nakshatras can be a good genetics people,
Yeah.
genetic engineering.
Geneticist.
Actually, I will show some charts later. They're very good genetics.
Yeah, I just add one thing here because they say there is a spark, right? There's some videos out there, like they say the moment the sperm hits the egg, there's a spark that comes. Like you can see that. It's
Yeah.
like you can see there's a spark moment when the union happens. And apparently women feel it actually, like when the spark happens between the sperm and the ovum kind of thing. All that. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Just thought I'll mention that also. Yeah.
I need to make a child to understand that probably.
Yeah. Good luck with that. So good for you.
Good luck with that. Probably Kapil may know more about that.
Well, I mean,
Kapil.
remember, egg is choosing the sperm. It's not the sperm, the first sperm making it. No, it's the egg chooses which sperm needs to come to me, which
Yeah.
is in the 7th house, Chitra Nakshatra.
Always a race. It's always
Yeah.
interesting to see how each one sperm will have so much of information that a new being is created, very much will like with parents and all. And how can that be brought into our everyday life?
Remember, it's the desire of the architect. 7th house. 7th house, 5th house is the 11th from the 7th house. What is the desire of the 7th house of the partner is what you get. So the celestial architect decides what is going to be my desire to come through this. So,
Yeah. Interesting.
yeah.
Symbol we already saw, royal throne. The planetary rulers, if you see Maga comes entire thing. Rashi Lord is what? Leo. Rashi is Leo. So the Rashi Lord is Sun. Nakshatra Lord is Ketu. And what are the first pada of Maga Nakshatra? It's Aries. Second pada is Taurus. Third pada is Gemini. Fourth pada is Cancer. So Mars, Venus, Mercury. So the dominant planet here is the Sun and Ketu. So what is Maga Nakshatra? If I ask you what is the Maga Nakshatra quality, it will be basically like qualities of Sun and Ketu. What is Sun? Management, government, administration, controlling, all those. Ketu, spirituality, devotion, also restless, we can say. That's another
It's
quality
like
of
Kirti Dhavaj Yog.
Kirti Dhoja Yog. Sun and Ketu, really?
Yeah, it's like a politician as well. Because remember, politicians have flags on their car.
Flags. Yeah.
And it's an important person, which is Sun. So Kirti Dhavaj Yog becomes active heights.
Oh yeah. So Sun
And this is why politicians fall from heights.
falls from height.
You see.
Correct. So Sun and Ketu energy very prominently seen in Maga Nakshatra people. And then we see what is the akshar of Maga? Ma, mi, mu, me. So ma, mi, mu, me. So you can associate these qualities. What is ma, mi, mu, me? So first pada, second pada, third pada, and
Yeah,
fourth
the
pada.
modern day Maga people, right? All the Trump
Maga, yeah.
supporters, Maga and all that. So people for sure.
Maga, yeah, Trump,
Yeah.
Maga. Make America great again. Maga.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
first pada, ma.
Second pada might be more selfish. Me.
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 Maserati, correct? That's again Maga.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Maserati. Yeah.
Maserati.
Maserati, Maybach is also Maga. Yeah, Maybach, May sound is there. Yeah.
May is there. No? May is
Yeah.
there.
Mercedes.
So all
Yeah.
the Mercedes. Maruti was a big thing back in India. 1980s. Kapil, you may know.
Yeah, when you used to see Maruti, this person has money.
Yeah, Maruti.
Yeah.
Ma. Oh yeah, that was a symbol of status. That was a symbol of power. Back then. And it used to be red color. And different colors, but red color was the
Red color is something I also remember.
Yeah.
A lot of them were red.
Dr. Pai, you may remember too. Maruti.
Yes. Maruti is another name for
Hanuman.
Hanuman.
Yeah, interesting. Hanuman link coming up here. Very interesting. Yeah. Sun Ketu, right? He also had Sun Karma, right? Yeah.
Correct. So when is the sun transits these dates? I don't know whether I have that Yeah, it may be here. Yeah. Sun transits the dates like Leo 0 degree to 13 degree 20 minutes is Maga, and Sun transits between August 17th to August 31st every year. That's when the Sun transits Maga Nakshatra. Remember that. So Yogatara is regulars and exact. So this is your answer, Sandeep, where the Yogatara of Maga Nakshatra lies around 6 degrees of Leo.
Great.
5
Yeah,
degrees
5
59
degrees.
minutes.
Yeah. Okay.
5 degree 59 minutes. So easily 6 degrees.
So what does that mean if someone has a planet in 5 degrees, 6 degrees? What does that mean? Just for
So
people to know.
probably that planet will show a lot of Maga Nakshatra quality very prominently, we can say.
Right.
And when was the vernal equinox? At 6 degrees of Leo. Vernal equinox at 6 degrees of Leo was at around 8,000 to 9,300 years BCE, which is 11,000 years from now. Typically around 9,000. So I was looking what happened 9,000 years back. You see, always when I do this type of video, I always show you what happens during that time when the vernal equinox was passing, right? So I just put this what happened around 9,000 BCE in our chat GPT, and then they said Neolithic revolution 8,000 to the shift to sedentary agricultural life created the need for more blah 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 complex management of resources and labor. So something related to management of resources, complex management of resources. You can see this management factor coming into picture. Do I have here? No, I don't have those, but this is exactly during this period, shift with agriculture, because as agriculture went on, of course, now there has to be resources came into picture, and then management of resources came into picture. That's why they want a leader, tribal chiefs into village. You see, chief is what again shows Maga Nakshatra thing. So I think the community or the society was trying to basically have a structural frame where there is one head sitting there, which is exactly a Maga Nakshatra thing. In today's world, it's politicians. Back then, it was kings. Before that, it was tribal chief or something, but some head. And this was the thing I was telling you about which ecliptic is here. So you see Pushya star, Maga star, Vishaka star, and Revati star. These are the stars that follow. Exactly, those stars are very close to the ecliptic. Other stars, some fall.
Even
Yeah.
Chitra is not that close. I thought Chitra was close. Interesting.
Chitra is not close to ecliptic. It's close to that half part of 180 degree.
Interesting. Okay.
Okay. But close to ecliptic, latitude wise, I'm talking about latitudinal division, not longitudinal.
Right. Yeah.
Latitudinal division. The Yogatara of Pushya, Magha, Vishakha, and Revati. Those are the stars which are very close to the ecliptic, the path of sun. What is the characteristics? The star of power, of course, Maga. We are talking right from time one. Star of power. The power is to leave the body. Basis about is mourning. Basis will leave the body. Flourish in the world of ancestors. Ancestors coming to the picture. Shakti, the power of this nakshatra is Tyaga Shepmani Shakti. Power to leave. So like a lot of leaving the body concept is coming. So Maga nakshatras can have outer body experiences. That can be one thing. Results of Shakti basis. So very much themes of Ketu related themes. Leaving the body, mourning, Tyaga Shepani Shakti and all those. Yeah.
Ladhu Baba, can I just mention something really quick on that note? Because Dr. Paiji is right. Like he mentioned that in the south, it's the Naga Devata for Rahu, right? And in the Navgraha Suktam, it's pulled from various areas. It's the Pitrus, right? So we all know that Rahu deals with this ancestral thing, but Rahu and Ketu, they say grandparents, right? So if you look at the sperm cell, it does look like a Naga. Very interesting. And then the Pratyali Devata is Nruti in the Suktam. But Dr. Paiji was saying it's Bhadrakali in the south. Is that correct, Dr. Paiji?
Yeah, they say it's either Durga.
Yes.
Or Bhadrakali. Because, yeah, that's what they say here in the south. Basically, whenever you come to down south, you will see we are worshippers of Sarpas and Nagas.
Yes.
So our lineage is, like, for example, Santip. Many people in Kerala call as Naga Vamshis. They are called, their names are Nayars. Nayars means they are from the lineage of the Nagas.
So is that our Pitrus? That's my question.
See, the thing is,
Or the Nagas are Pitri. I'm just,
I,
it makes it very interesting. I just wanted to comment on that way before you moved further because that's interesting.
no, I'll tell you, in the system, there are 7 kinds of Pitris that we have, out of which 4 are said to be the Sthula and 3 are said to be the Sukshma. So Sthula means they which gave us the body. They are the 4 Pitris. The 3 are the invisible ones who never incarnate and come within us, but they are like, do you know, in our tradition, we talk about Adam as Manu Rishi. So the word Manushya comes from Manu, Manushya, which means we are Homo sapiens, which have come from Manu. But who was one of the oldest, the most advanced form was the first mortal to die and to go to the other realm was Yama.
Yama.
Yam, exactly. So Yam and Yami, if you go to Buddhist traditions, you will see that where you will see them like a buffalo with a horn, and Yami as being his, even though they say they are brothers and sisters, but you see them always in a union, and they are standing on a buffalo, water buffalo. If you see the Buddhist, Tibetan depiction of Antaka. So Yama is the first person to go. That's why he's called as the king of the ancestors, because he's the first mortal to die and to go towards the other. And here, Yami feels very sad about it, and that created the night, they say. She was crying, and that is Nairuti, basically, the darkness.
Beautiful, Dr. Paiti. I haven't heard it from this
Okay,
angle.
now one more angle.
Yeah,
interesting. In the biblical traditions and Abrahamic religion, they talk about the apple that they ate, which had a worm. That is a Naga. The worm in the apple, which made them do things which, is that not what the biblical...
It's like a dragon, and it comes off of the tree of knowledge, Gyan.
Gyan.
And it, after Adam and Eve eat of it, they realize they're naked. They didn't know they were naked before.
So what was that which gave them the dragon? That's a Naga.
It's a Naga, and it gets cursed. It gets cursed to fall to the earth with no wings, whatever it had before, all the paraphernalia it had before. So there's very intricate stories that seem like the Nagas were involved in human beings.
And the DNA structure.
Yes. Yeah. So it just, when you said that, because I've seen Nag Devatas, or everyone's seen that with Rahu Ketu, but Nakshatra Suktam, just a traditional version, says Pitri, and says Naruti, which is interesting because there's some other stories I'll talk about. But have you seen the Navgraha Mandalam where Rahu and Ketu are bowing to Shanidev? Shanidev's looking west, and Rahu and Ketu are turned inward looking at him and bowing. They're the only two. They don't have a noose. They don't have anything. They're just Shani. He's Adi Devatas, Prajapati, not Brahma, Prajapati. It's a different version of Brahma. And his Pratyadi Devata is Yama. So exactly what you're saying. So both Rahu and Ketu's Pratyadi Devatas, Chitragupta. So he's bowing to Yama. And then Nriti is bowing to Yama. So they say she rules over, she or he, they change this in different texts, is ruling over Naraklok. All those, this punishment realm of these so-called hell states and all the lower places of Yamlok and the Pitrulok, where the burning off of negative karmas come from. So this is it's just very interesting because it's all, the North and South are never that divided. They're really not. People do this, but it actually... it's not. So it just caught my interest about the Nagas. I thought people might want to know how connected that actually is. Even the story about Yummy going into grief. I didn't correlate that. So you just taught me something that opens up a whole other door. So the serpent in the story of Adam and Eve, and then they vilified the Naga. The Nagas are always getting vilified at some point. So it gets cursed. And it has to be on the earth with Adam and Eve, and it even gets its venom to strike them. That's in the curse, that it will strike their heels. So it's a very, maybe it's a literal story more than we know. I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah,
there's also...
Go ahead. Yeah, that's fine.
No, I just wanted to add one more thing. Actually, in the traditional things, that if you really go into deep in the depth of it, Magha is not given to the Pitris initially. It was given to Indra. And the name of Indra was Megha. Megha means clouds. Okay.
Many of
And
the nakshatras, right, Dr. Paiji? Many of the nakshatras, they say Indra,
exactly,
Indra.
Chitra,
Many of them,
Yeah.
Rohini,
Yes.
all of them, there's Indras everywhere.
exactly.
That's fascinating.
So even if you see the original text, they talk about Indra was the lord of Magha. He was called as Megha. Megha or Magha is so. And if you see, Indra always has a very close connection with Nagas. If you even see the episode of the what is that called? The
Takshak,
forest where
yeah, Takshak forest, yeah. The Agni forest kind of thing, right? Yeah.
the Agni forest, yeah, which
Yeah.
was
Agni
I
consumed the
forgot the
forest
name,
for
but
Arjuna's and
when
Krishna.
he tried to protect the Nagas.
Yeah.
Nakshatra.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. And the second thing is what many people do not know is his elephant is a Naga. What we call as Ahir, Ahiravata. He was called Ahir.
Oh,
Ahir Budanya. He's a Naga. Ahir Avata, if you go even to Wikipedia, just Google it. I'm not saying this. He's called Naga Malla. That was his other name. So he is from the Naga clan. He's not an elephant, like we say. He's a huge Naga with multiple, like hoods. He has multiple trunks. So if you Wikipedia, Ahiravata, Ahir Avata. What is Ahir Vata? Vata. Ahiravata. Vata means too much of wind. So he's like a cloud, like we have the great other dragon, Vritta Asura. He is also a kind of a great cloud dragon, which was slayed by again Indra, isn't it? So why am I bringing this context is somewhere I feel the Pitrus are nothing but it is between the Devatas and the Nagas who wanted to create an experimental race which would die and resurrect and other things. So we are an experiment, I feel, and there could be many lokas with different living creatures, and this might be an experiment which have come up again. If you want to cut this from the discussion,
look, knowledge is power, and it's also concealed. We don't know our origin. Every religion tries to explain it. And it seems like Bharat has preserved a lot of things that the other religions are trying to explain in other stories, but they make it matter of fact. Purans, like Mahabharata and the Ramayana, are called itihasa. It happened this way. It happened this way. So I don't know, Dr. Paiji, I don't think we should cut it. I mean, look, we need to be broad-minded here.
because you know what, if you think about it, they wanted to create one more loka. You had the heavens, we had the Naraka, where the Nagas are in the Patala Loka.
The
We have
Patala,
the heavens.
yeah.
Yes, they wanted to create probably somewhere a mediatory position. That's why you see the Shakti of this nakshatra is called as Tyaga Shepani, which means the power to leave the body. And I want to tell you, there is also this power with this nakshatra, which was there with Bhishma. Bhishma left his body in Magha Masa, Bhishma Ashtami. Bhishma Ashtami is when he chose. So he was Ichha Mrityu, which means wishful he could leave his body.
Yeah.
Why did he choose in Uttarayana? Why did he choose the holy month of Magh to leave his body? That's called Bhishma Ashtami. On Ashtami Tithi, which Ashtami Tithi is associated with Rahu.
It is. Yes.
She's-
Amavasya as well.
Exactly.
Amavasya, where you do
That's when we do-
Tarpana and all of these things.
Exactly.
Yes, no,
Lot
Rahu,
of
very
technology.
Yeah,
I
the
wonder often. Well, sorry.
Yeah, the Nishta is also opposite of Maga. Just want to add that. So makes sense from that Bhishma perspective also, yeah.
It's very fascinating because you have the story of Rahu is very interesting because they want to become immortal. And then the head gets cut. So is that birth in some way? Were they telling some story of birth? Like Togiji, when I saw that image,
Yeah, same thing happened to me.
it's very fascinating because we're all little Ketus. Like we're all produced out of the genetic material. And I mean, there's so much about the Nagas it doesn't seem like I don't like it when people say itihasa is myth.
Yeah,
It's convenient to think that way because it preserves the little reality bubble that we're all born into, and they catch us as kids and they tell us what to believe right away. They catch us really fast and they put you in school and it's like you don't even have a chance to contemplate, what is this place? Who am I? Who are we? So anyway, I don't know, Dr. Paiji, I think that's very connected. I actually think I don't think it's a mistake. They're saying Pitrus in one location in India, and then another location they're saying Nag Devatas.
They're the same, actually.
Yeah,
We-
it
and
must some connection.
so it's interesting. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. I know. I was just saying, even if you see the influence of Nagas is there, even in Mayan, Aztecs. You go to Mexico, you will see those dragons, flying dragons in Peru, Machu Picchu. All of those have a lot of influence.
The area I was born in, and that side of my family, the lineage, that side, in that whole area, Alabama, Mississippi, they had all of this, Dr. Paiji, and they even did a swastika with snakes, with a serpent, winged serpents. It was all over. And something happened where it's as if you're not allowed to have that knowledge anymore. Something happened.
Yeah.
Yes, Santipji, if you have something to add to that,
Yeah.
because it's all over the world.
Yeah, there's a lot, but I'll just add one thing. Definitely, it seems like this knowledge of the Nagas has been, cut out or eliminated, for lack of a better word. That's one thing. But then, well, in Kerala, they say you worship the Nagas as part of because the Nagas were original progenitors of the earth, or like they were the original inheritors of the earth. So they are the much more fundamental natural forces. You kind of have to honor them no matter what god you belong to, you worship, kind of thing. So Naga, they famously say Nagas you have to be much more stricter when you're handling Nagas also, because they are much more older, much more ancient, no BS, follow the rules, that kind of thing. Then the other thing which is very interesting also, which I want to add, was that it said that apparently there was an era when Nagas intermingled with the humans. And it said that, Krishna famously said that no more intermingling between the Nagas and the humans, because the Kali Yuga was kind of happening or so forth and all that. Something like that is also claimed from Ityasa perspective, which is very interesting actually. And then with regard to the question whether Nagas whether there is any clan claiming some ancestry of Nagas, I'm pretty sure there are some clans there. I believe in Kashmir and all, there was like some kingdom.
What about Nagaland?
Yeah, Nagaland. I was
tribe?
Nagaland. Could be that land of Nagas and so forth. But there are certain races, there are certain groups out there, clans out there, who claim the progenitor to be a Naga. Definitely 100% there are clans out there in China and all that who claim their ancestor was a dragon and all that. So, I mean, we are talking about Nagas and dragon, both are more or less similar actually. But in the hierarchy, they do say, there are people who say dragons are the feathered winged serpents, whereas the Nagas could be the featherless or the wingless serpents kind of thing, which is also very interesting. So I thought that was also interesting. But it's like I said, when Krishna said that no more Nagas mixing with the humans, and Nagas were like out, and the Yuga was turning Kali Yuga and all that. So could have been very real also. So that there might have been an era when ancestors might have been Nagas kind of thing going on. So if at all you kill a Naga, if at all a Naga is killed, a big first thing first prediction is that the progeny does not happen, right? So it's a very direct Maga thing, fifth house kind of thing going on. If snake is killed, if there is Sarpa Shapa, Naga Shapa and all that, 100% progeny, and that's a perfect thing for Ashlesha Maga kind of point, where the child is not coming through and all. And 100% you can confirm.
Look at that Gandanta right
Exactly
there.
correct, yeah. Gandanta,
The Ashlesha to
Yeah.
Magha.
Yeah, exactly.
And
So
it's the motherhood.
exactly correct, yeah. So
But
yeah.
Just to add, do you know, in our the land I come from, Nagas, when they do the samskaras of Nagas, are exactly like how a human being is given a samskara, same samskara. No other animals get that. Only Nagas, serpents get that.
Yeah.
I think Aditya, you should be knowing this, and I think some people also.
Yeah.
Sarpa samskaras are like how you give the tarpanam to our ancestors, and the same things are being done for the Nagas.
Yeah.
So why? If they were not our ancestors or our Pitris, why would he do samskaras if a snake comes and it's a king cobra, it dies because, then there are, rituals, just like a human being is given a death ceremony, the same things are given to the king cobra. Not all serpents.
Yeah.
but certain serpents which are revered.
No, I've not seen. My father used to say because he was an electrical technician and all. So sometimes, because of the short circuit and all, something will happen, and then the snake will die. And then he used to go because he was a technician, correct, electrical technician. So they will find a dead snake. So they used to always do that. He said we have to perform the same ceremony as exactly like a human thing. So I've heard from my father. It was exactly that way. He had told me few times. Oh, I said, why you are late today from the office? What happened? Like you generally come, oh no, we had an accident, so we were doing those functions. Tarpanam Sanam was a snake.
Yeah.
So I have heard 2-3 times from my father. So yeah.
So I think it could be
I
a
have not
real.
seen it.
Yeah.
I have heard it.
Yeah, but also the other interesting thing is that one of the first shapes that the human being, human egg as it grows, is that of like an amphibian reptile kind of thing initially, and then we become like human and all that. So it's a very worthwhile thing to say that there might be an actual like Naga-like energy linked to us, or there's a genes linked to dragons and so forth. Very famous. They say there is a dragon genes within us which is still hidden, which we can activate all that kundalini and all that stuff, right? All that kind of stuff is there with that. Very fascinating stuff for that. I think without a doubt, I do think there are Naga genes, dragon genes within us. That particular part, I'm pretty sure. But whether they are immediate ancestors or not, because that Kali Yuga thing and Krishna thing, that could be a very worthwhile thing. But yeah,
And look what we did, guys, with the videos. We started on Ashlesha.
yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And now we're coming around to Magha. We just did the full.
Yeah.
We're in the Gandanta.
Yeah.
But actually, that's really significant. I don't know. Dr. Paiji, thank you for saying, because
I will say, I want to reveal something. Whenever I do this Nakshatra videos, maybe a week before I start, right? I always tell you guys, give me a week. And in that week, what happens to me is I will come across many YouTube videos and all.
Yeah.
Like YouTube videos, Facebook thing. And from that, I will get ideas. Some of the slides, I got ideas from that. I don't know why it happens. Exactly for that Nakshatra, I will get. So this time I got a video of, you remember Sandeep, that Manar Shala, that Naga woman,
Right,
that old woman.
Yeah.
Always that video will come, which I don't know why it used to come. It
Yeah.
showed in my YouTube, in my Facebook 3 times. I'm like, why this woman is coming? I saw her videos many years back, but it never came. And this last week, it happened twice. And I'm like, why this old woman is coming and she's doing Naga ceremony and all those.
Yeah.
You should see that. Manar Shala, Kerala, that old woman is there.
Manashala, the legend goes that the Vasuki came there and it was worshipped, and you worship the Naga there. They still continue.
Did not understood.
The main person there, the female priest, actually, the female lady,
female
the next
priest.
generation.
It's a female. That time, Nagas is mainly matrilineal culture, actually.
That's correct.
Well, it's Ashlesha.
Hey, Nayars is a matrilineal culture. Do you know
that's correct. Yeah. Matrilineal.
Yes.
Nayars in Kerala.
Now,
Matriarchal society.
Interesting.
Brihat
That makes sense.
Samhita says that Maga affects the south of India.
Yeah.
Actually, have it in my. Okay, Dr.
And
Paiji.
there is
Actually,
one.
Tokiji inspired this because as soon as I saw that image, and then Dr. Paiji said Magha, and I'm like, wait a minute, Pitrus, Nagas.
Yes.
I do think because the Pitri thing makes perfect sense in a genetic way without doubt. Because the first, the child formation is a reptile first. Only then we become an amphibian, and only then we become a human child in the womb, without a doubt. So from an ancestral perspective, genetic perspective, 100% there is a Naga thing going on. That is very true. Like genes do show, like that's very clear. But at but like I said, there was a blocking by Krishna at some point in time because of Yuga and deterioration of humankind and all that. So like some legendary stories of that humans could not handle that Rahu energy of Naga, and then they became more lustful and all that. The kings became too violent, then he kind of banned that out, kind of thing. Something like that also is called out actually. So
one more thing happened is I'm going to show that there is also Chottanikkara temple, correct?
Yeah.
That also there is some story, and that also video came in Facebook, and I was like,
I was going to talk about Chottanikkara actually.
Maga. That also came, and I was like, why this video came up and why this Nakshatra? I know it was Maga, so I put that slide
is
going to come.
We'll talk about that. Yeah, great.
The slide is good. But now I understood why it happened. See, all your talks make sense to me. That's what 1 week before all these weird things will happen. It's happened to every Nakshatra video for me. So it's not.
Well, you're all my gurus tonight, because I didn't know the thing about Yummy and this thing about the Mahabharata and Krishna saying this. I've never heard that either, Sandeep ji.
I heard one yogi say that this guru. Yeah, great.
Okay, see why Krishna, he didn't kill Kaliya Nag. He asked Kaliya Nag to leave. Why? Because probably at that time, Kaliya, with interbreeding with humans, could have created giant-like people. So he said, I don't want this kind of race. I want to end this Naga race, and I want to. So he asked him to leave. So he had to leave Yamuna and he had to leave the waters.
Yeah.
And you know, I mean, as per certain traditions, they asked Kalia Nag to go to where today Fiji is.
That's right,
Fiji Islands.
Yeah.
And a lot of people you find in Fiji have connections with the Kalia Naga. They say Kalia went because he had to leave those waters as per Krishna's instruction. And Kalia Naga was said, you go to southern quarters, even Garuda will not come to attack you. So Kalia was very afraid of Garuda. So Krishna said, I'll give you that area, that land belongs to you, go there. Certain traditions of Nagas went to Latin America. See, I'll also give you one more thing. You can cut this, edit this later on if you want to, not keep this, but this
No. It's okay.
I think we should just leave it.
Yeah.
Right.
This is fresh stuff,
I
yeah.
mean,
Nagas were all male, and they had only one sister who was a female. You know, they had only one sister, all the Nagas. She's called as Mansa Devi.
Mansa Devi.
And she's the mother of the great Rishi, because she has another name as well, Jagatkaru. So she married Jagatkaru, another Rishi who had to have a lineage, and he was resisting. But his ancestors said, Pitri said, if you are not going to have a child, we are suffering here as Pitris. So he was compelled by his Pitris to have a child, but he put a condition. He said, I'll have a child with only that woman who has the same name as my name. So Vasuki said, my sister has the same name, Jagatkaru, even though her real name is Mansa Devi. Jagatkaru. So he said, okay, I can get married. So after that, you know who was born to them? Rishi Astika.
Yeah, the Naga.
Astika Rishi.
Yeah.
Of course.
And can you imagine, the name of Aztecs comes from Astika Rishi, who safeguarded from Janmajaya and said, okay, I'm going to take all of this population somewhere that they will not harm you and poison you. So let me take this population. So where is Aztecs? Is Aztecs, and Astika is the lineage which Astika Rishi protected the massacre. It's called Sarpasatra Yagna, which Janmajaya was doing. The ancestors of Arjuna, Parikshit, and his son was Janmajaya. So there was a genocide of the Nagas which happened at some point, because probably they didn't want more intermingling, and they said, go away. So there is a lot of such stories.
Yeah.
That means they must have gone somewhere. So if you see many of the indigenous traditions in different parts of the world, they have some Naga blood in them.
That's
Do you know
very-
who is the protective god of the Nagas in South India? Murugan,
Yeah.
Skanda, Subramanya. He is a lord of the Nagas, which means he protects them on the earth.
Okay, and he's the one that
So he's
protects the
Martian.
forest.
So a Martian lord protecting the Nagas.
Yeah, so
Protecting one place.
of course, I think one of the things they do say is that once some of the Nagas became evil also, like Nagas are more closer to that, so they started making excessive demands of humans, and apparently, of course, Aztecs and all that are famous for like human sacrifices kind of thing, so like cross the limit. So they were like, they eventually they might have become evil, overpowering. There are stories of evil dragons, evil Nagas, stuff like that. Or a Naga that went wrong. I mean, you can understand that also. So that could also have been like a lineage thing where they went evil or they went
Well,
down.
even Patanjali Maharaj was very
Yeah.
dangerous for his disciple. He accidentally kills his number one disciple, burns him to death. I mean,
Yeah.
in a second.
It's
Yeah.
interesting how Mars is debilitated in Ashlesha, and you related Kartikeya with Nagas and
Yeah.
Mars.
I think because it's
You
too
know, but-
much. One, Mangal is a weapon, and Ashlesha is said to be a weapon.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
actually
there are even some spiritual masters who say like if you read the Old Testament, which is like God is very evil kind of thing. Apparently there are some like God is literally telling do this, do that, I'll screw you, I'll kill you, I'll destroy you kind of thing. So they say
the
that
Old
that's actually
Testament Terrible.
Yeah, everyone hates Old Testament and Jesus comes in New Testament kind of thing. So Old Testament, there are people who say actually what they call as entity, called as Yahweh, is apparently like a dragon and all that, like negative dragon, evil dragon, someone that went wrong, stuff like that. So it's like very interesting thing. So you never know. So could have been very real also. It's very interesting about Naga and so forth from that perspective as well. Yeah. But no matter what, every loka does have a king Naga. That is a standard thing. Every loka like has a standard Naga, like some Naga who's ruling, watching over every loka. So even Shiva loka, everyone has their own Naga also. Like Vishnu has his own Naga, Shiva has his own Naga. So that kind of thing is very interesting also. So perhaps there are some real righteous ones there, but like any normal human beings, there are some problematic kind of thing going on also in the Naga race also. It could be very real thing also. Yeah.
Well, this is interesting. Now we've hijacked Togi, so I'll be mindful of that. But I think this must have been meant to happen. Forgive me, Togi, for hijacking your
That's
beautiful
fine. That's
presentation
fine.
with genetics for whatever reason. But I can even show you all. I think I will, since I think we should just leave this in. I want
And
to
then what I would suggest is when we edit this, we'll put this in the end so that we'll have a
No,
flow
let
of
it be.
Well, let it be. We'll be natural. Let's not,
That's fine.
yeah. I want to show you something because this is Shukra chart, Shukra, the Navgrahas. Now, he has a serpent. And if you notice all the stories in the Middle East, or like in the story of Moses,
Shukra as a serpent, really?
yes, this is Shukra.
Oh.
So Moses' staff turns
Yeah.
into serpent,
yeah.
right? All the story. But Shukra is also what? Shukra Dhatu in Ayurveda is what?
sperm.
Oh.
Interesting. Yeah.
Yes. And he is holding the serpent. You see?
So just to add to that, even Kartikeya is holding the whale, which is actually a sperm.
Interesting. Yeah.
He's
Yeah,
the
they say
first-
that. They say that, yeah, it's the procreative power was considered very sacred. It wasn't like today, it's a disposable, like a paper plate. You just, but yeah, they considered it very, very sacred. So anyway, I wanted to show that because this is actually Shukra. And he's
this
born
too.
in Magha. He's born in Magha.
Interesting. Yeah.
Oh.
Remember, this is, yeah, so
his birth star is Maga.
This
one of
Varuna also has a serpent.
Yeah. Varuna has a stuff. Yeah.
Like, so I don't know why this stuff.
Satyabhisha is also opposite to Maga also. That's interesting from that perspective. Satyabhisha and
That's-
Dhanishta opposite to Maga. Yeah.
Yeah, he's also holding a serpent. So interesting.
Yeah, there's something there. Something there. So Togi-ji, sorry,
No,
you
other thing-
inspired that when I saw that. I was like, wait a second, it threw his Nagas.
Correct. Again, you said about Megha, Maga, Megha, and what is the land? Meghalaya.
Yeah. Meghalaya. Yeah. Naga. Yeah.
Meghalaya is a state.
Because there is, Meghalaya has the most amount of rainfall.
Rain,
Yeah,
Cherrapunji
yeah.
and exactly that
Cherrapunji.
was my point. Cherrapunji
So
and
that is
water.
that is Indra's a lot of fresh waters.
Interesting.
See, Meghalaya, the word Meg, clouds. Alay means what? Home.
Yeah.
So Meghalaya means home of clouds.
Maybe some
Meghalaya.
Nagas are there, right? Cloud Nagas, Cloud Dragons could be there actually. Yeah. Could be
And they also follow matrilineal lineage. Many of the communities,
interesting.
tribal
Yeah, that
communities.
makes sense. And now that makes sense. So a lot of matrilineal thing happens in Kerala where I'm from. So like it makes perfect sense. It could be a Naga thing to be frank. Yeah.
Yes.
Because like
And
if you look
Nagaland
at
is near.
yeah.
Near to Meghalaya.
This has to be a Nimitta.
Yeah. So from also
This
from
was
a
not planned.
yeah.
This
So
was
also
not
from a
planned.
matrilineal thing, like normally your sister's child. That's the thing. So like your sister's child, even or the nephew niece energy is usually Virgo, which is a Rahu Kolot kind of ship thing going on. So that's the thing. So that's the matrilineal follow that actually. They actually in matrilineal society, when you don't have a daughter, it's considered to be like there's a curse of a Devi kind of thing going on. So it's like completely opposite to how it's in the north. Not like, okay, you have a daughter, you're cursed, like you have to spend money kind of thing. But in South, it's like it's your family is getting blessed by the presence of a Devi kind of thing. It's very interesting from a Rahu perspective, Rahu being considered the call out of Virgo, as Yuji mentioned some time ago. So it could be that also. Maybe there's an emphasis on Naga energy. That's why the matrilineal thing had its own thing, which Dr. Pai mentioned, Naya societies and all that. Some societies do follow that. Now, but it's interesting now in the legal thing, like it's all just like you follow the patrilineal thing. So now there's a legal thing, some energy, some Naga Shakti variations are happening. Now it's like, the entire thing is being changed also. So very fascinating from that regard, actually. Maybe something ancient might have been, they're trying to capture something ancient to the matrilineal thing, like a Naga energy. Then now it's like, now people are losing sight of that. So it could be that also. It's very fascinating from that perspective. Yeah.
Yeah,
And if
this
you
is
see the Egyptian pharaohs and deities, they all have a Naga on their forehead,
Yeah.
on their
well,
crown, like
that's
Cleopatra.
yes, it will because normally, like Vashishta, when he defeats Vishwamitra, I've always said Brahmadanda, that's your Shishumna Nadi. So when Moses actually turns his staff into a serpent, we must this sacred science of things involving the Shishumna Nadi, which is all of Yoga Shastra. It's not only Kriya Yoga. That's a big mistake. All of Yoga Shastra goes back to your spine. It all goes to your Shishumna Nadi. It's considered the king of all nadis. And there's a Chitra Nadi. The most subtle part of the Shishumna Nadi is a Chitra Nadi. And very little is said about it in, when Kapil was talking about the Chitra, the divine architect, all this. I mean, it may be the way we were designed. That spinal column literally could be from the Nagas. This whole thing, we don't know. I mean, it's a mystery. It's a mystery. There's some people that will scoff at these things, but I would request people to be more open now because we actually don't know anything. We've got an education system that teaches you just how to work. It's not teaching you about who you are. It's teaching you how to be a good slave. That's all it does. So
Very
who are
interesting.
we? Who are we? Okay, Laddu Baba, we hijacked you.
No, no worries, no worries. No, there are many points which became clear. You will see in the next coming slides. Like I was not knowing why this slide was, I just put it, but now it makes sense. So good. So where was we? We were here, right? So again, this is all textbook stuff which I'm giving. Purusharth Artha, Gana is Rakshas for Maga, Trimurti Brahma, animal, male, rat, bird, eagle, tree is banyan, quality is Ugra Nakshatra. Banyan tree. Now many things came up here. Banyan tree is a tree for Maga. You know, banyan tree, it can grow, like it can expand, it can cover a huge area, in fact. So this is one example of banyan tree. You can see it has covered a big area, and there are offshoots from the banyan tree, and that can be, you see those things coming from, that's the only tree. And it is giving support to that. It's like, descendants of that tree. So it looks like, again, genetic, the whole family you can think of. It looks like a Ketu family to me, the genetics basically coming, and then the root supports that tree basically. There are many stories with banyan tree, but I will say a few stories. It's a very sacred tree in Hinduism and Buddhism. Leaf juice is used to, now some of the medical properties, cough, asthma, diarrhea, ear pain, toothache, all those. Stem bark is used for many different purposes. The people tree has the following therapeutic properties: anti-diabetic, anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, so and so, anti-convulsant, antimicrobial, wound healing. And I've taken this from the pharmacy thing. But let's see which is the largest banyan tree in the world. It is somewhere here in Andhra Pradesh, very close to Madanapalli, in fact. Not that far from Madanapalli. Huge banyan tree. This is one whole tree, it seems. Its canopy covers around 19,107 meters square, which is 138 meters by 138 meters. you know, and 1 acre is basically 63.6 times 63.6 meters square. So it's 4.72. So if you multiply with this number 4, you will get 4, basically 4.721 acres. So you can see 138 meter by 138 meters. So it's like a huge tree. So that's very close to in Andhra Pradesh, basically, South Andhra Pradesh. And this tree is, what is this called? Timamma Marrimanu. Timamma is maybe a goddess deity there. Marri in Telugu means for banyan tree. Banyan tree is called Marchettu. Chettu means trees, Marri means banyan tree. And this tree's age is, some says 550 years old. So banyan tree can be very old. It can grow like for many, many years, 600, or some say 600 years, some say 700 years, something like that. But let's see the story. Then there is a story associated with this. According to local myth, the tree is named after Timama. Timama was a woman who committed sati, suicide, by throwing herself on the funeral pyre of her husband's death. The tree is said to have originated from one of the poles used in the funeral pyre. Okay. And the residents of the region strongly believe that if a childless couple worships the mama, they will get a children. Again, you see the concept of children coming in the picture. So, banyan tree, Ketu. Again, we said that the genetic material, the children, the fifth house, all associated with this. So that's one thing. And this is a famous festival which have Vata Savitri Puja, which people do in Maharashtra. In the on the Vata Purnima day comes in the month of Jeshta. Jeshta Purnima is the Vata Purnima. So in the month of Jeshta, it's around Jeshta month is around July, I guess, June, July, around that time, in the monsoon season. And Vata Savitri Puja. And here is the story, Dr. Pa. You said about Yama, Yami coming in the picture just few. And I was like, what is Yama, Yami? They were the first mortals. But what is that genetic thing? Or he's the original Pitris, we can say. Again, connected to the banyan tree story. So I see the connection between this tree and Vatta Savitri. The story of Savitri and Satyavan. Probably people may have known it. She basically fought with Yama to bring back the life of her husband Satyavan, who was supposed to die, but she married her. She fought with Yama, and then that's a whole story. I will not go into that story, but then Yama has to give back the life of her husband. And from in that honor, Vata Savitri Puja is done, where the woman will basically tie a thread to the banyan tree and ask for longevity of husband and all. So that's the story. But remember the story of again banyan tree connection with Yama and Yami, our not Yami but still Yama, Savitri's connection there. And I was like, why am I thinking about this story? But Dr. Pai, you mentioned about Yama, so that makes sense why we have this. There is another great banyan tree in Kolkata. It is believed to be at least 250 years old. And this is that, you see the whole canopy. This is a whole inside. It looks like a mini forest area within one banyan tree. And it's huge. It's a very, I think it's in the botanical garden in Calcutta. I don't know, somewhere there. Still very, very well-known place to visit. Many people do visit here, and it's very famous in India, the whole canopy. And right now, I think people have said that if you go inside this, you really don't know where is the main stem and where is the other offshoots. The other offshoots has become its own tree like that. But it has sprung from one tree. And then it has grown, and then the offshoot has come down and it has formed like a mini forest there. Okay. Other use of banyan tree with respect to medical purposes. There are several other medical purposes, but I wouldn't go into that. But it is also used for furniture. Now, furniture was interesting, but because what is the symbol of Magha Nakshatra? Throne, chair, all these concepts. So making furnitures and all. So that was interesting to see. In India, you will see many places, you will have something like this. Under a banyan tree, there will be meeting, no panchayat meeting. People in India may know there will be a meeting, there will be. So what happens in this meeting? There will be one guy sitting. Actually, this is Sri M's photo here, actually. I got from his, and he is addressing these villagers under a banyan tree and one head sitting there. It exactly looks like the theme of Maga, something like a king, something like an authority person sitting there addressing his people. And what happens in panchayat meeting, many decisions will be taken as per the law, justice, and all those things in the village meetings and all. So now you can say that what are the other jobs for Maga? It can be lawyers, it can be following of some law practices and all. Okay.
So like
So
modern day community hall meetings, right? You have community hall meetings and so for these days, yeah.
exactly. Remember that is opposite of 11th house too.
Yeah.
So that's what, and in India it was, nowadays I don't know, but back in the days we used to always have this where they will make something structure like this, and old people and children will be playing. I still remember where I was born back then in my old house where I was born, 1983, 84, around that time. We just in front of our house we used to have such banyan tree. Now again, because of the construction and all, they have demolished the whole building now. So last time when I visited, I was so sad to see. I said, okay, let me see my birth house place. And then I was like, where is the building? The building itself is demolished and they take out this tree, man. It was so sad to see. But it was a huge banyan tree. And then they have structures like this. And I was young, I don't remember, but many children and all will play under the shade. And that, so it was a sight to see. Even in many old villages in India, you will see this a huge banyan tree, and then they will construct something here, and people will just gather and chit chat. So it's a place to gather together, to have a discussion, to exchange ideas, to have meetings, to have justice and all those. What is the animal symbol for Magha? rat. Now again, that's very surprising. We all did talk about sarpas and all. So if you put Ashlesha in the first house, the second house is what? Maga. What is the food for snake? Rat. Again, it falls in the second house. So now what is rat connected with? He's very intelligent, of course, rat, and so very socialized also. So it's like 5th house and 11th house. It's a nice, cute looking rat, it seems here. They're highly reproductive. Okay, they become fertile within 5 to 10 weeks old, and their whole lifespan is 2, 3 years. So again, fertile, producing children. Which house? 5th house. You see that connection again. A single male rat can father thousands of offspring in a year due to rapid year round. Like for example, he can give its children, the children can give their children, and they don't produce one or two, they will produce multiple. And I'm not going to show this video. You should see this video here, and it has shown how it could be and how they have done the calculations, and then they have shown that it can produce like thousands of rats can be produced in their lifespan, like one rat. They use also high frequency for communication, and these rats, they say that it is they do laugh, and while tickled they get tickling also and laugh, very similar to human. Rats are used for many medical purposes too. Very close, our genetics, biology and all. I still remember in the 12th class we used to show dissection of rat, and then there used to be points, lab points. We will say, oh, we will ask what is this organ and that organ, and we have to say, and for our lab points we used to get points for that. So I still remember dissecting we never dissected the rat, but a dissected rat will be given, and then they will say, okay, point to the intestine, point to the this, and then the examiner has to give points for that. So our system, rat system, because that's also basically a mammal, we are also mammal, so studying rats is very common in biology and all. Excellent burrowers, climbers, and swimmers. So I was not knowing they use high frequency for communication, they laugh, and then they get tickled. So that's strange. So when rat comes, plague comes in my mind. I was thinking about what is that connection with the plague. And apparently, I don't know, I saw this connection here. Like since from the states of 1970, since the mid 20th century, plague in US has typically occurred in the rural West. This is the main place, the EG. You have the highest number of plague. And I remember the event of rat. You see, you remember when I came at your place, there was a rat event there. Rat made a nest in the truck of EUGs. I still remember. But there are rats, and mostly the plague cases are enormous here. This is actually a New Mexico state, and this is Arizona here. So this is Arizona, north of Arizona, north of New Mexico, basically. That's where the highest number of plague, and we do. And apparently, there's nothing here in this side. It's like just mainly concentrated here, and again, southwest region, Rahu. This is all southwest region here, and that point also got clear why we have those southwest plague. I wanted to do some study on rat, in August 26. I wanted to study, but then I was not able to find time, so I will just skip that part. Like, what is that plague has to do with rat and all, but something can come up. It's yet to do. Did not got time, so I will just skip it. But anyway, what are the careers for Maga? We saw that Magas are very administrative, so they can go in politics, they can go in government, they can go in management, business, law. Banyan tree example we gave, leadership and law, creative and media, that can be another, and lineage, so historical and heritage roles, that can be another thing. They can be archaeologists, they can work in museums and all, that can be another place for Maga natives. So all those different careers for Maga. Let's talk examples now. People with strong prominent Maga. I think the entire world is talking about this person now. So, and you can see his ascendant is in Maga, Mars is in Maga, so both planets are in Maga, and did not say he's apparently the most powerful person today currently at
Currently in the news also, right? Yeah.
He's always in the news this day. I'm not going to say whether his decisions are right or what is wrong. We are not judging the person. We are not judging anything here. And apparently Ketu has entered in Maga. I don't know what his decisions will be, how his decisions will be.
Yeah, headless planet, right, Ketu? So yeah.
I think Ketu is entering Maga a week from now.
It's
2-3
already
days from now.
in Maga. Yeah, I think True Note was me not a thing there, but yeah, but it's already in Maga and True Note kind of thing. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, or maybe depending upon whether you take mean node or
Yeah.
true node, so accordingly. So that's what. Anyway, I won't talk much on this, what will happen. And this is not a place or time to talk about his chart and all. But strong Maga, you can understand his from his words and how he manages politician, government, topmost guy. That's one thing. Strong Maga, which everyone knows him. This guy here is George Gregor Mendel. Who doesn't know Mendel? That was taught to us in the school days. He's called father of genetics. Moon in Maga. Father of genetics. But moon in Maga, we don't know its time. So we don't know whether moon is in Magha or Ashlesha. We don't know. It can be anything. Since moon is there, moon changes fast. But whatever the case, we did talk about Ashlesha. See how things came up. Ketu is in Ashlesha for him, definitely. But that makes sense. Genetics, Ashlesha and Maga. Completely makes sense. And he's the father of genetics, Gregor Mendel. He's called father of modern human genetics. What is he has got in Maga? He's this one, Ketu. Ketu in Maga. Ketu will not change sign that much in one day. We don't know, of course, these people, we don't know their exact time, but we know their date. He's called father of modern genetics. Ketu is a planet, genetic material as we discussed, and that too in Maga Nakshatra. Father of modern genetics. This guy is called as human genetics pioneer. All these genetics people, that's why I said, genetics is strongly connected to Maga. Again, moon in Maga, 5 degrees possible. All human genetics pioneer, father of modern human genetics, father of genetics, all that is basically connected to genetics, and we see prominent Maga in their chart. Moon in Maga, Ketu in Maga. So, makes sense. Who is this? Sambasivam Swaminathan, and he was a plant-based genetics again. Okay, Mars in Maga. Of course, he did not do for human, but for plant-based. And Sambasivam Swaminathan, he was basically to the reason for Green Revolution.
Yeah,
India
MS
was
Swaminathan, yeah. Green Revolution, India, and food
yeah.
and all, yeah.
India had a lot of food problems back in 60s, and he was the one who did this. And from that time onwards, we never had problem with the food deficiency of food. Like back in 60s and all, you see, Indira Gandhi time and all, she asked food from US, and who was that? I think it was,
Yeah, it was
I
Indira
don't
Gandhi
remember.
itself, yeah, I think so, yeah.
Indira Gandhi, but who was the president in the United States? I don't remember.
Some Nixon
Nixon
or
was
some who are,
Nixon or someone, maybe I don't know. But that was problem, and then we sometimes the time will be late to coming to the ships in, and we have to wait for the food. There was no. My father used to say that we have to wait for food grains and wheat and all. That was we were not getting that wheat and all. Getting wheat was a big thing back. And in 1965 war happened with Pakistan. That was another headache. So yeah, anyway, so the big food problem. But he was the one who gave the green revolution, genetics basically. I did not say about this person, correct? Maybe yeah, we will talk about what is he has got.
yeah,
Rahu in
famous
Maga.
actor, right? And not many people know who Amitabh Bachchan is, so
Not many
all Gen
people.
Z
Okay,
people are
India,
all
in
right.
India, people will know he's a great Bollywood star. I mean, now it is what, 80s, what is that, 84 years old, but the great star Bollywood has ever seen. He's the king of Bollywood star, we can say, not wrong in that, but he has got Rahu in Maga. Makes sense, correct? I think all astrologers will like his chart to talk about. So, big star, Rahu in Maga in the 7th house, very famous, very well-known guy. So, makes sense. Rajiv Gandhi, another famous guy. You can see a bunch of planets there in Leo sign, Sun in Maga, Jupiter in Maga, of course, Moon, Venus, Mercury. He is the son of Indira Gandhi. And he was also the president, actually. Not president, Prime Minister of India from when she died, 1984, right? Yeah. Yeah. Indira Gandhi died in 1984. He then became the Prime Minister of India. Unfortunately, he was also assassinated 1991 May, 21st May 1991. But again, big government, people were he was in his I've remembered stories when I was young about Rajiv Gandhi. I was young, so I still remember some of his things, and I clearly remember May 21st, 1991, when he was assassinated, big news and all those things. Um, did Of course, people will have some positives and negatives about him too, but you could see how strong, and he was a pilot. I think he was a pilot. Sonia Gandhi's husband, right?
Yeah, yeah,
He was
yeah.
a pilot. And of course, government and all those policies. And he was born in a royal family lineage.
Yeah.
His mother was Indira Gandhi. His mother's father was Jawaharlal Nehru. So he was born in a great lineage. And
Yeah,
clearly you could
political
see
family in India.
political family. His son is Rahul Gandhi these days.
Yeah.
I won't comment about all those politics here, but anyway. We have studied about this. Have you heard about this? Piper of Hamelin?
The guy who
The
did not
poet.
get paid, and so he brought the rats back and kind of thing, right? Some
We got
story.
the rats back. They're correct. There was a town in Germany,
Yeah.
and it was like infested with rats. And then the poem. I was young. I think I read this in second
Story
grade
of
or
fairy
my
tale, yeah.
fairy tale. And then he was supposed to be in charge of driving away the rats. So he did that job. But then the mayor of the city was little bit not he was not good person, so he said we will not pay him, and he promised 1,000, something like 1,000, I don't know, money, but he
Yeah.
gave him only 50, 20 times less. So he became very angry. So on one Sunday, when everyone had gone to church, he had a magic pipe. Like he started to with his magic pipe only, he drove away those rats. So with this magic pipe, he again started to play, and all children started to follow him, and he locked all the children. You see how this rats, children, fifth house theme is coming again. And then when people came from the church after some Saturday on Sunday, they were like, "Where are the children?" And children are locked up. And then it was like he asked, okay, so his money was paid and all. But anyway, that's the story. But who wrote this story? Though this poem was written by this Johann Wolfgang Goethe. And if you see, and he wrote this Maga themes and all those things. And what we see, Mercury in Maga, writing. Mercury is again writing. So his poems were basically Maga. And I was surprised to see
Yeah.
that.
Also
Yeah.
interesting that Piper, right? Pipe is like a flute, right? So it's like opposite themes of Dhanishta, opposite Nakshatra Dhanishta also.
Yeah.
The flute guy
Yes.
literally doing all that, Interesting also.
So that was interesting to see this picture. Dirk Jan Dupri, I don't know if you know this. He was a furniture guy, and he has designed this famous chair. As what we said, Maga, throne, chair. Makes sense. But he has got Mercury, and he made a business out of it. Mercury, business, chair. So yeah, apparently, again, so that's what you should see. Which planet in Maga, take that theme and use that in your life. You will grow. Simple. What is this guy? Larry Sanger, who co-founded Wikipedia. Wikipedia, source of knowledge. Jupiter in Maga. Makes sense? We had this chart before too. I was discussing in Punarvasu or something where we had this. But Jupiter in Maga makes sense. Wikipedia, these days, if you want to find anything, what we do? Wikipedia. That's what Jupiter in Maga. Wikipedia is the largest source of knowledge. Knowledge, Jupiter, Maga. Anyway, all these examples of Maga. My last part, festivals always, So let's see what are the festivals. As I told, Sun transits Maga in the later half of August month. What are the festivals? Ganesh Chaturthi. That's when and what is his Vahan? Rat. And he's Ganesha. Ganesha comes from the word what? Gana plus Isha. Gana is what? Shiva Ganas. And he's Ishwar of Shiva Ganas. Ishwar of Shiva Ganas means who is the head of Ganas. So he's the head. Head is what? Again, Magati. So again, Ganesha is, and he's the first worship, correct? That was a blessing given to Shiva. He should be the first one to be worshipped, basically. And his Vahan is rat. So he is basically epitome of Maga example in among the gods. And his festival falls when the sun is going on in the Maga Nakshatra around August, September. Maga or Purva Falguni or something like that. But mostly August last week or something. That's when you have Ganesh Chaturthi. What are the other festivals you can think of? Krishna Janmashtami, around again coming on August. And I did a calculation. Oh, they say Krishna Janmashtami is Nakshatra is Rohini. So I was thinking where his son should be. So as per all the instructions, I'm not going to bore you with all the mathematics here. Forget about all this. I found that his son should be in Maga or possible in the first 4 degrees of Purva Falguni. From the information that he is born in Krishna Ashtami and Rohini Nakshatra. So Rohini Nakshatra span I know. He is born in Krishna Ashtami, so his moon's distance from sun I know. So I calculated that, took those two information, Krishna Ashtami Tithi and Rohini Nakshatra. So those two things I took and found that his sun has to be in Maga or in first 4 degrees of Purva Falguni. Looks like most like he must be like Maga because we told stories of Kalia, we told stories of all those. He was a king of Dwarka basically. We have all these stories. So, and he's also another revered lord in the Hinduism. So 10 degrees of 13, basically, what is that? First 10 degrees of Maga, I don't know why I did this, 4 degree of Purva Falguni. Okay, it should be 13 divided by 17. So it should not be 10 divided by 14, but 13 divided by 17. So find that probability, whatever it is. So it looks like mostly his son is also in a Maga. He's also a Maga native. Onam also comes during this time, around August, September.
Yeah,
Onam
sun
has
is
got
in Maga
interesting.
usually.
Yeah, it's when the sun is in, again,
Actually, got it,
transiting
yeah.
Maga. So Kashyap and now we will see what is this lineage. Kashyap and Diti gave birth to Hiranyakashipu. His son was Prahlada. His son was Virochana. His son was Mahabali, the one where Vishnu has to take the form of Vaman avatar to put him down. Mahabali has 100 sons, Banasur, Namuchi, Mand. He had many other sons, but these are some of the famous sons' name. He also has Ratnamala, which is Putna. Some says it is his daughter. Some says it is his sister. We don't know, but we don't know. And again, we celebrate this festival when it is in the sun is transiting Maga. Mahabali, what was he aspiring to? To basically the king, he wanted the become the king of the whole land, and then that's why Vishnu has to come and do all the Vaman of the story, and he has to put him in the Patal Lok and all those. So Magha Nakshatra again theme looks like what Mr. Trump has to do these days. So we need a Vaman avatar, maybe someone coming. And interestingly, I want to connect this story where when he did this, his daughter Ratnamala was when she saw Vaman, she was very impressed, and she had a desire that, oh, I should give basically I should be the mother of this child. Vaman sensed that, and he said, okay, your grant will be worshipped, your grant will be fulfilled. But when he put Mahabali in Patal Lok, she became very angry. She said, oh, this guy is so horrible. Maybe what I will do is I will if possible, I will put poison on my breast, and maybe I will kill this child by making him to drink my milk. Vaman also accepted that. And the story says that she became Putna. Putna was the demon during Krishna avatar. And you know that she came to Krishna because she was sent by Kamsa to go and kill Krishna, and she had applied some poison on her breast, and then she made Lord Krishna to drink the milk. But what happened? Krishna did not die, she died. And then she was liberated from this thing. So that's the story. So that's this. Actually, she was the daughter of Mahabali. That's what it is. Ratnamala. I don't know. It's well-known story. Did you know, Sandeep?
No, first time hearing this. Very interesting, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard
And
it
all
was
having a
so.
link with like all the way to Mahabali is very interesting, actually. Yeah.
Krishna Purana and all. Yeah, we had those in with that.
Interesting.
It was
Yeah,
shown. I remember
makes
when
sense,
it was
actually. I
shown.
think I'm not surprised, so it makes sense also. Yeah.
Yeah. Because by the beauty of Vaman Avatar, she's really wanted that he should be my son and
Yeah,
all.
because
But
so
later, then,
Vamana Avatar would be Shravana, opposite to that will be Pushya, which is breast and all that, so it makes perfect sense
yeah,
from that
it's
potential wife wanting to be like, kill a future descendant and all that, Interesting, actually. Yeah.
correct. And then how his desires changed when his father was basically,
Yeah.
when he put, so she said, I will kill this guy.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
Vaman said,
Jupiter,
okay.
tilted, all that, yeah.
That's, so that is a story basically. Anyway, but what is this? Mahabali land was gone, correct? Land was gone. And this king, very good beneficial king, and his name was like everyone loved Mahabali and all, but he was basically thrown out from his kingdom. Now I want to tell you something. What's happening today? What is coming? What has come in Maga? This is March 28th. Ketu will be entering. This is actually, I don't know, mean node or something, but Ketu is very close to Maga. Ketu is entering Maga. Correct? Ketu, separation.
Yeah.
All the things, all these people have problems these days. We know this guy. I don't know, Trump.
Venezuelan guy, right? Yeah.
Yeah, no, this guy is Maduro.
Maduro, yeah, Venezuelan president.
Maduro.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
He is gone. Then this guy has problems. Then this guy, we know, Kim Jong, North Korea has issues.
Yeah, we hope he doesn't
Iran
have
has
problems, right?
issues. Cuba is also having problem.
Right.
So what's happening? Toppling of government. Exactly the story of I think this story is playing. Vaman, Mahabali Avatar, taking all the dictators are like thrown out. Ketu coming in Maga, and we are seeing that effect. You see in Venezuela, you see in Iran, you see in China, you see in Cuba. I don't know what is going to happen. Let's wait. It has not yet come. It just started to come, and we have. Let's see the drama for the next 3-4 months. Another festival, Masi Magam, which is in sun in Kumbha, and it is a full moon, happens in Maga Nakshatra, and the sun is in Kumbha Rashi, and the moon is in Maga Nakshatra. This is a Tamil Nadu festival. It is believed that ancestors and divine beings come on the earth and visit earth on this day. And again, Pitris, very common theory to Pitris. It's popular in Mahabalipuram, Kanyakumari, all in Tamil Nadu actually. Connection with Maga Nakshatra. Finally, this one, which I was telling, Chottanikkara Makam Dolam. Same day, when the sun is in Kumbha, this is in Kerala.
Yeah,
Now, what
that's
is this story? I was like, we were talking, Sandeep, about this, right? Like, they said that on this day, when the sun is in Kumbha, moon is in Maga, when the Lagnam is Mithuna, that's the day when this Vilva Mangalam Swamiyar, he got a divine vision saying that the mother girl came in the form of full divine splendor and showed her form, and that's the day when they have selected where it is decorated. And I was like, okay, mother came and all what we are talking about, why we are talking, where is the Maga connection here? Oh, it happened in a Maga Nakshatra day, but what is the reason? But now when we are talking about Rahu, Ketu, Nakshatra, southwest direction, Kerala, matrilineal lineage, Nayars and all, it makes sense why we have this. Why? What? Because mother coming in full adorning and having that, what that has got connection with Maga? I was thinking, I had a tough time to understand the connection. Then in the discussion, it happened that, okay, Nayars and Kerala people and all those came in. It makes sense. So this is a festival celebrated in Kerala when the full moon is in Maga, and this, of course. So this is in Tamil Nadu, this is in Kerala.
Yeah, this I was literally I just did pilgrimage to this temple literally like 1 month ago or something, randomly, but now it makes sense. So yeah, I'll talk
you
about
did
this a
go?
little bit more actually. It's a very fascinating temple, but yeah, this is great. I think the one thing I'll just add is that in Kerala you find the prayers to goddesses called out like this Amme Narayana, Devi Narayana, Lakshmi Narayana, Bhadra Narayana. That's a typical thing. So usually the legend goes that there is a Vishnu idol also close to this Devi. So that's why you have Narayana name added to like this thing. So this is a very famous thing. You go to any temple, all the like group pratana, like Kuta pratana as they call it kind of thing. Usually this is a typical thing they say in any Devi temple actually. So it's a very interesting link. But this is a temple which is having that origin of this particular, Amenarana kind of a thing going on. Very interesting from that perspective. It's a very famous temple because of that. So there are other things also this temple which I'll talk about.
It is very famous temple for spirits removal.
Yeah, exactly. Very, very famous temple. In
Very
fact,
famous for spirits removal.
what Vilwang Mangalam saw in that particular thing was that supposedly now this temple is having two things. There is one temple on the top of the mountain.
Kilakavu, right?
Yeah, Melkavu and Kirkavu. Kirkavu, apparently, he was told that in a local pond, there's an Ugra form of this deity which needs to be installed. So he was able to find the Ugra deity also and install that very fierce kind of thing. There's hardcore possession removing place. I'll talk about this a little more. But it's very, very powerful place without doubt. A lot of history also. Very fascinating from that perspective also, yeah.
I like this mantra. I don't know when I heard this first time, many years back.
Yeah.
Amme Narayana, Devi Narayana, Lakshmi Narayana,
Yeah,
Bhadra
Kerala mantra,
Narayana.
You go to any small temple, big temple is the typical thing you'll see. Very
I think people should listen to Guruti Puja. Guruti Puja where they have this, the whole Guruti Puja you can find in YouTube.
Yeah, Gurdi is for usually to remove spirits and all that, so considered to be a very extreme kind of thing. Usually, Gurdi is like blood, right? You're giving blood to the deity, so it's like very extreme.
No,
very
the devotional song. I mean,
YouTube thing, maybe, makes sense.
Yeah. I think that's what I have. I took really for Maga characteristic deities, Pitri, Sun and Ketu qualities, festival is Banyan-tree, and that's what I have for Maga. Long video. But anyway, we had a good discussion, so awesome.
This was great, Aditya. I think pretty amazing stuff we talked in between also. Yeah, Dr. Pai, would you like to add anything?
Yeah, I think I'll just briefly add some more points what Aditya has already mentioned. And this, for some people, this might sound difficult to understand and digest, but I have to bring what is facts and what is history. So, I want to say Pitris are worshipped not only in the Sanatana Dharma. Pitris have been worshipped even in Islam, even though they don't accept that. See, I'll give you some instances today in connection with Magha Nakshatra itself, nothing else, and historical facts. First, they celebrate a new moon, which is called as Eid ul Fitr. It is Eid ul Fitr. Pitr means Pitris. Point number one. Second, they celebrate their most important month in the Islamic calendar is the 9th lunar month, which is called Ramadan. 9, and we know 9th house is our ancestor's house. Right? The second thing I would also tell you about Mecca, Makkah, Magha. They are the same. And if you go to any Hindu Shraddh rituals, you'll always wear white colored dress and you'll go. Makkah is the only place where they wear white and they go to Makkah. 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 Are you seeing what I'm trying to say here? The other thing I want to say, one of the most important days for Makkah is the day of Arafah. It occurs in the month which is called on the 9th day of the 12th lunar month of the Islamic calendar. The 9th day, it is called as Dhu al-Hijjah. 9th day of the 12th lunar month. The 9th lunar month is Ramadan. The whole month is fasting, prayers and other things. Who are you doing it for? Ultimately, at the end of Ramadan, what do you do on the new moon? Eid ul Fitr. Eid ul Fitr, they call it in Arabic. So 9th day. Why am I saying 9th day? You have to again look at the other names of Maga. See, not many people know Magha is also another name called as Anu Ashtaka. Like you have Anu Radha. What is Anu Radha? What follows Radha is Anuradha. So what follows Vishaka Nakshatra is called Anuradha. So what is Anu Ashtaka or Anu Ashtaka? It is the 9th day after the death. The 9th day is very important day in the Hindu rituals after somebody is deceased. It is called as Navvar. The 9th day is when they they taunt their head, the male, right? And 9th day is when certain communities also deposit the asthi, which means the bones and the ashes are going into the water. Okay? Why am I bringing this up? Anu Ashtaka means the following day after the 8th day. Ashtak, Ashtam, Ashtami, like that. If you start thinking that Bharani is the first day of your funeral, the 9th day would be Magha Nakshatra. If you say every day you count from Bharani Nakshatra, which is Yama's Nakshatra, the 9th day would be Magha Nakshatra. I'm giving you some more hints. Anu Ashtaka is Magha. Right? It is the 9th day of the ritual. Now I'll give you one more name of Magha. It's called as Agha. All of these are Sanskrit names. But do you know there is a community amongst the Islamic tradition where there are about 12 to 15 million people. They are Shia, Ismaili Muslims. They follow a leader called as Aga Khan. In Arabic, Agha means the chief, the great leader. So they are considering Aga Khan, and today they celebrate, the current pontiff is the 5th generation of the Aga Khans, Ismaili Muslims. Agha is, again, I want to say, they believe that Aga means prophet. So they think they are the descendants of the prophets, Agha. So that is the importance which is given to Magha Nakshatra. Third thing, all the Shraddh rituals have to be done where there is a water body. Which means without doing the Tarpadam, there is no Pitru karmas happening. In a desert, they have Makha or Magha or Makha. There is Zamzam river. I mean, Zamzam is a kind of a natural thing which flows from there. And that is where they go to a black stone and to pray, wearing white robes. Are you seeing a connection? That means there was a pilgrim center to go for everybody to pray for their ancestors. Yes, probably now, over the last 1,000 years, they must have not understood what was the importance of Makkah. So at one point of time, it must have been a center for ancestral worship. It is also believed that Guru Nanak Dev, the first guru of the Sikh, was there in Makkah. Did you know even Adi Shankara, he took the form of a bee, honeybee, to travel to Makkah? Why would all of these people go there? There must have been many centers, but it was one of the centers for ancestral worship, Makkah. So all these rituals that you are thinking about are all because of Magha Nakshatra. And they knew that ancestral worship was very important. I'm not distorting facts here for people to believe that, you have to believe in whatever I'm saying. Do your own research. And, the sound and the names cannot actually, fox you by saying why they call it, Eid ul Fitr. I mean, Eid ul Fitr. We call it Pitr. And it happens on a new moon. Eid, new moon. I don't know how many of, I just want to leave it as an open discussion, but I know I will get a lot of brickbats from people thinking that, I'm trying to promote, Sanatana Dharma, but it is the fact. What is the fact has to be, revealed. There is a black stone there. They touch and they rever it. It is a name of a horse, which is also given to that. Ashwa. I don't know, remember the Arabic name. Everybody considers that as a holy stone. They touch it. But isn't idol worship abolished in Islam? Why do you think that stone is very revered? Why everybody has to touch this stone? Why do you go around the Kaaba while you say no other place? Everybody bows down and faces Kaaba and they bow down and they pray to the Kaaba, the black stone. The cuboid. What is a cuboid? How many faces does it have? The cuboid. Anyway, I just wanted to share this, that there is a connection of Maga also with ancestral worship in Islam. No other place, to any mosque, you would go with white dress. Only you go to Makkah with white robes. White? Why white? Where everywhere else people wear black and they go. Anyway, but isn't it interesting that we have a connection with Pitris from various civilizations? You will see this.
Yeah, we do not know. Very interesting. So very interesting, ideas out there, Dr. Pai. Very interesting. Yeah, definitely ancestor worship has been going on for a long time. So took various kind of shapes in different parts of the world for sure. So very, very fascinating points actually from that perspective. Evji, would you like to add, or you can start your portion, Evji? That'll be great actually. Yeah.
Interesting week.
Yeah, I think this will be the king of all the videos, this video. Yeah.
Wow.
I think
Yeah.
we're going to have a long video, and I think we should leave everything. So I'll edit it nicely so it flows, but it's all been organic. So listeners, please forgive us if you feel like we're going off. Just take it as an
I think people like it. People have.
yeah, and I think they should take it as it's
do
the
like it.
flow. Yeah, no editing out the naturalness. I don't like that. So okay, guys, I'll get started then. First of all, I always mention something about the yoni or the animal. And, Dr. Paiji, I don't think we have to make excuses for supporting Sanatan Dharma. Because if someone understands what it really is, then there's no polarization, because it's one of the only paths that actually embraces all various forms of worshiping life, worshiping divinity. So we have this Karni Mata temple where rats are literally worshipped. And, we have our religion of modern science that doesn't even consider their pain. And I want to highlight and bow to them. We have our modern medicine because of them. We have so many discoveries because of their suffering. So I'm going to treat them as a relative, as something that our medical progress is on and even shallow things like our products are tested on animals like this, rabbits, this, that, and the other. They even manipulate their genetics in order to make them more responsive like a human being. I mean, these rats go through extreme torture. So if you follow something that someone else tells you to do out of blind faith, even in the name of science, it is still religion. If a scientist tells you a rat does not know it's being experimented on, and you just believe them, then you're doing the same thing if you get upset with a Christian for just believing in some, their religion. You can call it any name you want, but that's blind faith. How do you know what the rat feels and experiences? So first, I just want to Om Ganganapataye Namaha. I want to bow to the Vahana of Ganpati, who is the first before any ritual. And this is his sacred Vahana that we are testing on. So go figure. All right, so we need to rethink that. Okay, guys, yes.
Just before you begin, can I add something on this
Of
Karni Mata?
course. Of course. My goodness, yes.
Because, sorry to interrupt, but I wanted to share this. I've been to this temple in Rajasthan.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you about the local belief so that you will understand that this is very relevant with the Magha Nakshatra. Okay, when you enter this temple, you will be astonished. They're infested with rats all around, and they are free to come inside. The prasad, as you see, they're drinking milk and other things. There is hundreds and thousands of rats. They can run over your leg everywhere. They are hanging. They are free because they feel no fear there. The locals who take Karni Mata as their Kula Devi, they believe Karni Mata was one of their own ancestors who became a Devi, and all the rats in the temple are their ancestors, which means everybody who dies becomes a rat and they come into that temple. So that means every rat there is a ancestor. Okay, they have taken birth as rats to come to Karni Mata.
Yes.
That's point number one.
Wow.
Second point is that temple, you can see all the rats. There is only one rat which is white. And they say if you can find the white rat, you're very lucky to find that rat. That means and then you have people who will, amongst millions of rats, you will not see that one white rat. Probably you'll have to look, but you will not find it. But somebody who sees it is lucky. So when I went there, I was very lucky, and somebody actually showed us, look, there is a white rat. There's only one white rat. So if you see the white rat, that means you have the blessings of Karni Mata. That's what the locals believe there. Then that temple has no birds. The other belief is as you walk out of the Karni Mata temple, if you can see one single eagle, that means it says that you don't have to come back to the temple. Karni Mata has supremely blessed you. And why a eagle? Magha Nakshatra's bird is an eagle, even though the yoni is a rat.
Yes.
You see what I mean? So when I came out of the temple, I was looking for the eagle, but I couldn't find an eagle. So that means I have to go back again in case, I would have, but I've seen the white rat. There's only one single white rat. That means it is actually what do you say? Is that like a pigmentation, like an albino? What do you call it?
Albino. Yeah.
It's an albino. Only one of them is an albino in that entire, and they're so much at freedom. You will feel some rats have eaten so much of prasad, they are tired and they're sleeping.
Look at this. They're in
Yes.
the prison.
They're crazy. And
I
probably you can
loved
see
it.
Karni Mata, white rat. Probably you'll find that. That was interesting. I mean, I've been to many temples, but not a temple like this. That's why I remember very vividly.
Oh,
There's only one.
the
There's
white
only one.
rat. Look how
Yes.
cute. Oh my goodness. Okay.
I wanted you to continue, but I wanted to share this because this is you can see there's only one white rat. That's the albino.
You guys can interrupt me anytime, you know that. This is wonderful. Actually, the hair grows white with age. So white was originally associated with death and age and wisdom. And actually, black was associated with fertility. If you read Srimad Bhagavatam, there's a woman, a girl that personifies desire, and she's given black skin. So all these things, if Srimad Bhagavatam has every looking kind of person and all are beautiful, and then all of a sudden you get this strange stigmatism that comes. I don't know. I think sometimes we need to just stop and ask ourselves what we've been taught.
Is that
And
white rat the Pitris? Oldest,
right.
maybe.
That's what I'm thinking is the one signifying death, perhaps, but death is sacred. Death is the transition. Why are we so, I didn't even think about, I changed to white before this video. I had no idea why. I was wearing something else before. We always do this with namittas and all of this. I mean, for those of you who are just listening to this randomly, we have so many things happen around these nakshatras. And I was actually just cold and I had this white sweater and I had my white pants and I'm in complete white right now. Interesting. And I look like the grandma,
Yeah, it's
with
interesting.
my glasses on.
Yeah, so the white color is fascinating because there are many legends of seeing white colored animals becoming very auspicious. You have the white deer in some traditions, the white panther in some traditions, white
White elephant.
camel, white elephant, white camel,
White elephant, white tiger,
white tiger, all
White
this
tiger.
very fascinating to see that kind of thing. Seeing also the rats also, so it could be very real. So there might be something special to it also. Yeah.
Yeah, there's something there. There's something with this whole flow this evening that I was not expecting. And you guys are becoming my gurus tonight. So I wanted to bow to you all as gurus. And I also want to bow to the Grahas as gurus. And before I start my presentation, I wanted to show the listeners, those watching actually, some additional karakas of the Grahas. We're going to bow to them as gurus because this is a nakshatra of the Rishis. And the Rishis were saved from Matsya avatar, who is the avatar of Ketu. And this is the remaining portion left over. See, the Gandanta point for us Nakshatra Jyotishis is very different. It's not so much about the Rashi fire to water. It's Bud, multiplicity, the population grows in infinite number. Then the Shiva Trimurti activity of the Bud cuts that excess population off, and we have the little remainder left over. And that's the Ketu. And that's where we start with the Magha and the Rishis. So we should honor, before getting into my presentation specifically, because I'm going to be talking about certain things, I just wanted to honor all of the gurus, all of the teachers, and the grahas for us as Jyotishis are gurus. And we should always be asking, not seeing them as just lifeless rocks in the sky, and ask them to be active in our education and bow to them instead of talking all. We basically, what they call something I won't say, but we crap talk, I guess you'd say, Shani, Rahu, Ketu. Is it all you hear is negativity and all this horrible? No, Shani is Ayush Karga, Seva Karga, Shanti Karga. If you have peace, it's because Shani is letting you have peace. This is a boon from Shani Dev. He's in the heart of all of the nakshatras, Moksha Trine. He's in the heart. We have Rahu as Mahabhoga Karka. I mean, this is actually in religious songs to Rahu. They call him Mahabhoga Karka. Ketu are Moksha Karka. So you guys can take screenshots here, that you listening to any of these karakas that you may not have known. And just familiarize yourself with the fact that these grahas have multiple karakas, and Shani Dev is so vilified. He's so I mean, goodness, I can barely listen to anyone's videos because of the way they speak about Shani, Rahu, and Ketu. So going into the Pitrus, I want to honor those that bring death and give lifespan, and all this so-called terror that we have of them. I would really reapproach them as a guru and ask them for wisdom instead of fear, for whatever reason that we do that. Okay,
It's
so
interesting. Shukra is called Samadhi Karaka.
yeah,
You see that?
yeah, chitta
Oh.
samadhi krite. Yeah, the one that produces samadhi in the chitta. So that's why the fourth bhava, which we're going to be looking at in my presentation, actually, because we're going to be talking about the fifth house. Moon and Shukra, Chandra and Shukra get the directional strength because your mind is better absorbed
Mhm.
in samadhi. Yoga's chitta vritti nirodha, stopping the warping of the chitta. So, the bhavalinga is Shukras. So to reside in an absorbed state is a blessing of Shukra. To be absorbed in anything, to forget yourself, like when you hear music. If you can lose yourself in anything, that's the blessing of Shukra, the flow, unending flow of water. And Guru is Dhyana Karga, another one, unending flow of concentration, blessing of Guru. Mangal actually is Dharana Karga, if you can one-pointed focus on one place. So, they have a lot of these additional kargas. Mangal, Gotradi Karga or Gotra Karga, so he gives the bloodline in all of this. We're talking about Magha. So, yeah, we should familiarize ourselves with the multiple kargas that these guys have and learn from them. Moon is also full of compassion. So Daya Karka you rarely hear, but that is a Karka of the moon. Moon gives good dreams too. I'm going to be talking about it at the conference, as you guys know. A moon is the giver of good dreams and illumined dreams. And Mangal, of course, nightmares. Of course, the scary guy. All right, so let's go to the presentation. But first, I wanted to just introduce Magha in a way that people can maybe familiarize themselves. I have an actual presentation, but I'll just go through a few charts really quick. I mean, we've got some very Rushi-like people born under Magha Nakshatra. And one of the common names that is left out often of the fifth house is Vidyastan. Vidyastan. Leo is very unique. The Jnana Karaka Grahas. So we have the Swa Karakas, which I've spoken about before, the self Karakas, Atma, Chitta, Deha. So that's sun, moon, Mangal. Then we have the Jnana Karakas, the way that we gain knowledge. Budh, Shukra, and Guru. Now, Shukra is said to be born in Magha. Guru is born in Purva Falguni. And Budh, one of his birth stars, is Uttar Falguni. So we literally have all Jnana Kargas being born in Simha Rashi, Vidyastan. There's no mistake. The Rishis had nothing out of place. So Leo, as you're going to see with the charts I'm going to show you in my presentation, is very common for scientists. I didn't want to take the route that's common for Leo. Everyone always goes for stars and performers. And actually, I have personally read the charts of so many scientists that have Simha Rashi or a strong Surya, or something of this nature, Agni Tattva, the ability to digest and comprehend. So Vidyastan is the fifth house, and we're going to be exploring that in my presentation. And you see this, don't take my word for it. I like to show examples. Yogananda Paramahansa, Lagna and Moon, Sri Aurobindo. Look at all this Simha Rashi and Magha. Okay. Shivananda actually has hymned Maga. You guys know I always talk about hymn nakshatras. They're very important. And he was a father of a lineage. Okay, people that start a lineage or father a lineage or mother a lineage, however you want to say it, but those who start something like that is very common. Hymned Maga, right here between Rahu, interestingly, and Budh. Okay, hymn nakshatras are a really big deal. I don't even know how people read without them. Okay, Narayan Maharaj of Kedgaon in Maharashtra, not the, he was actually born on Kalasarpa Yoga too, guys. You can look him up. It's the Narayan Maharaj of Kedgaon, okay, in Maharashtra. There's another one that's more modern, but this guy, he's back in the day. And he's truly, truly an Avaduta. He used to spend long hours under his temple in this little dark space just meditating. And he wouldn't have any food or any water. His disciples would put him down there and get him out. He's the one with the Dattatreya Murti that would come to life and start moving during puja. Even kings, a lot of kings would come to him, this little gown in Maharashtra, Narayan Maharaj. Okay, so here we have Moon Jupiter conjunction in the 9th in Makkah. Okay, look, even Sri Anandi Maima has Ketu in Makkah, which would be a co-ruler of her first house if you use that with Meena Rashi. Okay, let's just keep going, guys. This Swami Ramdas Samhart, he was also back in the day, Rahu and Magha. Prabhupada of the Hare Krishna movement, Magha, lots of Magha. Started a lineage, or didn't start the lineage, but he brought it to the masses. Okay, I was just looking at Swamis there. Okay, so there's a lot more, but I don't want to spend too much time on that. I just wanted to show you how many of them have Magha before I go to my presentation. And it's Navaratri, so I want to bow to the Divine Mother as Guru, our first Guru, as we were talking about genetics, interestingly. All right. So, the cycle of birth and death. So we have Bharani in the heart of Mesha Rashi. Brahmarandra is soft on a baby, right? That soft spot on the head gets hard as we get older, where they say the jiva enters. Star of restraint, Bharani, you get pushed back in the womb. And then we have this disembodied state of the Pitrus or Pitris. And I wanted to talk a little bit about that because this unique Shakti of Magha, if we break it down, it technically translates to the power to cast off or renounce. So we could say to leave the body. That's how it's commonly translated. But actually, it has a lot to do with letting go, discarding of the body. It could even be a place of rebirth, if you want to take it as that. But this is a kind of mysterious Shakti. It does have the capacity to leave the body. That's a big thing of Magha, like near-death experiences, those kinds of things where people leave the body and they come back and they testify to what they saw at death. Okay, death, no one ever wants to come back. They say the body is really heavy and it's a nightmare to come back into the body. They all say they feel restrained. And when they leave the body, they have an expanse. Okay, so yeah, astral travel, all those things, remote viewing that people do is very linked to this. And the Pitru Devatas, I don't have a separate slide for it, but I want to suggest something that in my studies I've stumbled upon. There's also a class of Pitrus. Now, Dr. Paiji, you really educated me today on how many types there were. I couldn't find that myself. It might be online now, I guess. I always read books, but I could only find it's a class of spirits, a class of Yamduts. So this is the place, Magha is the place of Yamduts. And it is also said to be the place of Yama's Shakti. And I found that interesting when you mentioned yummy. That's why my ears perked up, because they say this is her throne. So Bharani is his throne. Her throne is here. The power of, she's, you could say, the Shakti of the disembodied spirits. So the Pitrus serve Yama and his throne. And when you die, sometimes you see an ancestor come to retrieve you. That's actually one of the signs of death that hospice nurses will speak of. They'll say, when your relatives start seeing disembodied relatives coming to get them, they're close to death. This is actually, did you know it is an actual technical term now in hospice? It's so common that the dying relative starts seeing another dying relative to come retrieve them. So these Pitru spirits sometimes are not really the relatives. They come in the form that is familiar to retrieve you, or as your Ishta or something, or some Devata that's in the ancestral lineage. I'm just simply saying that there's a class of spirits that are compassionate. They're Yamdutas, and they serve death, and they serve that transition. This is why Magha is a Gandanta. Okay, they serve any Gandanta point is a major transition. And this transition is that of leaving the body as well. Okay, so I just talked about this one. All the Gyanagarkas have a birth star in Magha. So Simha is very interesting. I wanted to get into some technicalities here. So we've been talking about a lot of unique things this time. And I wanted to give the students some fascinating things to kind of walk around with, to check in charts, more technical. So Simha Rashi Vidyastan, which we're going to get to, begins with the Pitris, Pitrus, and it ends with Ariyaman, the priest of the ancestors. So in some of the Purans, his wish was to be the priest of Yamalok. So Yamalok is very linked with Leo, just so you know, and this might be why it produces saints, many sons, and these things. And knowledge has a transcendent element to it. You see a lot of scientists, people who are studying forces we don't understand. Okay, so please, if you have Leo, please don't think you're limited to being in the spotlight and wanting attention. And actually, I don't see this with all Leos. I know many shy Leos and Leos that never want to be in the spotlight. And as a matter of fact, a lot of them want to be alone. And this is that isolated aspect of Surya. Okay, so just humor me here, because I'm going to present a very different image of Leo for you. All right, so for yogis, you should know that the Pancha Pran or the Pancha Vayu have different directions that they move in your body. And one of the important reasons we do this Pitru Tarpana and all of these things, when you leave the body through the Apana Vayu, this is actually why people defecate themselves or urinate themselves, is they say that the consciousness is leaving through the Apana Vayu, the downward moving air. Isn't it interesting that Bharani and Magha are downward facing here? Okay, majority of people.
That happens, like when you suicide strangle. I have seen.
Oh,
I have.
Togiji.
Yeah, I have seen some of my relatives hang themselves. Yes, so I know that.
Ladhu Baba, you're so.
Yeah. No, it happened. Yeah,
I know.
my cousin, one of my cousins. So
This is what happens because the nervous system is a whole thing. They'll explain it through, medical science, but the Rishis knew this before all this. They didn't need to test on rats to know this, because maybe the human instrument is
yeah,
intelligent, right?
yep.
And Togiji, I think most of us here have something in Magha, right? So this is.
I definitely have.
Yeah. So, and you witness this. So this is the Apanavayu.
Another thing which you said, I should also say, dead relatives coming. Yes, I have a near-death experience, and yes, my paternal grandmother, she had like during my near-death experience, and she came with many other things, and I was like, I was not knowing I was going to die. Of course, came to know later. And I asked who they are, like I could identify her and I could identify some of my uncle whom I have seen who were dead at that time. But there were many other people whose faces were blurred, but I know they were there. And I asked her, who are all this? And then she said that, oh, they are your ancestors. So she introduced me to them and like, okay, I said, fine. Then suddenly I got up. I was like, okay, another dream. But yeah, what
Not
you
a dream.
say, so yeah, it happens when
Laddu Baba, you're
during the
born
death
on
time.
Amavasya, right? You're close to
Amavasya and Pratipada, exact junction, exact when the sun is moon is going to
But
be.
that's profound because I've seen Magha result in near death experiences. I've seen this. And it's very sacred. It's not to be taken lightly. It's actually a blessing. Okay.
No,
And
and that is true. When they come, yes, it's time. So what you
that's
said,
time.
hospice and all, yes.
Yeah. Hospice nurses actually, they know this. And this prana, it stays connected a little bit to the astral, what they're calling the astral body, the Sukshma Sharira, for a minute. And so these ancestors are still linked because the manas is imprinted with the body that it was just in. So there's a whole thing that happens here. And for a yogi, they should know this is very useful knowledge because a yogi is trying to yoke the apana vayu and push it upward instead of letting it continuously drain the life force down. It gives you a hint that these nakshatras can drain your life force downward. Should be very aware of what's happening in these nakshatras because these nakshatras can drain your life force. And this is something like even Purvashara, I've often taught my students, has a link with your spinal fluid. And so the
That
spinal, oh my God, Kapil Raj is back. So right
Yeah,
on
we get
time
to
for
see.
draining life.
Yeah, we got to see Kapilji's chair actually. Kapilji is not back.
His throne.
Yeah,
And he
Maga.
comes right with a Apana Vayu going down.
Yes,
So
right.
Kapilji, do your Kriya. So
Hold on. I was just getting a drink of water.
it's okay. It's okay. So I'm actually, you chimed right in where I was talking about the yogic portion. So the Pancha Prana, they all move in different directions. And I was just explaining that it's listed that Magha moves downward. This is why people defecate themselves or urinate. And Togi was confirming all of this. And when you die, this happens. So a yogi is trying to yoke the apana vayu and push it upward. And this is where you get the Shukracharya's practice of Sanjeevani Vidya, hanging upside down. The hanging upside down, he's born in Magha. He's born in death. He's seeking immortality. He has to face death. Shukracharya's color is white. He has to face death to get this Sanjeevani Vidya. So these nakshatras have a greater ability to drain life energy and age you quicker if you continuously spend their energies. Vishaka nakshatra is actually linked to the Kundalini very intimately because the Muladhara is down there. So the little coiled Bhujangi, what is Indragni? Come on, guys. Indragni, the lightning of Indra. Indra is the subtle body. Indra is your sukshma sharira, where your indriyas actually come from. Your stula indriyas, your gross senses, come from your sukshma indriyas. Whenever anyone dies, their indriyas get more intense. They smell more, they see more, they can never, when they come back from a near-death experience, they can never explain the colors. The colors don't exist here. Why does Indra go from Sahasra Yoni to Sahasraksha? Sahasra Yoni is the birth and death of the physical body. Lakshmi blesses him to become aware of his sukshma indriyas, 1,000 eyes, because in your astral body you see all directions. So then he becomes the king of Swarga Loka, which you cannot enter with your stula sharira. You have to be in your sukshma sharira. So this Vishakha is nothing but your weapon of Indra, Indragni, which is your Kundalini.
Also
You
the
don't,
Vajra Sharira concept, right? The Vajrayana, the Vajra Sharira, diamond body, all that exactly.
yes, all of that. Vishaka is very subtle nakshatra, very powerful nakshatra. But if the energy of it is used in a downward motion, it can drain your vital energy. So Shukracharya is seen as hanging upside down to get this Sanjeevani Vidya. He is reversing. He is reversing his pranas. He's doing multiple things by hanging upside down, but that's one of the features. Okay, so this is a really important part there's a reason why they call the Mahabharata, the vows of yoga. Patanjali Maharaj says that the yamas and the niyamas are vows for a yogi. He doesn't say they're things to be posted in a yoga studio, that you just are a good boy or a good girl doing it. No, they're vows for a yogi if you want success in the path of a yogi. Okay, so that's something that yogis should know. And let's take a look. Let's take a look at what Magha was like in Brihat Samhita. What was going on with Magha? Where was Magha important? What kind of nimittas came out of of Magha's nakshatra? Well, the southern direction, which interestingly we talked about Kapilji early. You can, when you watch the recording, it'd be interesting for you because there was a lot about this southern direction in Nagas that we were discussing. So that I had this as you guys were talking, I was going, God, they're my gurus tonight. Because I was just putting this together, not even knowing the knowledge that you guys had that would complement it. So the 7 nakshatras from Magha affect the southern direction. And specifically, if a retrograde graha goes into Magha, they would pay attention to the southern direction as a really important feature of prediction. And the 12 beginning with Magha make their effects felt in 1 month, 6 months. They have different. So when people are following these transits and they say, oh, a conjunction is going to happen and something's going to happen on the spot, that's a misunderstanding of how Gochar works. A lot of times something comes in conjunct something and it has an effect 6 months later. And you only know this through the nakshatras. So Magha was a starting point of a lot of these determining factors of how long something was going to take. If you notice, they're starting 12 nakshatras from Magha as first, 12 out have this kind of effect, then 7 out affect the southern direction, so on and so forth. If you wear new clothes on Magha Nakshatra, the nimitta was someone was about to die in your family or yourself. Okay, I'm not going to try to terrify everyone in this session, but I'm just giving you an idea of the kind of things that were talked about with Magha. Now, Magha belonged to people with wealth, granaries, mountaineers, interesting wild people. Kapilji, when you said it's an isolated nakshatra, that is reinforced again and again in the classics. Wanderers, people, mountaineers, like people who want to live out in the middle of nowhere. People who are devoted to their elders, interestingly. People who may care for elders, maybe people who do hospice care and these kinds of things. The Manus, their ancestors. Business people, heroes. It's considered Ugra. And on the Nakshatra Purush that's worshipped to protect the physical body. So there's multiple Nakshatra Purushas. The one that is that you do the puja to protect your physical body, Magha is your nose. Magha gives the nose. Okay, so that's an interesting factor too. You should apply it to possibly medical Jyotish sometimes as well. All right, so we have a very fiery circle of nakshatras, and Magha is one of them, where meteors are said to fall. And there was just all those meteor sightings right over Ohio and all of it. This is Brihat Samhita. This was way back in the day. But Togiji, where was it? Ohio?
It was Ohio, it was in
Ohio,
Texas, Houston,
a lot of
Houston,
places, yeah.
California. That was everywhere meteors are going. I don't know.
Guys, don't lose your lineage. It's like, look at this. How did he know? I mean, he was really
Maryland also.
Yeah, there was there was like a shower, right? And they were all hitting the atmosphere. So, he must have observed this same thing, and he observed it under these same nakshatras that were listed before. He often groups these, by the way. So fascinating thing to note. So the fire circle. And we do see a lot of fires break out in Purva Falguni for sure. I've seen a lot of fires happening. And look at this, wind rages over the land. Fire and wind rages over the land. So these are possibly connected to great destructions in weather and all of those things. A little bit more dangerous nakshatras, you could say. Now, Mahabharata. Does everyone know who was born in Magha? Three main characters are said to
Bhima
be
was born in Maga, right?
Bhim?
Yeah, no.
Yudhishthir?
No, he's Jesht.
Duryodhana is not Maga?
Duryodhan. Yeah, Duryodhan and Karn. Karna was born in Shukla Pratipad. I think Bhim was born in Krishna Navami. And I don't know about Duryodhan, but yeah, they're all Magha. And it's even speculated that Draupadi could have been Magha Nakshatra as well. There's a lot of Magha Nakshatra in the Mahabharata and a lot of references to Magha Nakshatra. Many references. I actually got them here for students. Bhishma Parva has a lot about Magha. It's interesting that you mentioned him, Dr. Paiji. So there's a lot about Magha Nakshatra in Mahabharata specifically, not Ramayan or anything. Magha is mentioned a lot. So interesting, going back to our conversation earlier about genetics and Ashlesha and Krishna telling the Nagas that they could no longer mate with humans. I just find it interesting. Like though for the listeners, we did not plan this. We just happen to always connect like this somehow. So that's interesting. It's one of the main places in the Itihasa that Magha is mentioned again and again and again. And these are probably not the only places that Magha is mentioned. These are just some of them. Okay. So, and we have Karna, you have to think of his story. He's very isolated. He's given away at birth, he's kind of rejected. We have Duryodhan, who has just this constant chip on his shoulder. Some people relate them to three gunas, the three gunas of Magha. Some people do that. I've heard this before, like Duryodhan being the tamasic version, like the bad ruler. I don't think he was really considered a bad ruler, but he was just constantly jealous and constantly this and all that. But I don't know much about that, where that source comes from, so I don't want to talk about that too much. But okay, so let's get into some technicalities. And I mentioned earlier, Rahu's Adi Devata in the Nakshatra Suktam is the Pitris. And then Dr. Paiji said Nagas, which we had a whole conversation about how that's similar. All right, so in that Navgraha Mandalam I was talking about, both Rahu and Ketu are bowing to Yama, whose Pratyadi Devata is Yama. I mean, Shani, whose Pratyadi Devata is Yama, and his Adi Devata is Prajapati, who is the physical forms of Brahma on the earth, meaning they progenate, they populate the earth, right? So the Adi Devata of a Graha is always linked to the genetics. It's always linked to the Pitru Tarpanas and all of those things. It's always representative of the karma that you have with relatives and these things, worldly karmas. And the Pratyadi Devata is what liberates you completely from this place. So interestingly, the nodes, all the Chaya Grahas are together. They're all heavily connected to Yama. And not only that, Rahu and Ketu are actually bowing. Ketu, Chitragupta, bowing to Yama. And Nritti, who Dr. Paiji illumined us, that was Yummy, is bowing to Yama. That's Rahu's Pratyadi Devata in the Navgraha Suktam. Okay. So when we look at the nakshatra dashas, how would we use, let's give you something to look at and use as a tool. So understanding Gandanta, like I mentioned earlier, is very different through nakshatra point of reference than Rashi. It's like I said, Bud, the multiplicity goes out of control. The Shiva Trimurti element of Bud decides the numbers. He's the auditor. He decides the numbers have increased too much. He cuts it, and you're left over with the little Ketu. The Rishis getting saved by Matsya avatar to repopulate the earth. Okay. So the Gandanta point has a much different meaning through Vimshottari Dasha that applies to everyone in the Kali Yuga. So we have this whole pralay element. We have a pralaya. We have a pralay in each Gandanta. We have a complete removal, a complete transition in those. And Ketu here, starting Maga, is going to be very fascinating when we start analyzing this. All right. So I would encourage students that are interested, please take a screenshot. It has not worked with people downloading the PDFs from my website, so I had to take them off. I was getting too many emails about that. So please take screenshots. All right. So when we're looking at the karma phalita, or the fruit of karma that would be coming from a nakshatra, one of the first things we need to understand is that the rashis are soil. They're like land. And in one jungle, you can have a banana tree, a coconut tree, and a pineapple tree. The distinction of the tree is the nakshatra. It's never the rashi. The rashi is just the land. So the rashi is a jungle, and it's got 3 trees growing out of it, or a desert, and it's got 3 plants that bear fruit growing out of it. So we have to understand Leo a little bit, because this is the head. This is the head. This is the entrance into Leo. This is the entrance right after that Mercury nakshatra. We have the Ketu nakshatra, Vimshottari Dasha only. Dashas, all the other dashas are, they're conditional. People keep saying Ashtotri belongs to that now, but it's a very conditional dasha. It does not work for everyone. It has different lordships, and Ketu's not even involved. Maga is ruled by moon. You know, it's completely different. So in Vimshottari Dasha, which most of us are using, we need to understand that it's that Gandanta point, that cleaning off of the multiplicity that was happening in the Mercury nakshatra, that auditing process that took place, and now the selective genes are there. So this is clearly the Gandanta where life is happening. This is clearly, Ashlesha and Maga is clearly the feminine masculine principle coming together to produce the Purva Falguni, which is the child. Now, the Maga being the first entrance into Vidyastan, we need to understand the bhavas a little bit better. So we have something called, we have these vibhagas of the kundali. So for your horoscope, you have 4 quadrants or 4 vibhags. So you have the Swa vibhaga, which is 12, 1, and 2. That's Swa, that's self. Then you have the Chitta Vibhag, which is 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Then you have the Siddhi Vibhag, which is 6th, 7th, and 8th. Siddhi, because for yogis, we're using procreative power that's happening in the 7th house to push it up. Okay, so it's a Siddhi Vibhag. Then we have the quadrant, you'd say, of the world, and say of the masses, and that's the 9th, 10th, and 11th, and that's all above the horizon. That's where Abhijit Muhurta is and all of that. So these vibhags, these quadrants, are really important because the soil of the rashis imprint on the bhava. The bhava is what allows the consciousness of that area to grow. Bhav, you're residing in, you're in a mood. You're absorbed in that. So the Rashi is absorbed in that bhava. The bhava is the very Shakti allowing that Rashi to even be a land that the nakshatras are growing out of. So the Chitta Vibhaga, we have the Buddhistan, 3rd house. We have the Manastan, which is the 4th house. And we have the Vidyastan, which is the 5th house in the natural Rashi of Leo. This Gandanta point, therefore, is extraordinarily psychological, intimate. Oh my God, Kapil, you look at this. See, he's loving something. This is the quadrant we get love in. Intimacy, whatever we connect with. What's his name?
Stewie.
Stewie.
Yes.
Okay. Hi, Stewie. So we got
It's
Darshan of
elusive.
Bhairav. So we have this Vidyastan head. Let's take Magha as the head of Vidyastan. Okay, so this little DNA intelligence, well, it pervades this Rashi. And people born in it very commonly, like I mentioned earlier, Leo is a sign of intelligence. Look, all of us here, besides maybe Santipji, I'm not sure, but all of us have something significant in Simha Rashi. And look at the science we're studying of Vidya. We're studying Vidya, and I think most of us here like to be alone, right? I mean, we are literally close friends, I think, because we have we're just laid back and we all like our own space. Okay, so Leo liking all this attention and all this stuff, I'm not so sold on that. Okay, so you guys can take a screenshot of that and read the additional stuff. I don't think I need to say this, but the one part I want to amplify here is this Trimurti element, because every Rashi is going to have all three Trimurtis, but not every Vibhaga has all four Purusharthas. Okay, this one is missing Artha, is missing earth element because it is the Chitta Vibhaga. It does not have an Artha Bhava within it. You guys all follow that, right? It's missing the earth element because it's Manas. It's the territory of Chitta. So if we're entering the head is Magha, and it's the anabolic feature, it's going to increase. The Brahma Trimurti Nakshatra within any Rashi is always the one that's anabolic, and it's interested in increasing something, increasing intelligence, increasing lineage, which could be through having children, increasing wealth. Okay, because Magha is an Artha Nakshatra, interestingly enough. There's just no Artha Rashi there. No Artha Bhava, sorry. No Artha Bhava. Okay, so it is interesting because Magha is going to increase something. Whatever it does, it could even increase isolation, but it is going to increase something. So I thought what Kapilji was saying, it was interesting earlier when he said that they'll have to file bankruptcy or they'll have to do this, because yes, Magha will increase the bad luck or the good luck. It will increase something. It is going to behave anabolic because it's the little leftover portion of the rishis that have to repopulate, and it's going to repopulate. Okay, so that's something that we should understand about Magha is it can increase illness, it can increase happiness, it can increase health, but it's going to increase something. Something is going to go to an extreme. Okay, let's look at some charts. And I have an interesting topic for us here tonight, which is lifespan. Very few people know that Magha is one of the nakshatras that can increase lifespan, even if the person has a lot of Akala Mrityu all over the chart, and even if they have a malefic conjunction in Magha, even if it's like Ketu moon, Rahu moon, Shani moon, Mars moon, I have all examples here. Doesn't matter. Magha is commonly behind a life over 70 years lifespan. Okay. Now, it's not every Magha person. Okay. There's plenty that may die early because there's something else in the chart. This is a whole science with lifespan. Okay. Medical Jyotish takes a lot of study, but this is something I caught early on because a person would have all the key features of Akala Mrityu and for some reason be living past 80. Okay. Or they'd be ill. They'd have physical illnesses and all this stuff. So look at this. And a lot of these guys are going to be scientists. So Togiji, now you know. You got all that Leo, and look at that. Okay, so look.
So apparently in the world of astrology, we know so many people who we
Many
have interact. So many are not Maga, but Leo
Leo
dominant.
in general, right? Vidyastan. Right. So here's a 91 years. He lived to 91 years. Moon in the sixth in Maga. You know.
Man, so everyone is going to live so long, right? So Kapilji, Dr. Pai.
Kapil's gonna cry.
Seriously. I'm just counting my minutes and days.
But you know, some of these scientists are quite brilliant. You know, when I was compiling this,
You know what? Scientists don't die easily, man. I have seen that.
Yeah.
Because they know their body, they are very particular, and I've seen them. Man,
and they're exercising the brain.
Yeah, I've read that because of that helps them. 80, 85, man, they will retire at 60, 65, and then they are still coming to job like every day for next 20, 25 years. I have seen those.
The neuroplasticity, because they're
Ah.
always curious, they're always wanting to know.
And then they will fight with everyone. That's another horrible thing. But they are. I have seen they don't die easily. And very
Yes,
particular with food habits, very particular, like they take care of their body also. So yeah, they don't die easily. That's true.
it's very interesting because and a lot of these guys were Nobel Prize winners,
Oh
you
yeah, yeah,
know?
yeah.
Yeah, so I mean
Yeah.
it
Toby,
fits.
you can keep eating your sweets now.
Okay, where is my laddu? I need to have that.
Yeah. Now
So
Toby's gonna go to
look
See, I
rampage.
was supposed to die, near that experience, and I again came back.
and
So
you
I'm like,
couldn't die.
I couldn't.
You got sent back by Yama.
Yes.
Yeah.
Savitri Satyavan story happened probably that too.
See? So this is another one, 81, he's, lived a long time. Here's more, guys. I'm telling you, very intelligent people, writers, very, very intelligent people. Now, this guy had an accidental suicide. He probably would have lived longer. He was already 72. His family think it was
So
an
what we are saying on an average. On an average, I have seen that,
yeah,
yes.
the
Some
average.
will die early and some will, yeah. So on an
And
average, they live.
the family thinks it was an accident because he was heating up his bathtub, in Japan, the hot baths, and the
Mm.
gas thing had come off and it poisoned, but still it was at 72, you know?
Enough,
So
man, enough. 72
yeah,
is
I mean, look at this moon Mars. It probably was an accident, Mars,
Isn't that like a
Mongol.
20 years kind of thing? So I think we only live 120 years, right?
Yeah, just
not
right.
120, but they are like 80, 85,
Depends.
Yeah,
90
I mean,
also I've
it's
seen.
unbelievable, some of
Yeah,
these guys. And here's another astrophysicist, Togi G. Look at this Moon Rahu conjunct in Maga, astrophysicist. And he
oh,
also lived a long life. These guys are all living long time. So if you guys are wanting to die, and I think he's a famous writer. Once again, very intelligent. And look, he almost lived what? Is that almost yeah, that's 90 years. 90
90
years.
years.
Once
90
again,
years.
and look at this. Look at this cluster in Leo. Okay, look at this Mars moon again with Ketu. Mars moon Ketu is supposedly like a short life thing. Okay. And he does have an Uttara Shani. I mean, Shani does play into lifespan. We have to remember that. But I'm just saying. Okay, now this guy too, I can't remember what he was, a historian. So another intelligent person, another person that works in Vidya, right? Also Moon Shani and Maga in the 12th. Okay. These guys are living a long time. I think I accidentally put his chart twice. And then we have this gentleman this was an odd gentleman. He started a museum and he was interested in all technologies. He had all these models of old cars and stuff. So once again, an intellectual person. He's very intellectual and he started a museum. And here we have Moon Rahu again in Maga. And look how he's almost 100 years old. He was a month away from 100 years old.
So if we gather all items, we end up living for 100 years, kind of.
Yeah.
Maybe there's some value to like all the museum people and all that, so yeah.
Yeah, see, I mean, like Tokiji said, these intellectual people, they just keep ticking.
No, but one thing is they maintain their food habits and all, which may be the reason for them because being intelligent, they eat good food. They are not like eating junk. So that I have seen in them, and that may be the reason why that could
I
be.
mean, it's unbelievable. It could be Tokiji because
Could be.
there were so many, I couldn't compile them all. I mean, I could just go chart after chart. Another one, another writer, a mathematician. Here, a mathematician. Leo's very intelligent. Moon Ketu.
They're strict disciplinary, while eating food habits and all. So that may be, well, yeah.
Yeah, I think some of maybe they just can't die so easy. Look at you. Like, and then, look, 91 years again. 91 was the most common. It must have some relation to Maga, and it's a 1. In numerology, 91 is a 1. A lot of these guys are living 91 years. There were like multiple charts in Devaguru with Maga living 91 years. And so here it is again. Moon Ketu. Doesn't matter if it's with a malefic, doesn't matter if it's in the 12th house, doesn't matter how malefic the chart is. Scientists often have malefic charts, by the way, because that grit and, like you said, discipline to study and even the interest to research and tear things apart and even the courage to let go of what you think you know And to be, you know, all of that takes a malefic grit. So a lot of these guys have big conjunctions of malefics, and Rahu is really common with scientists. So, so yeah, this is just an interesting factor that I wanted students to see, that this is concrete karma phalita coming through Magha, a nakshatra dealing with leaving the body, and is dealing with lifespan clearly dealing with something with lifespan. Here we have another guy. Okay, another old guy. How long did 86 years? You know, what does he have? Oh God, look at all this Magha. You know, Mars, Saturn, Venus, no one would think. And what, he was a writer, right? This guy, a philosopher, another intelligent person. Okay, living 86 years with all this malefic stuff, you know? Yeah, and then I wanted to show people just Shani and Magha alone with a life more than 80 years is the tag here, was 236 charts. Shani, just Shani alone, because he's a lifespan karka. These guys were living like 91 years, and they were all mostly, look at this, writer. The first one's a writer. You know, a lot of them are
Oh, was it the first Padha? Because Shani then goes into the fire in Navamsh.
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't
It
matter?
was all padas. It was all of them. Yeah, it didn't seem to matter. It was just like, all, look, this guy's Ketu and Magha in the first pada. It just depends, you know, on multiple factors, because you can't really isolate one planet to lifespan. It's a whole study. But I'm just saying this is one of the ingredients to bake the cake, you know? So there is something unique with the Dharma trine, by the way, guys, the Dharma trine, which is the Agni trine, because Shukra is in the heart. And I hate to tell you, but they live a long time. So even though it's an Agni Rashi, Shukra is in the Ojas quadrant, the section of the heart, and Shukra Sanjeevani. So Dr. Paiji, that interesting thing you said about Yami, and some people saying this Magha Nakshatra is her seat. In ancient Greece, they had the mysteries of death, where Hades and Persephone were the king and queen of these mystery schools. And Magha would have been considered her nakshatra. And she was a big part of it. So those mystery schools, I don't really know what they were doing. The cypress tree was sacred to Hades and all of this. Persephone is interesting because, like Kapilji said, facing that kind of like deep fall, she is stolen from the spring. He steals her and takes her to the underworld. And she at first resists it. But when you eat the food of a world, you stay in that world. So like, for instance, if we don't eat the food of this world, we lose our physical body, mostly, unless we have some yogic power. If you eat the food of the underworld, you stay in that world. So Hades tricks her and gives her that food, and she eats it. And she's stuck there with him, but she slowly realizes her real power is actually in the Patala Loka. She slowly realizes that she has a grace there. So Magha could have some of these themes where that might have used to be an understanding of this nakshatra, that it has some kind of fall, but then it realizes its authority through that. Okay, it realizes it goes down, but it actually, like the people that have the near-death experience, that's the fall of the body. So it has some kind of thing where it faces an extreme and then comes back into its seat of authority.
No, that's true. Like you eat the food and then you come back. That's true. Like for example, when you drink too much or when you have, a lot of partying, what do you do? How do you come back? Next day you drink too much water, then you're grounded actually. So
Yes,
to get
it
rid
kills
of
your
this,
buzz.
yeah, to get rid of this place, definitely you have to abandon that. That's a technique actually. I discovered that after having a lot of parties and all. No, there is something there. To get rid of this world, first food is cut off.
That's why the yogis would
That's
fast. The
why the yogis
classics
fast.
would fast.
Exactly, exactly. And I've seen that when I don't know, when you are like having too much of partying and other things, the next day you are in the air, you feel light, you are high and all those. How do you come back? By eating food. You're grounded actually. Because when you do all this, you're in the vata.
That's
And for
because that chitta vibhaga has no artha. It has no
yes,
earth
no
element.
grounded, yes.
you're now exploring the realm of the sukshma, the
Right.
sub.
So
And
if
so
you want to really leave, basically, you have to cut down that. So that. I'm not saying that everyone fast and all, but don't take good care of health, but there is some secret there.
Yeah,
and so for
even from longevity perspective, also fasting is considered to be a normal thing for longevity, right? So that's also like an actual thing, yeah.
yeah, and for a yogi, they're trying to not overwork the body. They're trying to not overwork the body by eating too much and wasting the vayus and the agni on digesting the food. And then they're trying to trap that apana vayu and direct it up. So they're trying to, Shukracharya hangs upside down. Does he eat?
No.
He doesn't eat. What does he eat? He inhales smoke, which is bringing you to the brink of death. It's actually bringing you to a brink of death. He's probably inducing, there were some yogis that would stay in the dark, and Buddhist monks actually too, for what is it, so many days, and then you start producing DMT naturally
Yeah.
if you don't have any light hit. So this descent into the underworld is necessary for a yogi, actually. These rishis, what they were doing was actually, they were using the human technology. They didn't need AI to do this. You are everything you need. This is the Vidyastan, Leo. You are everything you need. You are complete. It is an illusion that you're not complete. And so if you use the intelligence to have children, that's an extension of yourself. People do that because they feel empty sometimes. People do that out of love too. I mean, they do it for all other reasons. But you're also complete alone. You are whole and complete. And so vidya, to have vidya, this isolation element, all the rishis, all the yogis, they isolate themselves at least for a period of time. And they do these practices. So guys, I wanted to highlight just something that, someone might not think of related to Magha Nakshatra. And that's why I chose that. And so I will close here, guys. Thank you. Please take over, Dr. Paiti.
This is definitely the royal nakshatra, I feel, and the longest video of ours will be this, and it has to
Totally
be
sure, yeah.
because it is Maga. It has to be. Correct?
Had to be.
Yeah,
It's
Dr.
our-
Pai, over to you.
No, I think there were some, a lot of good points, very excellent points, FG. I'll pick on those as the thread to probably connect more. Okay, I was thinking where to start from. The first thing I wanted to point out is from Bharani Nakshatra, Maga is the 9th Nakshatra. So, do you know the story where if, like Evji mentioned, Maga is the seat of Yami. And what happens during Bhai Dooj, which means or Raksha Bandhan? For the long life of her brother, she ties a, do you see, Raksha, which means to protect him for his long life. She says, okay, please come and I will tie you a Rakhi. So Magha is the seat of power for protecting the next generation or the near and dear ones. Now, I want to give you a different perspective about nakshatras, which I would say I've never discussed this, but I will give you a different perspective about nakshatras. And for which I will probably ask Evji to share, not now, the slide that you showed about Adhomukha nakshatras, whenever I come to that. Now, the first thing I wanted to say about nakshatras, how they operate. This is from a medical perspective. And I think we have already discussed about this. See, from a medical perspective, nakshatras operate in an anabolic way and a catabolic way. And I'll explain that to you. What is anabolism? Anabolism means, trying to build complex molecules from smaller ones, which means it needs energy. And catabolism means breaking down. These are all metabolic processes, breaking down larger molecules into smaller ones, like digestion. And catabolism is about releasing energies. So you are, say for example, let me give you. Anabolism builds body tissues and stores energy, which means that is required for growth, for repair, and other things. Catabolism breaks down food and stored nutrients to create energy. So anabolism requires ATP, which is the energy to, and catabolism releases the energy. So basically what I want to say to you, so some people who want to know nakshatras better, think from this perspective. Anabolic, way of trying to do is protein synthesis, muscle building, storing sugar in the body because it wants to preserve and to be used later on. So your anabolism is like Urdhvamukha nakshatras, which means you are rising something in the body. Catabolism means you are depleting something so that you can, like fasting is what? Breaking down sugar, glycosis, or breaking down your muscles to grow muscles. So anabolic activity in your body is, increases. Anabolic means Urdhvamukha nakshatras, increases your growth hormone, your testosterone, your estrogen. However, the catabolism is, what are you doing? We are trying to release cortisols, adrenaline rush in the body. Now, Evji, can I request you to share that slide where you're talking about? There is an interesting perspective you will see here, what I'm trying to connect here.
I think I already know. This is really fascinating, Dr. Paiji, because
Yeah.
the thing, I don't want to confuse students, so let me clarify something because I think I know where you're going with this. What he's saying is correct, and okay. So hold on, this is yes. Okay.
No, there is a slide before that, not this one. There was a slide.
I just want to show them this so
Adhomukha.
they don't get confused by this in case they
Okay.
took, because Maga is considered Brahma Trimurti. Let me put my hand down. And therefore it is anabolic, meaning it will increase karma phalita. Anything happening under Maga will increase. But what you're saying is still correct, because I think you're going to talk about a catabolic feature here, and that is still correct. So I don't want students to be confused. In general, Brahma Trimurti will expand an event, and that's all the anabolic is referring to here. But what Dr. Paiji is about to talk about is also correct. Okay. Where was it? It's here.
Right. Now, you will see something which is very interesting here. All the one that I was talking about, catabolism, comes as a pair. Look, Bharani is Adhomukha, Kritika is Adhomukha. Then after that, Rohini is Urdhvamukha, which means you have to raise the ojas in the body, you fast and you burn, and then you again increase. Now you look at the next pair, Ashlesha, Magha, Purva Falguni. 3 nakshatras which are there are all Adhomukha. But after that, your Uttara Falguni is anabolic, not catabolic. Do you see what I'm trying to say here? Then you look at Mula and Purvashada. They come as a pair. So these are Adhomukha. But if you see, the most surprising ones are Vishaka and Purva Bhadrapada. There is no consecutive catabolism. It is Purva and Uttara is anabolic. Before that, there is a catabolism. So now very interesting point I want to highlight here, why I brought this up. Look at all the Shukras, nakshatras are Adhomukha. Bharani, Purva Falguni, Purvashada. Okay. 2 of Jupiter's nakshatra in Vimshottari is Adhomukha, Vishaka and Purva Bhadrapada. But they do not have 2 consecutive catabolism before the anabolism. Are you understanding what I'm trying to say here? Because that's why Jupiter has a very great ability. Why I'm saying all Shukra nakshatras are Adhomukha, because there is a power of resurrection which is there. No, but by fasting also you can increase your lifespan. No, but so that was one point that I wanted to mention. The other is Leo as a sign. If you see, there are 2 kinds of drishtis. One is called as a Graha drishti, other is Rashi drishti. And many people confuse what is the difference between Graha drishti and Rashi drishti. Graha Drishti is your Ichha Shakti. And Rashi Drishti is your Jnana Shakti. Now, if you look at the Jnana Shakti, which is the levers which give Jnana to Leo, you'll see Aries gives a Rashi Drishti on Leo. Capricorn gives a Rashi Drishti on Leo. Libra gives a Rashi Drishti on Leo. That means all the Chara Rashis are giving Rashi Drishti, of course. But those are the points where you see the exaltation of planets like Aries, Sun gets exalted. Libra, Saturn gets exalted. And Capricorn, Mars gets exalted. They're all adding to the natural fifth house, which Evji already mentioned. It is your Vidya Mandir. Vidya Mandir means that is your knowledge base. So if you have strength of Leo, which automatically you also mentioned, the nakshatras which fall in the backdrop of Leo, Maga is the birth star of Shukra. Purva Falguni is the birth star of Jupiter. Uttara Falguni is the birth star of Mercury. So Shukra and Brahaspati, you know how the war which happened, Tara Sangrama, which they say, where there's a battle that happens, which for Moon, Shukracharya comes and supports Moon because he's eloped with Brahaspati's wife, Tara. And Brahaspati is supported by the Devas. There is a huge war that breaks out, and Brahma has to come to broker peace. But what is the result of all of that? Shukra and Brahaspati are fighting for their ego because they are the teachers. But the result is Budh, who is born illegitimate. Isn't it? So basically, I'm saying that is the Vidya, which means you need two teachers and a student. Budh is the student, and Shukra and Brahaspati are the teachers. That is why you see Leo is the high seat of Vidya. Everybody thinks it is the center of power. Yes, it is the center of power, but it's inherited power. Magha means it is inherited center, which is centralized power. What is Satabhishak? Varuna? Distributed power, decentralized power. Magha is Indra, which is centralized power. What is Shatabhishak? 100 healers means 100 people who are helping you to govern that. So just remember the difference between Indra and Varuna. Varuna is distributed power and Indra is authoritative power. Magha is authoritative power, inherited power, dynastic power. So what do you think must have given Bhishma the Ichha Shakti to die whenever he wants to? There should be these gurus must have been aspecting his nakshatra. Brahaspati as well as Shukracharya, giving him the Ichha Shakti to decide when he has to die. That's why you see Aquarius is Kumbha Rashi, from which the water has to flow. Which actually means if you really want to learn, you have to empty your cup. If your cup is full, which is Leo, you will not be able to add any more thing into your cup. So Aquarius means empty your cup. What is Leo? Full. Cup is full. So you will see one very important connection that you will see with Leo and Aquarius. When Sun is in Leo, Krishna Janmashtami is celebrated. When Sun typically is in Aquarius, Mahashivratri is celebrated. Are connected to each other because for Krishna, Somanath, Shiva is their Kula Devata. Who comes to protect Shiva? Who comes to protect Krishna? Shiva comes. The first day when he was born, he is put into the cradle, his father has taken him across the Yamuna river or whatever. Shiva comes and leaves a flute and a peacock feather. So in the morning when they say, oh, here there is a peacock feather and there's a flute, because these are protective shields for him. Why the peacock feather? People have forgotten. because peacock feather is Krishna is protected by Ma Kali. Kali's another name is Krishna. And she went, and because she has to be taking avatara as Krishna in the male form, she had to leave her yoni. And the yoni went and became the peacock feather. If you see the center of the peacock feather, it looks like a yoni. It's a very colorful thing. Remember, the peacock feather falls in the tail of a peacock. What is tail? Ketu. That's why peacock is also called a shiki, which is Ketu. So are you saying the connections what I'm trying to bring in? The peacock feather for Krishna, sun is, Aditya also mentioned, right? Sun should be in Leo for Krishna. Because if his moon is in Rohini and he's born on Ashtami Tithi, Shukla Krishna Paksha, sun should be in Leo. And Mahashivratri will always happen opposite sign. Anyway, so I think I don't want to, there are so many other points that I wanted to discuss, but I think this is going to be an extremely long video. So I wanted to see what is your inputs, and then Santip can take over.
No, Dr. I think the peacock feather part is interesting because even with Kali also, famously, she's linked with like Shakti. Shakti is also like, dissolution, the white color distributing itself into the rainbow color of peacock and all that. Makes perfect fit for Kali also because.
Do you know one more thing? With Krishna Avatara, Yoga Maya is born with.
Yeah.
But he is ferried across for safety, and the girl child is kept there when Kamsa comes and tries to fling the child and crush her by slamming it to the wall of the prison. She just slips from his hand, flies, and there is a Akashvani, which means there is a broadcast. She says the child who is going to be your killer is already born and is safe. So she comes as Yoga Maya. So Krishna is protected by Yoga Maya, who is nothing but a Kali Avatara.
In fact, there are in India, there are people who consider that Yoga Maya to be like the Kuldevi and all that. One of the things that is, one of the goddesses linked with that is called as Vindhyavasini Devi. Vindhyavasini Devi is attributed to a legend where like of course she resides in Vindhya mountains and all that, but then there is a thing where they say like a king who was linked with this particular Devi, his entire army died, and then he prayed to this Devi. The Devi revived everyone, brought them back to life, and then he literally conquered one land. And apparently, that land is still there. It's close to Bihar kind of thing going on, if I'm not mistaken. So that part actually, so fascinating actually.
It is very close to Varanasi.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Again, wherever people go to die, and those are Kshetras, you see wherever Shiva is there, it is called as Chitta Bhumi.
Yeah.
Where Shiva's certain temples, near that there is a cremation ground.
Yeah.
I'll give you some of the main temples. Varanasi is one of them. Where the Chitta Bhumi is there right outside, you will see, you go to Manikarnika Ghat, or there is Harishchandra Ghat. When you are going through a phase of your life and you want to release, I remember I sent one of my clients to go there. They were going through a lot of, and this person said, I've never been to Varanasi. And I specifically asked him to go to Manikarnika Ghat. And he said he went and he sat there, and it was very surreal for him to see there was, flames of dead bodies coming. There are dead bodies coming. And he said he cried for 1 hour. That was a huge release. It's a purging thing. The same thing you will also see in Kathmandu.
Yeah.
Because that Pashupatinath, just outside the Pashupatinath Mandir, there is Bagmati River. And on the banks of that, there is Arya Ghat, one of the biggest Chitta Bhumi of Nepal. Even the kings of Nepal, their bodies are finally burnt on Arya Ghat, on Bagmati River. So in some way, I want to bring this concept.
What about Ujjain and all, Dr. Pai? Was there?
There is Shipra.
Yeah, no,
Shipra. Yeah, but I don't know if there is a Ghat, but these are two big places I know. There might be other places as well. But I want to say, if you experience Maga, which means people just go to Varanasi to die. Which means people are staying in many of those places. You go near the Ganges River, old people come there and they stay in, hostels and things just to die. Because they're already abandoned by their family. They have left everything. They said, I want to come to this Chitabhumi to die. Can you imagine the kind of thing? That means you're very close to experience death and life. That is a place what Kashi is.
When are we going, Dr. Pai?
I've been twice. I want to say Kashi is a place, it's called Varanasi. It's made of two names, two rivers, Varuna and Assi. Both are tributaries of river Ganga. Varuna, Assi is Varanasi.
So,
Assi Ghat is there.
So, Dr. Pai, when are we planning?
Whenever you say, I'm ready.
Nakshatra,
Because
our video is
have
done.
to-
27 nakshatras completed. Now we can. Our Kashi is done now.
Exactly. See, Kashi is Kashi Vishwanath. If you experience that, then you go to Purva Phalguni, Uttara Phalguni. You know what? Shivalinga is associated with Purva Phalguni.
Yeah.
But to experience the Shivalinga, you have to go into Maga, which means that is the realm of our ancestors. Means, see, not every ancestor is a Pitri. Do you know that? This again, I want to correct. Everybody who dies doesn't become a Pitri. Only those very few amongst your ancestors who keep coming into your dreams or who you meet them when you are having a near-death experience, because they are like, Evji, like death doulas. The death doulas are people who are wanting to help. Not every person can be a death doula. Similarly, a death doula is on our side, on this side of the grass. Who are on the other side of the grass, who help you in your journey, those are your Pitris. Not everybody who dies become a Pitris. Remember this. Only those elevated souls who want to help you in the journey after will come. How come not every of your ancestors who die will come in your dreams? Or when you have a near-death experience, out-of-body experience? Many masters will be seen. They are called as bodhisattvas. In Buddhist traditions, they are called as bodhisattvas. Right opposite to your Magha Nakshatra is Sattavishak Nakshatra. Who is Sattavishak? These are your bodhisattvas, the 100 spiritual light masters. You talked about Vajra, body. Light. They have all already turned into light. And they want to help many souls to achieve that light. Not everybody is able to achieve that light. So that's why if you know the nakshatras, going from Kritika Nakshatra to Vishaka Nakshatra is called as Devayana Nakshatras. Going from Anuradha Nakshatra to Bharani Nakshatra is called as Pitriyana Nakshatras. So that means Anuradha is, if you're going in that path of the Pitris, then you have a pit stop. What is your pit stop? The dark side of the moon. Do you know the moon is locked? The phase of the moon is locked with the earth. There is no living human being has ever seen the other side of the moon. We will not be able to see it. Because that, who goes there? Why is that side is not visible to us? Why during a new moon day, they come onto the earth plane? Because, Aditya, you can correct me. On the new moon day, the dark side of the moon will have the full light of the sun.
Yep.
So then that means they cannot be on that, because there is not even one place, edge where there is darkness. It is completely dark side of the moon is lit with the sun. That's why they say, I am coming to the earth. Because it's darker here on the earth than on the darker side of the moon. Are you understanding something? This is very fascinating. But as soon as the new moon is over, they go back. Because there is one part of the moon which again goes into shadow, which means it goes into darkness. Am I correct, Aditi? Astronomically, am I saying the right thing?
Yeah, 100% right. That's what happens.
So that's why Amavasya, they're coming here. Because they cannot stand the light on the dark side of the moon. That's why Amavasya is very important. So that's why I want to say one more thing. When can you do Tarpanam? Tarpanam is our technology to connect with those Bodhisattvas. Not everybody who dies cannot be a Pitri. That's what I said very clearly. Those bodhisattvas who are going to help us to move towards different layers. So, Tarpanam is usually done at points like Amavasya. So, there are 12 Amavasyas. Tarpanam can be done when there is a Sankranti, which means the sun is moving from one Rashi to another. Then you have Uttarayana and Dakshinayana. That is when also you do. Plus, you have 15 days when you do Pitru Puja, which is Pitru Paksha. 15 days. Isn't it? So, these are the. See, I want to share something more important here. Do you know the technology to connect with our ancestors is different from the technology to connect to the Devas? The technology that is used to connect with the Devas is Agni, fire. And Agni's concert has to be asked for to connect with the Devas. Swaha. Any mantra, when you're putting something, we say Swaha. So that connects you to the Devaloka. But to go to Pitru Loka, you cannot use Agni. You have to use water and Swadha. Swadha is another wife of Agni. Swaha, Swada. So if your Manipura Chakra is Agni, below the Manipura Chakra is Swadhisthana Chakra, which is water, which is Swadha. And the chakra above Manipura Chakra is Anahata Chakra, the unstruck one. That is Swaha. So there is a mudra, which is called as Apana Mudra. Evji was talking about Apana Vayu. Apana Mudra. This is Apana Mudra. Do you know what is this mudra? This mudra helps you. This is like a deer mudra. It helps you to detoxify your body, remove the toxins from the body. So whenever a yagna is happening, you know what you do? You take the rice with these two fingers, you touch it to your heart, and then you put it to fire. Swaha, swaha. Like you are a petal you are picking up. How many petals are there in the heart chakra? 12 petals. 16 petals. Manipura, 10 petals. So just by doing this, you cannot have a yagna, you can have a candle, you can have a lamp. Just touch your heart and you release. So you're plucking every little flower from your lotus and you're offering it to Agni. Swaha. Very beautiful technology. If your ancestors, you have to offer water, the water has to flow from the index finger and the thumb finger. And the water, if you're facing east, it will flow towards the south. That's the direction of Yama, Yamaloka. That is called as Pitru Tirtha, Pitru Tarpanam. Deva Tarpanam, Rishi Tarpanam, Brahma Tarpanam, Brahma Yagna, Rishi Yagna, Deva Yagna, Pitri Yagna. What a beautiful system. Just from how the water flows from your palm, it's going to different directions. Because if it flows from the tip of your thing and you're facing east, it is going to Indra Loka, Surya Loka, to the Devas. If it is going towards the north, from here, it's going to Rishi Loka. If it is going to the south, when you turn it, Yamaloka, to the, and if it is going towards the west, Brahma Tirtham. Because that is Varuna. Because of Varuna, the Saptarishis are riveting and they are standing here because of Varuna. It is not Indra. Varuna has asked the Saptarishis to come and guide us, our consciousness. These are the guardian angels of our. That's why, remember, Evji, I said 7 Pitris? The Rishis are also 7 Saptarishis. They, for a Manvantara or for one Yuga, they become the guiding forces for us. They are our guardian angels. They are all Brahma's sons, mind-born sons. They are called as Prajapatis. Out of 10 Prajapatis, 7 of them come down to guide us. For them, who is the guide? Dhruvatara, pole star. Did you know how the sailors used to actually sail from India? They used to have a very simple tool made of wood and thread. And what they used to do, they used to look to see the directions and move in the directions. They used to look at the Dhruvatara, and with that weapon, not the weapon, that instrument, like a yantra, they would know how to sail, which direction to sail. Such a simple technology, just to look at the Dhruvatara, from there you can actually look. And you know what was that apparatus, the simple compass that was used at that time called? In Hindi, they used to call it Kamal. Hindi they say, right? Kamal ho gaya. Simple tool, Kamal ka tool hai. So that means anybody who is sailing and is not knowing the direction, Dhruvatara can guide us. Otherwise, there was no compass. How did Indian sailors have so much of trade across, whether it is, do you know, even the sailors, when Vasco da Gama was coming, the Indian sailors actually helped him to come to India. They had no technology at that time. But the Indian sailors had done a lot of trade with Africa. You go to Southeast Asia. One of the largest temple in the world, Sanatana Dharma, Hindu temple, is not in India. It is in Cambodia, Angkor Wat. Who built them? Who gave them the technology to build in Cambodia? Because our trade was so very much spread that it was a Chola, Chola king who actually built that temple. Anyway, let's cut it short, but I'm saying there is so much of rich heritage which is there. Even going to our temples, which are ancient temples, will also connect you to Maga. How many hospitals that our ancients have created are still there? But look at the temples, monasteries, thousands of years. They have stood the test of time. They have gone through, what about Pyramid of Giza? 4,500 years. What about earthquakes, tsunamis? Survived all of those. Wasn't there a cloudburst in Kedarnath? And surprisingly, a block of stone just comes and diverts the huge cloudburst, and the temple is safe. Some people can call it a coincidence, but how can it happen? Such an old temple of Kedarnath, and that block of stone is still there if we go now. They have not moved it. That is the technology of our ancients. When we didn't have drill bits and other things, they were creating such wonderful, architectural marvels across the world. I'm not talking only about India. Go to Mexico. How many wonderful temples you see there? For one moment, can we really stand there and say, wow, this is Maga? Maga is that which says you wow. That wow feature, Maga can bring you.
You should see the Brihadishwara temple. Beautiful. How they created that marble.
Exactly. Go to Sri Rangam. Do you know the towers, the 4 huge towers? With that kind of height, an earthquake could easily shatter it and fall. It is not. Do you know there was an earthquake in Nepal? The entire city of Nepal has fallen down, but what happened to the Kathmandu temple? Has it been any damage? No, that's what I'm trying to say. That technology, you will not even be able to recreate. That is Maga. Maga is, you go to Padmanabhaswamy Temple. On an autumnal equinox, you will see the sun when it sets. You can see the sunset through the Gopuram, the east Gopuram. Every little step you will see the windows and you will see the sunlight coming from there. That is exactly what I'm saying. Look at the autumnal equinox picture on Padmanabhaswamy. Say autumnal equinox in the Google. Yeah, autumnal equinox. Now look at this.
Wow.
It's a sunset and it goes exactly through the middle and it will set the sun. Isn't this are architectural marvel. This is Maga.
Even the Konark, no, you see that on the specific day, the sunrise, when the sunrise happens, it falls on the sun
Exactly.
god image. Yeah.
With primitive tools, 1,000 years ago, when sailors didn't even know how to sail without a compass, they have created these absolutely magnificent things.
Do you think they really had primitive tools?
That's what I'm trying to say. They were not, they were super advanced, and that is what we want to connect to. So
I
that's
really,
why I am very convinced that Maga is also AI. Artificial intelligence that you are thinking, it is not artificial. It is the supreme intelligence of the human consciousness, which we are tapping in is not human. It is something which is, you can't even think about it and fathom. I'm not saying only India. You can go to anywhere. Go to Mexico, go to Latin America, Machu Picchu, go to Stonehenge. Those were all planetariums, right? Observatories. See, what do you say? Hats off to the architecture of Sri Padmanabhaswamy Temple. Look how 12 p.m., where is the sunlight? Look at 2 p.m., the second window is lit. Then 4 p.m. and 6 p.m. the last. It doesn't happen every day of the year. It only happens on autumnal equinox. Anyway, I think we have spoken, I've spoken quite a lot. Sandeep, over to you.
this is interesting.
Yeah, no, this was a great points, Dr. Pai. This was brilliant. I think, this was a lot of great points. I think a lot of great points are already shared. So my job is basically to connect everything shared, which is great. First thing I want to say was that at least in the Vedic times, the most powerful person in a particular court was not the king. In terms of decision making, it was a Rajguru. So this guru, of course, was most likely a rishi. Someone who was enlightened, and he had the ability to may have the final say whether the king would act on it, kind of thing or not. The king would, of course, implement the decision and so forth and all that. And the Rajguru famously would not own any positions. He was a rishi after. He did not care for any positions, kind of thing. And this was the case actually. So many of the royal lineages would have these kind of Rajgurus, and these would be a thing. The king would, of course, experience of the wealth and power and all that, but the royalty, the Rajguru would always have an important. And Jyotisha was a shastra which was, of course, practiced by Rajgurus, royalty, people who advise royalty and all that and so forth. There is a Raj Jyotishi, so correspondingly you find this lineage of Raj Jyotishi still in this India to this day. You do find that kind of case where actually a lot of Jyotishis who are advisors to king kind of thing coming up, or potentially like descendants of future Rajgurus kind of thing who basically ends up being a Jyotishi in this lineage. So that's the first thing I want to highlight. The idea that there could be a royalty link. Such a big point. A royalty link, Maga natives at some point in time, they were linked with royalty. They are descendants of kings. Now, we all are descendants of kings without a doubt. However, at some point in time, Maga natives more so, because more genetic proportion, something like that, will be the case. And most of the time, you find that very strongly in these natives. Like they have that sudden commanding power, they have the mastery of the knowledge, or they have this gift in a particular segment of knowledge, or any particular gift they have, and all that can definitely be linked. And this is a very direct thing. Most of the time, the royalty skill sets, the power of management, project management, or corporate things, or politics, or even leadership aspects, and so forth. To put in Indian context, you find a lot of people go for an MBA and all that. So like you go for your natural bachelor's degree, and you go for your MBA, the master's in business administration degree. Magnetics are natural MBAs. Like they don't want to get an MBA degree to run the business. They are naturally capable of running it. It's there in their blood kind of thing going on. So their ancestors were business people. Their father was a business person. They grew up around a business. They don't need to study business, right? Having said so, you'll still find a category of people who will naturally be drawn to these management kind of sciences. People who go and study political sciences, management sciences, and all that. Of course, in India, you want your children to become like a doctor or an engineer, which is what the traditional stereotype is usually. So from that perspective, actually, so normally, but you'll still find a lot of people, engineers, who will go the path of MBA kind of thing, and so which is normally Maga. Because most of the time, these are the native. And the other thing, of course, with Maga is that they'll want to go for positions of power. So naturally drawn to government kind of thing, government jobs and so forth in this area. The usual government machinery, like whether you're a congressman, when you're a senator, when you're part of the government thing, you're the solicitor general, or whatever, positions of power within the government structure. Or in UP, BR kind of situation, you are like working for the central government, working for the state government, a state government, employee can demand more dowry in UP and Bihar compared to like someone who works in Google and all that. So you kind of understand they value the governmentship, they value the being linked with power and all that much more strongly than even the normal technology and all that, which is the world of Rahu kind of thing going on. But having such the Rishi kind of thing is very interesting. The royalty in ancient time were really people who were very wise. That's the other interesting thing that also needs to be understood. Maybe in India you had a setup of Rajguru and kings and so forth, but in other part of the world, the wisest person of the land was the king of the land. The wise king of Solomon is a great example. Actually, he was very wise kind of thing. So here is also a very interesting concept where like someone who is very wise, someone who is enlightened, someone who's attained that Brahmajnana kind of thing was capable of becoming a guiding force, guiding light to many people. This was the original king. The original king was an enlightened being. And that is why to emphasize that they are enlightened, the Sahasrara chakra is wide open. That's why a crown would be given to them. Now, of course, you would wear the crown upon the king, and therefore the Sahasrara chakra is already open. A lot of energies are being passed on to the crown. At some point in time, even when the descendants were not enlightened, just by wearing the crown, it was capable of uplifting all the energies all the way to the top. This was a real thing going on with crowns. This was why you have royal jewelry being passed on, royal robes being passed on, the royal scepter being passed on, the royal crown being passed on, and all that. And so, a very important point, because this is a real thing. This was something which kings would use. Many royal lineages have used to this day, and they had its own utility. They had its own power uplifting kind of energy. They had a functional kind of energy to it, kind of thing. Got marked. There's a functional quality to this particular jewelry kind of thing. It's something to recognize. And this was also linked with what you would call as objects of power. So definitely these are spiritual objects that would gather power and all that. So definitely you find this kind of spiritual objects of power in all spiritual traditions, no matter what you follow, whether it's a yoga, the yoga danda of a yogi, whether it's a kamandali of a rishi, or whether it's a scepter carried by like a king, or whether it's like even what do you call it, the vajra carried by a Buddhist lama or whatnot. And definitely it is all objects of power. There is Shakti in that object. You would carry that object, and then that Shakti would capable of highly uplifting you through that energy that was stored in that particular object kind of thing. This is the first thing I want to highlight. And this was, many ways, this was a big thing, which was very fascinating because one very great thing which I think Yuji shared was that how Maga could be linked with meteorites. So in Chinese thing and all that, they actually say meteorites were when higher dimensional beings like gods would come from the celestial world to the earthly plane, because their body would get suddenly dense and all that. The meteorites were literally bodies of gods literally being formed in the earthly plane. So there was a higher dimensional, there was a Shakti aspect to meteorite. And meteorites is a big deal. Meteorites, so objects of power would quite often be linked with meteorites also from that perspective. In Japan and all that, you have the legend, if you watch some animes, the sword made from a meteorite became an evil sword and wants to kill the entire people and all that. You begin to see those kind of things. Of course, the other side of animes is there, like you get a sword from the meteorite, which saves the entire kingdom and all that, and so forth also. So that's also the other hidden thing. Now, it does not mean that you should go for hunt meteorites kind of thing, but funnily enough, Vatican Church is actually literally hunting meteorites. Why is the church hunting meteorites? And they are not astronomical institute, they clearly have thing, but they are hunting meteorites. So they understand this side of power thing, and you'll clearly see that. But here the important point is that meteorites can be powerful, but meteorites can be evil also, which is some anime has some truth to it. Some meteorites can be evil. So it's not always going to be divine beings. Can be sometimes evil beings also that can come. Not all Shakti is strong. But anyway, positive for that matter. So that's one thing I want to highlight. And as I mentioned, the royalty linkage with Maga Nakshatra is very powerful. And quite often you see that royal ego coming out of them, no matter what. This is like an ordinary person in the beggar, but make high demands to like who's asking them. I don't care who you are, I'm just going to be myself, right? That kind of thing going on. I don't care what your position is, what title is, I'm going to just like, do whatever I want to do kind of thing. And that's a real quality, that's a royalty quality. Like if you feel like you're a king, your genetics is linking you with the king, definitely you will feel like that. Rishis did not care. They had Brahmajnana and all that, did not care. Like even I believe, the teacher of Socrates, teacher of Alexander, when there was some Greek guy who was just laying down enjoying the sun, Alexander came and like everyone is behind Alexander and all that. The guy basically said, please move. You're blocking my son to the king of Greece and all that. So you find these kind of people actually. Did you have something to say, Easy? Go ahead.
I was going to say it's Diogenes.
Oh, Diogenes. Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah. Diogenes, yeah.
In case someone wants to look him up. Yeah, it's Diogenes.
Yeah,
Great story.
the Greek Avadhuta kind of thing, like, who was like, who did not care for the king. So you find that called in Maga. Most of the time, they have that genetic linkage going on. They have that link going on with an ancestral greatness. An ancestor was achieved greatness. That kind of energy can be claimed in Maga, kind of thing, without doubt. Now, this ancestor might have achieved his spiritual powers, can attain Brahmajnana, can be like a master of wealth, And depending upon the karma of the ancestors and all that, that can be different also. Sometimes it can be Vidya kind of thing, as Evji mentioned. Sometimes it can be a Shakti kind of thing with some kind of domain knowledge or domain kind of ability. Or it can be like something else also. It can be like management skills or corporate ability or political kind of thing going on in their blood. And this is a big thing. And this is one of the first things which Kapilji mentioned actually. You have to acknowledge the force of the ancestors. And quite often the solution for these natives is to connect back to what their ancestors did. And this can happen in many ways. One of the easiest way to do this, like do a DNA test of yourself. Find out which DNA group is dominantly linked with you. And then find out what did your DNA ancestors do. Like say you have DNA of like Vikings. Now this is very interesting actually. This is like say Vikings were like, okay, they were great masters of trade and conquered lands and so forth. Of course, modern day conquering land is not possible. So you might have to find some alternative for that. You might have to conquer some scientific domain, or you have to have some drive kind of thing towards something and all that. That kind of thing would be the case. You might have to find some athletic ability, martial ability, so forth. Whatever they are good at that can be playing out. But a superior kind of thing with Maga is like, many times ancestors in India, there's a fundamental thing that happens, and there's a uniquely Indian problem also, where your ancestors might have worshipped a Devi or Devata, and the descendants the ancestors prayed for the Devi Devata, assuming that the future descendants will be linked with a Devata, will be maintaining that worship. But at some point in time, this Kula Devi or Kula Devata, the Devi Devata who blessed that original ancestor, who gave multiple blessings for multiple generations, because of the other economic forces that would come, people would move away from the village, people would actually be in a different town. They do not have the link with the Devi Devata. And this is a uniquely Indian problem where many people have not had a link with Kula Devata and Kula Devi. And this is literally, you see in a lot of people get stuck in their life because they don't reconnect with the original deity or Kula Devi or Kula Devata whom their ancestors originally worshipped. The moment you link with that deity, though, everything opens up. Because it's like that blessing was just waiting to come into your life. That blessing which you had, like the original ancestor might have developed Shakti, say to the Manipura point or to the another point kind of thing, and you are still stuck in Muladhara kind of thing. The moment you go to that particular temple, that originally that 4 chakras already opened up, you go to a temple, suddenly you're feeling a easy boost kind of thing. A lot of problems are getting resolved because that energy is established at that particular point. So very powerful point actually. So this Kuladevi and Kuldevata becomes very, very important with Maga Nakshatra natives, more so. All the Rahu Ketu Nakshatras have this particular thing. But the moment they actually start to reconnect with a Kuldevi or Kuldevata, they can be, their Ishtadevata could be anyone. They could be worshippers of Krishna, they could be worshippers of like Shiva, doesn't matter, but their ancestral deity. The family deity is a very important factor, no matter what. This becomes very much important for Maga Nakshatra native. And quite often I've seen royalty kind of karma playing out very directly. Without a doubt, you can claim this native at one point in time was a king in a past lifetime. Without a doubt. Or they were around kings. Depending upon the planet, you can make that kind of prediction also. They were around kings, they were around royalty, they have karmic link with multiple lineages of royalty. Different royalty lineages have different karmas actually, which is why you find when Ketu's in Maga, many royalty people are literally suffering right now. Like literally the entire Gulf kingdoms are literally suffering. Like I wouldn't know where they are with this Ketu kind of karma. They experience a lot of loss kind of thing going on. Now this is the other aspect. So the practical that is that quite often you might have an actual karma with one of these kingdoms. You might be drawn to UK, you might be drawn to Morocco, you might be drawn to Belgium, which is technically a kingdom. Like one of these constitutional monarchy places you might be actually drawn to. You might be drawn to the Gulf region where you might have karma and all that. Maga Nakshatra natives quite often you will see have that karma kingdoms actually. Now the other interesting point which I want to highlight was one very interesting other character also as Maga as a main nakshatra. And that is actually, I believe it is Sita actually. Sita's nakshatra is actually Maga if I'm not mistaken. There are some people who claim that. Now that's very interesting because if you look at Sita and Rama, Lord Rama is famously Punvasu kind of thing, and Sita is Maga actually. Now one is a cat, another is a rat. But famously it is said that when you do the Purtam kind of thing, Punvasu and Maga Nakshatra natives, apparently for Lord Ram and Goddess Sita, the Puritam, the marriage matching was like perfect, like 36 out of 36 kind of thing is what was argued actually. Something like that, that is a typical argument you see. But however, their married life was challenging. So Sita got kidnapped by Ravana and all that. Lord Ram literally had to fight for this thing. And this can be a theme for them also. Maga Nakshatra native might have to literally experience challenges on a marriage front, and so forth. They might have to go through that kind of karma. And there might be some distance karma coming between the marriage, or some distance energy coming to the marriage once the marriage happens, because Shani is the 7th lord after all for these natives. So that kind of thing can play out actually. But Sita kind of thing is interesting because Sita is definitely lingua royalty. She was found by Janaka and all that, so that kind of thing is also there. But one interesting thing here is also that Goddess Sita is also definitely, having a famous husband. The king was her husband kind of thing going on and so forth. She also gave birth to twins also. So those kind of teams and all that you can link here. Ketu Nakshatras can have a twin kind of linkage also. So you find that particular love push kind of thing was a children of Sita. So that kind of aspect also you can see. So Sita kind of thing is also interesting. So you find that particular Sita-like qualities also. So like doesn't matter, you might have Ravan in front of you, will still be like, I'm still, my husband is greater than you kind of thing going on and all that. So that kind of thing you'll find also. So that kind of thing, you will see that kind of quality, that kind of behavior from these natives also from their perspective. It's like a normal Sita-like thing. So just to explain that. The other big thing I want to share was the idea of like, the idea of like the Regulus star being which Aditya mentioned. Regulus was a very important star in ancient times. Extremely important star to the point where ancient Egyptian kings would wait for Regulus to rise so that they could be coronated. Actually, they would literally wait for Regulus to be rising the eastern horizon. Only when Regulus was risen would they do the rituals, would they do the initiation ceremony, would they big projects and so forth. And this was a very powerful thing. Regulus is a very powerful star when you want to achieve independence and when you want to have your own kingdom. I cannot say that enough. If in this day and age, a lot of people want to develop their own businesses kind of thing. You want to have your own independence kind of thing in this day and age. The moment you connect with Maga, the moment you meditate upon Regulus, this is the fundamental energy you will access no matter what. Meditating upon Regulus is one of the best things anyone can do. And there's a lot of occult work that used to happen around Regulus and all that, to the point where a lot of people would actually wait, when would big transit happen on Regulus and all that. Oh, Jupiter is now on Regulus in 2 years' time. Literally, I can create some potion, I can create some jewelry, I can do some magic and tantric thing and all that. I can create a ritual, I can whatever many occult rituals can be used for that time. Literally, to start a thing and all that, when you target big movements and so forth, this was a big thing. The other thing I want to highlight, and Regulus was a huge deal. I cannot emphasize that. It's a huge deal to the point where Maga was so important that they understood the power of Maga. They understood the ability, the creative power of this nakshatra, their ability to create something new, conquer, to be superior to that, to the people around them, and to actually attain a lot of greatness kind of thing here. And without a doubt, these natives are capable of achieving greatness as well, without a doubt. A lot of rishis definitely attained Brahmajnana and all that and so forth. Now, the rishi thing is very interesting because Yuji mentioned in one of her classes how the Maga being a Brahma Nakshatra, if you start from the Brahma Nakshatra of Prajapati, and then she said the first progeny of Brahma Prajapati, the Prajapati was basically the Sanat Kumaras who did not want to have children. So they were like, we are done, we don't want that. Then Yuji mentioned that then the next progeny whom Brahma created was the Rishis actually. Rishis were like, okay, fine, you have to now create the so rishis were now like, okay, now we will populate the human race kind of thing going on. So this particular karma, which Kapilji also mentioned, and definitely like, Evji also mentioned, these natives will have a karma with the next generation, whether they like it or not. Either you will propagate a generation forward, or you'll have to create something new for the next generation. You have to create some assets, some wealth for the next generation to experience kind of thing going on. And quite often it might be their own Pura Punya kind of thing, why they are experiencing, they are born into big family, they are born into wealthy family kind of thing as well. Now, quite often the wealth that is given to the next generation is not always physical wealth. It can be the wealth of knowledge, wealth of behaviors, wealth of samskaras, wealth of rituals. Wealth of rituals is a big deal. Wealth of rituals is a big deal where rituals were actually valued based on your ancestral lineage. And this is an actual karmic thing, by the way. A lot of temples do require certain specific blood descendants to do certain rituals and all that. Those kind of temples are very much there in India and all that. And that descendant has to do that ritual, only then will it be satisfied. Because the original energy was bought by their ancestors actually. That only when that particular descendant, or there has to be like a verbal agreement where a Shakti transference will happen from one group to the other group. Unless the Shakti transfer has not happened, this ritual will not fulfill. And this is a real problem actually. Because quite often people will be like, why do you want these kind of particular descendant? Who cares? Like, what is special about this descendant and all that? But it's like a fundamental energy problem. Like the original energy came because of this original descendant doing the sadhana and all that. Only their descendant is capable of actually utilizing the DNA energy to maintain that energy and handle those things and so forth. There are a lot of temples like that, a lot of blood-related temples, a lot of Kulachara temple as it's called. Kavala and all that is famously linked with blood-related thing. That's a DNA kind of thing going on. And this is the temple where even if you hire a pandit to do the ritual, it won't be satisfied. The deity will not be satisfied until you yourself do the ritual directly. And there's a natural inclination for Maga natives to do the rituals directly. That is a big thing also being received. A lot of Kavala people, hardcore, they are into rituals. They'll end up doing those kind of things anyway. But this is a big thing actually, because quite often you see that technical thing falling upon Maga natives in many powerful ways. And quite often when I ask them is there a ritual and all, they'll say, yeah, there was a ritual I'm expected to do, and I couldn't do it or so far. And all the problems are also coming when they stop doing the rituals, kind of thing also. That's also one more thing you'll see going on. Now, the other thing, which is a big thing with Maga, is basically the idea of magic and spiritual power and all that. So this is a real point. Quite often these natives do have a DNA gift kind of thing going on. They have some accurate gifts, psychic abilities. They will definitely have some third eye kind of gifts, astral travel and all that kind of thing can come. Definitely that is a very strong thing. A spiritual lineage kind of thing is also very strong for them. Quite often direct link with a spiritual lineage cannot be claimed. Or most of the time I've seen they are linked with a lineage of Guru Parampara kind of thing going. A strong lineage link can happen. Either this can be like a Buddhist lineage, this can be like a yogic lineage, one of these like say Datta Guru Parampara, or like Shankaracharya Guru Parampara and all that. That kind of thing you'll be able to see a linkage with these natives also. That's also one of the things you'll see going on. And quite often, of course, these Guru Paramparas carry strong magic kind of energy. You see that kind of thing going on. And the spiritual fire within these natives is also very high. So quite often you find all these dharmic types, right? The people who want to propagate dharma and all that kind of thing, but sometimes to the point of fanaticism, which can also be for both for good or for bad. But the spiritual fire is very real, no matter what. The spiritual fire, the fire that can remove a lot of sins and so forth is also very real. And quite often these natives are naturally drawn to the Agni kind of thing, no matter what. They'll be naturally drawn to either the spiritual fire within themselves, or they'll be drawn to the havans and homas and all that. That can also happen. Quite often they will have karma with homas no matter what. At some point in time they'll be attending homas, fire rituals, can be like a group burning man ritual. Even that also is fire, so that even there also some purification of karma will happen one way or the other. It's like an actual thing. There's a karmic thing for them because of that. Now the other interesting thing is like that of the link with Pitris, which we talked about a lot. But I thought it was interesting when I was talking. When the talk was going on, a lot of crows just showed up and came, and there was some background of crows also made. And this comes a very strong omen of Pitris. You go somewhere, crow show up, Pitris are there, so you have to consider that as Pitris kind of thing. Crows are very powerful indicators of Pitris. And quite often, if a crow is present, you have to make a prediction that Pitris are also present. That means either you have good link with Pitris. If crows are disturbing, then you have problematic link with Pitris. That kind of thing you have to definitely utilize. That becomes a very important thing. Of course, there is a legendary crow, Kakabushundi and all that. The crow that saw the timelines of Mahabharata and all that, multiverse kind of crow and all that is there. So very legendary crow is there. So quite often these natives might be bringing energies from different universe or different timelines also, all that kind of thing would also be very real. So just like how Kakabushundi kind of thing saw that in all the universe, all the multiverse kind of thing, he has been visible. He saw in all the Ramayana war, Rama would always defeat Ravana, and the Mahabharata war, always the Pandavas would win, was the final conclusion that would be static across all the timelines kind of thing going on. So quite often this can be very real in the sense that if your ancestors fought with a particular group, like this particular ancestors and so forth, there was always fighting, good chance and whatever story happened between those ancestors, the same story will play out again in the next generation kind of thing as well. This is unfortunately very real in India, land with rich history like India, where some last name people fought with other last name people, and you find that karma not so even now. Unless like a what do you call a religious leader or a enlightened person comes in one of those groups and resolve the differences kind of thing. Otherwise, this is the case. Unfortunately, this is very real. So you find that kind of thing going on very real. So it's one thing to be mindful of from that perspective. The other thing which I thought was very interesting was that there is one thing where they say the magic of childbirth. So childbirth is kind of very interesting in many other ways. So of course, when the union happens, as I mentioned, there is a spark that happens at that point in time. So it is said that the energy of the parents at the moment of conception determines the health of the child for a lot of in many ways. So like if the energy of the parents is high level, then the child's energy is also high level. But if the energy of the parents is low level, then the child's energy is also low level. And Chinese medicine all that utilize that principles a lot, and you find those kind of applications also. Like in Garbhadharana kind of thing, you see as a samskara kind of thing going on. There's a lot of texts you can find on that kind of front and all that and so forth. So those kind of karma is also something that actually happens. So karma at the point of conception and all that, you can make prediction based on that also. Now, normally the conception point would still be the 4th house in many ways, because the 12th from the child's birth. The 4th house Cancer can indicate events happening around conception with respect to Leo. But still the 5th house kind of thing, circumstances around the childbirth kind of thing can also be seen. So quite often that is also one more factor actually. Sometimes there are karmas of like some cases where every generation things are getting worse, or every generation things are getting better. So depending upon that kind of karma also you can see that kind of thing. So you get to see that kind of aspect also through Maga Nakshatra native as well. Now the other thing which was very interesting was the throne aspect. Throne is of course the seat of the king. Quite often these natives are very particular about their chair and all that. So that kind of thing you'll see. They want their chair, they want this furniture, they want the Turkish thing, they want that, Belgian antique chair or whatnot. All that kind of thing is something you're beginning to see a lot. And I've seen even children demanding their own chair and all that at a young age. Like, I want this chair, no, I want the executive chair at a young age, stuff like that. You'll see that, and that becomes a thing for them. That will actually open up many other prospects for them as well. And quite often they will have a karma with furniture, whether they like it or not. Karma with furniture will play out, like whether good furniture will come, bad furniture will come, getting injured by a furniture because you did not respect the throne, or all that drama can play out. So now the word throne is a very interesting thing in Indian concept, especially North Indian, all that they use this word called as gaddi actually. Now, I do not know what that word meant, but gaddi means like a throne kind of thing. Like you apparently like the next in lineage, the next guru to be in and all that, they might actually take up the gaddi and now they're the next guru kind of thing. 100% Maga kind of karma is playing out there. So quite often you find those kind of concepts also from that perspective. Now the other thing which I want to highlight was that of how this karma countries, now we are all getting affected by the war in Iran and this thing. Everyone is experiencing the sharp thing in gas prices and all that and so forth. Or in India, you are having increase in LPG. Many hotels are getting closed and so forth and all that. So this is a very direct link with countries and so forth. This complete karmic link with the country kind of thing can happen very purely for Maga Nakshatra natives, especially with Sun, Ketu and all that. Ketu can be linked with flag, a karma of the flag. This can be very real. Like 9/11 happened, suddenly you have to close down your gym. Maga karma. So it's a karma, a country, and even happen at the country level, that is directly affecting you. That kind of thing you will see one. So now the war is happening in Iran. So Ketu is in Maga. Everyone is getting to experience that kind of karma right now. So this is a very country level thing. Quite often they'll definitely have a political opinion without doubt. At the same time, that tendency to be pro one country, anti one country, pro one leader, anti one leader, and all that will come very heavy here also. Now, of course, I'm not sure if Donald Trump has a Vedic advice or not, but definitely from a Vedic astrology perspective, him using Maga in a repeated fashion is very interesting to, from that perspective, bringing out a specific quality of Maga, superiority complex of Maga, inferiority complex of other races, all that drama and all that definitely you can see going on. All that kind of thing is also very fascinating from that perspective. Now, the banyan tree is very interesting because many of these trees are very ancient also. Quite often in many temples, you have the Sthala Vriksha kind of thing also. The concept of the Sthala Vriksha is also very fascinating. Most of the cases, it would be banyan trees. And the temples would be very close to the banyan trees. The idea is also very interesting. Even if people started to abandon that particular temple in point in time, there will be a point in time when that banyan tree will expand and literally take up all the temples actually. It will kind of like absorb all the energy of the temples, and eventually banyan tree, the energy literally will go back to nature kind of thing going on, which is a very fascinating thing. And quite often, many cases with Maga, Nakshatra, Native and all that, they will have this literal karma banyan tree gods and goddesses. In India, you find these many small temples where there are these small deity who's under a banyan tree and all that, but apparently directly linked with an ancestor. But then you ignore all that thing, you go every other place, but you ignore that banyan tree goddess, all problems in your life. The moment you go to those banyan tree goddess, in the middle of the forest and all that, everything is getting sorted out. So there is a lot of energy purification happening because your ancestors have already done some work with that particular thing, and you're basically connecting with that energy kind of thing in a very deep way. That's a very direct thing that can happen. The tree thing is very interesting because in Avatar you find the concept of a big spiritual tree, which could be very real. Banyan tree and all that could be very much real, carrying the link of the energy of all energies of the ancestors and so forth and all that. And a very, very fascinating concept also from that perspective. The other aspect is also like when sun enters into Maga in Kerala and all that, there is some people who consider that to be like a new year actually. There are 2 new years usually considered when sun enters into Aries, and other is when sun enters into Leo. So sun enters into Aries, which is exalted sun, great time period. A lot of people do a lot of purchase of health, like food grains and all that. So the food grain of purchasing and then imprint of the sun in Aries kind of thing, great. So for the entire year ahead, you have healthy food stored. But when sun enters into Leo, that time you can do much more specific things. Like it can be very powerful for mantras, very powerful for power authority kind of thing going. So quite often you find that Chingam kind of thing, like the Chingam year, the first year, the entry point is sun, Sankranti, Chinga Sankranti becoming a very important point in a lot of ritualistic kind of Aradhana kind of thing going on also. Now I didn't mention the concept of fire and spiritual fire and all that, and sometimes this can be very literally fire kind of thing as well also. Quite often there are a lot of rituals that you can do by fire in terms of like burning your old memories away, burning things up by writing down your memories in paper and burning that up. All that kind of thing can be done by fire. But there's also something special about fire. there's an actual concept called a spiritual fire, like in a literal way, like in the sense that you can burn some very specific kind of symbols and all that. In Chinese magic, occult Chinese thing, you find that kind of thing a lot. You'll find that they'll write down a lot of, they'll draw like a diagram, they'll burn that in fire, and that fire is now carrying some special energy kind of thing going on. And you can do many things like that. So very fascinating to see those kind of things. The concept of spiritual fire, or like the fire from the fire of a Homagni fire, for instance, a fire where already many gods, Ganpati has come and taken your offering. Some people can actually capture that fire and actually store that fire for the year ahead and all that. There are traditions they do that, like Agnihotris and all that. Famously, the marriage, the fire of the marriage that kept alive that marriage, literally is maintained through the entire, for the rest of their life kind of thing in that thing. So literally that fire, the original fire that maintained the union of the marriage and all that, will maintain. So this kind of thing can also happening from that perspective. Very, very fascinating kind of thing going on. So this spiritual fire thing is very direct thing going on. And I've seen karma where you might carry the Jwalamali Mata temple, you go, you carry the Jwala, carry it all the way, you carefully carry and bring it to your home temple, to your village, you maintain that fire. That fire is established, and the temple is literally capable of answering, making you a millionaire and giving you a lot of land and power and authority kind of thing. So sometimes this concept of this spiritual fire or literal fire that is carried from a spiritual place can also be very powerful, something to keep in mind. Now, the other point which I will now get back to is what Aditya mentioned.
Interestingly, Yama, you're telling about the fire.
Yeah.
In some system, actually, not some,
Yeah.
in my system, there will be a main god kept at elder's place house. Let's
Yeah.
say, after generations, what happened? There are many families now split apart.
Yeah.
And things goes. So if you have to establish a shrine at your place, then instead of fire, you have to bring the mud or the soil
That's correct.
from that and
Yeah.
then put here. And that's what we did. So we don't have the fire here, but bringing that element and infusing that, you're basically inviting
Exactly
the
correct.
god. Yeah, so that's
Exactly
what we
correct.
do.
So sometimes it can be, so depending upon the elements, right? So if it's earth element that was brought, some place would be the water element, some place would be the fire element, and so forth. These 2, 3, 4 elements can be brought about without doubt, So definitely, one way to bring the mantra would be you chant the mantra from particular location, you carry the mantra through you continue chanting the mantra, and then you maintain that particular thing going on and the land. So many, definitely, that's a very relevant thing, very direct thing.
And even for a lot of black magic can also be
Yeah.
done using.
Yeah, black magic.
Yeah, with
Black
that,
magic and all that hardcore, yeah, definitely. Black magic and all that without doubt, you can utilize those kind of things.
the soil,
Yeah.
from the house.
Yeah, I think Dr. Pai also mentioned once, right? You have to get a soil of a prostitute's house and all that for some ritual and so forth. So Barney and all that.
That's for Durga Puja.
Durga Puja.
Yeah.
Durga Puja in West Bengal.
Yeah. So that kind of thing, that you are activating that, Prithvi, the energy, the Shakti that was there and all that purely, that kind of thing. Now, I'll get back to the temple which Aditya mentioned. You can share the slide, Aditya, if you want, if you can. The Chottanikkara temple, which but literally 2 weeks ago, maybe a month or two ago, I was able to be there. Temple was very fascinating. Now, I do not know what the temple was going through and all that. Apparently, there is a week-long period where they do this Magam Todal. Magam Todal meaning you bow down to the goddess during the Maga Nakshatra day. And apparently the link being that was the day when that goddess revealed her original kind of form to that Vilwangala Swami, who was a great tantric from North Kerala and all that. And he was also linked with the temple in like Padmanabhaswamy Temple and all that. I believe he's also linked. Now he basically on his way back, apparently he got this vision of this Devi where he was like, this goddess literally guided him towards establish a temple for me here and all that. Now what is fascinating is that when I went there, it was kind of interesting. Like apparently the week-long celebration has started. Now normally this temple is very famous for exorcism. If you are attached, you have some attachment of a spirit kind of thing. If you are attached, you feel like some ghost has possessed you or some other entity has possessed you. You feel everything is going down. You don't feel like yourself. You feel like self-harm tendencies is very high. All that kind of thing going on. Complete possession kind of case, you feel like you need to exercise yourself. What people do is that they'll go to this temple. They'll actually start the darshan of this Devi from the morning and sit all the way till the evening time. Now then in that temple there is a male cow and kid cow. There is a very fierce Kali temple. The rituals happen every night. In the kid cow temple in the evening there will be a Gurdi Puja. Gurdi Puja is when blood is offered to the Devi. Now when the blood is offered to the Devi, of course this is not an actual blood. I'm not sure if they are using actual blood of a rooster or they are like doing simulated blood. I believe it's an actual blood of a rooster if I'm not mistaken. They'll do this sacrifice of rooster and that Gurdi is given. Then the concept is that that Gurdi, the blood, when the blood is being consumed by the deity, the ghosts are also being consumed by the deity and the ghost is also taken to her army kind of thing is the concept. So it's a big famous temple. And one of the final thing they'll do is that to make sure that the ghost is completely taken to the army of the Devi, they'll take the nail and there is a banyan tree there. They'll literally, the main priest, the main tantric will literally nail that nail to that banyan tree. That's how that ghost is now chained to that banyan tree. And that ghost is now literally, and you go to that tree, it's like filled with nails. You don't see the yellow tree anymore. You only see the nail kind of thing. So many people remove their spirits there actually. And you literally, now it's nail on nail kind of thing, which is basically what you see going on. So it's a very powerful temple. And now, when I went there, it was kind of interesting because the festival has already started. So apparently there was also a lot of other stories there with this Devi. This Devi apparently was linked with certain Brahmin families there. And during the festival time, this 1 week festival time, the Devi will be taken on an elephant top and she'll be taken to many ancient historical Brahminical families there actually. There are at least 16 families linked with this particular Devi. And one main family still owns the Brahmin family, still owns the temple land and all that. And they still have that thing. The Devi has to come to that ancestral location because that was the original ancestor to maintain the Devi and all that and so forth. And this becomes a very interesting ritual actually, because you see. Of course, now the temple is run by the government and all that, but then still the rituals have been maintained to the thing. So sometimes it's a very interesting thing where you see a link between this temple and what they call as a Brahmin family and all that. So of course, there's a full-on history on that front and all that, which is very interesting. Even I wasn't aware about this thing, first time seeing and getting to know all this kind of thing. But this temple is very famous for this exorcism thing, which means Maga Nakshatra natives, all the Rahu Ketu Nakshatra natives especially have this problem, where they can actually attract a lot of negative energies to themselves, where they don't feel themselves and all that can really be happening. That's a big point. And because the Rahu Ketu force is a very, very interesting thing, and quite often this can be a real issue kind of thing and so forth. So a lot of spiritual purity, spiritual purification kind of thing will be a very necessary kind of thing for them, no matter what. They'll have to do some ritual, externalized ritualistic practice will have to be maintained. Not like a spiritual meditation thing, some ritualistic practice where you're using fire, where you're using elements, or you're using some kind of minimum thing will have to be maintained to remove this kind of thing. And of course, this goddess, as I mentioned, is having a pair goddess kind of thing going on also. A very famous deity. This goddess also linked with another story where someone was being chased by a yakshi actually. Yakshi is of course, female yaksha is a yakshi. Yakshis, of course, are cannibals. They eat on humans and so forth. So the person was actually carrying Devi Mahatmyam, the Durga Saptashati book in his hand. So the yakshi could not eat him. But he was just walking towards going to see some performance, theatre performance, which is interesting, Pura Falguni and all that. So he was going to watch a theatre performance. He wanted to give this book to his guru along the way. Along the way, a beautiful lady joins him. Now, this beautiful lady is, of course, Yakshi in disguise, right? So he goes to his guru's home. The guru is third eye is open, guru is divine. Guru immediately sees that the lady accompanying him is basically like a Yakshi. He basically says, well, seems like the Yakshi has already targeted you. She wants to eat you. The only thing that is saving you is the book that is holding in your hand. Only place for you can be saved is go to this temple. So this guy literally goes to this temple. And he runs to this temple actually, and the Yakshi also follows him. Now, the Yakshi originally was a beautiful woman and all that. Now, along the way, she's chasing him, all her form comes out and so forth. And the moment he steps into the temple, the story goes that Yakshi also followed him into the temple. The goddess came out of the temple and literally cut off the head of the Yakshi kind of thing. And that story is also there. There is another temple where the Yakshi is also, now that Yakshi was killed by the goddess. Now she has become divine. She has become enlightened actually at this point in time. So this is also a very interesting point where a sacrifice kind of karma had to play out. And now you're on sacrifice, now you're getting killed by a goddess, suddenly now you're elevated kind of thing, right? So that kind of thing, very fascinating to think like that kind of thing. So this is also interesting because there are a lot of traditions where if a demon has been defeated killed by a god or goddess like an avatar, they actually worship that particular demon as part of that story. They honor. Now that demon has elevated himself, transformed himself from an enemy of the Devata to the greatest Bhakta of the Devata. There are traditions where Ravana is being worshipped like that. There are traditions where even the Yakshi kind of thing is worshipped. I believe many other sampradayas are there where this kind of thing can happen. So this was very interesting actually. Because I was literally...
Kuber is Yaksha, right?
Kuber is Yaksha, but Yakshi is a female. No, not all Yakshas are great, right? Not all Nagas are great Nagas. Some Nagas can be evil also. Not all Yakshas are great. Some Yakshas can be evil also. Yakshinis and all that can be evil. They're different class of beings, similar to that. So, and of course this day, Magam day, when Moon was in Maga was when this goddess revealed herself. Very powerful. So, of course, carrying spiritual books with you, very powerful way to protect yourself. Now, that's the ancient reason why people would carry Vedas with them, like some copy of Vedas, some copy of spiritual books with them. Will be carried, like you would carry a Bhagavatam or some pocket Bhagavad Gita or something like that, right? That kind of thing would still have something. So I thought this was interesting actually, because I was literally in this temple and all that. Even I didn't know this Magam Thoral kind of thing happened there, but very fascinating. Of course, you can't, Magam Thoral happens on a 2 p.m. kind of thing there, crowded, people are staying in queue, huge crowd and all that. But this exorcism kind of thing could also be a real problem for these natives. Now, not all ancestors are divine, just like how Dr. Pai mentioned. Yeah, Aditya, you can stop the share actually. So there are some category of ancestors who can become divine. So you do have the Divya Pitris kind of thing going on. There are some divine ancestors, but some ancestors are still low. Having said so, the ancestral rituals become very important no matter what. And now there are certain temples for that also. Bodh Gaya and all that is very famous temple in north and all that, where people go to do the rituals there. Many people go to Triambakeshwar and all that in Maharashtra to do the rituals for ancestors. There are also people in Kerala and all that, you go to this north place and all that where I'm from. In Kerala and all that, you will go to like specific ancestral focused places in Kerala. Like you have the Tirunavai and all that, where the great Maga festival happened. In Kerala, there was a big ritual called as Mahamagam. Mahamagam, of course, is like, you have the Kumbh Mela and all that. There was an actual time in Kerala. Now, it already restarted, literally just, restarted this year actually. Mahamagam, there was a great gathering of all scholars, all divine people, multiple schools of thought, multiple philosophies, all the sannyasi matas and all that would come together. Like a Kerala Kumbh Mela kind of thing would happen in Mahamagam time. And Mahamagam was basically Shivratri kind of, and the full moon in Maga was the time period when this particular thing would happen. Of course, there were rituals and so forth. This was happening in a temple which was supposedly linked with a Navayogi kind of temple actually. Navayogis established temple. I believe that's the thing going on. There's a big legend there actually. This temple, apparently with the people there of the land was so prosperous because Lakshmi was literally, Lakshmi Murti is having hands like that. Like, no, 2 hands like that. Yeah, 2 hands like that. So much wealth in that particular land. Wealth was flowing. But the story goes that only one temple, the 9 yogis established 9 temples there actually. But and 9 saligramas were used to establish 9 temples. 8 temples went into ruin. They don't know which temple that was the case. Adi Shankara comes to that particular land. Now, when he's in that particular land, he doesn't know. He's afraid, oh my God, which stone, if I'm not sure if I touch any stone, will that be a saligram kind of thing? So he's basically crawling on all 4 of his legs and hands because he does not want to accidentally even stamp on a saligram that was worshipped by a great yogis of the past. He crawls on 4 legs. Now the people of the land are basically laughing at him. Oh, look at this guy. Who is this monk guy walking on all 4 legs? And let him. But of course, he finally crawls all the way so that he does not accidentally even touch any saligram. That could have been the case. He gets into the temple, and then of course he prays to the temple deity and all that. Now the goddess Lakshmi is like, "How dare you insult my bhakta?" The story goes that her 2 hands were like this. Now one hand became like this. So well started to withdraw. So this insult kind of thing, right? This karma of insult, the karma of disrespect and all that is a real karma here for these natives. Quite often the karma could be that you might insult a Guru Parampara. You might insult a monk. You might insult a devotee. You might insult a Devata. Many levels of insult can be there actually. This is a real pure problem for Maga Nakshatra natives. Of course, that arrogance can happen. Spiritual arrogance is a real problem. I have done this, I have done that kind of thing, so I can really insult others and so forth. So this kind of, now you might hate a guru, the guru might be wrong also completely, all that is fine, but never insult that person, right? Let gods take care of them, let them take care of their own karma actually. Like why should you add an insult to the thing going on, right? Because Kaito, you never know. That Guru Parampara's Shakti could be very real. There might be other forces protecting that Guru also. These kind of things can be very real. So this problem, right? You're literally insulting Shiva, literally insulting Adi Shankara. Literally that karma coming back, this can be a real karma. Quite often the karma can be passed down across lineages as well. And can either grow in time or you have to take efforts to bring that down. And most of the time, the karma can be linked with ancient time, the time era of kings and empires and so forth, that karma can be linked. Now, the other thing which I thought was interesting is that there are temples where Devayana kind of thing is very much emphasized. The path to the Devas are very highly emphasized. But there are still a lot of other temples where the Pitriyana thing is also equally important. Some temples will have festivals, especially during Pitriyana times, which means that the link with the Pitris is what is actually establishing the energy for that deity. Some Pitris could be divinized there actually. So quite often what happens in many Kaula temples and all that, Kaula Marga temples and all that is that the deity will literally come upon that ancestor. The original ancestor, the deity would come upon that thing. And the person would be literally now like a shaman, the person in whom the deity has come. Literally that person will be like a Devi, the Velchapada kind of concept you find in Kerala and all that, where actually the person is now speaking for the deity themselves. They become like possessed by the deity briefly. So position need always be bad. If you understand what is happening, you can utilize it positively. And very normal, as I mentioned, Kavala kind of Kavala Marga, Vama Marga temples and so forth and all that. So this can also be a problem sometimes, because sometimes you find, and this might be a very important thing. Many temples, what happens is that the original ancestor might have been great. The greatness of the ancestors is protecting the 3-4 generations for future generation. Now, future generations eventually forgot their spiritual ways kind of thing going on. They did not maintain the energies required to maintain wealth and prosperity. So they became evil. They did not go the right path. Disasters came in. Other forces of economic forces came in and so forth, and all that can happen. There comes a point when eventually others like to make sure the future generations are protected. You need to honor an ancestor in between. You need to honor the original ancestor who actually brought in the Devata kind of thing to the location. This can be a real thing in many temples. So quite often when you go to some temples, all these Kaulamarga focused temples, therefore you'll find a new kind of place where they have to establish an ancestor, establish a position of respect for an ancestor. You have to bow down to the ancestor also regularly. So that ancestor's energy is there fortified, therefore the Devata energy is also fortified. This can be a real thing. In a lot of occult places and all, this can be a real thing. But the original ancestor, this is why many times the original guru, the original mantra drishta and all that you have to honor. That's why we are every time when you're doing any mantra and all that, you have to honor the rishi who saw the mantra first, and only then you go to the mantra. Same concept happening here in the different way. This becomes very important actually, because this entire, the original ancestor who brought in that energy might have to be honored. And quite often honoring that ancestor in whatever way it is possible will become very important. But interesting thing is that they don't follow the typical Vedic thing. They're following a complete different tantric thing, and they have their own rules and their own rituals kind of thing going on. It becomes very important also, because if that is messed up, that energy is not maintained, blessings is not coming, problems are coming kind of thing, you begin to see here actually. Now the one other point I would actually encourage, one thing I want to highlight also, this idea of yogis and all that. So this yogic parampara, yoga parampara, many yogi paramparas are there. You have the famous Nath Sampradaya, you have various other Dattatreya Sampradaya and all that. A lot of yogi paramparas are out there. So quite often there is a concept where they say a yogishwara. Yogishwara is a yogi who's established in Ishwara, yogi who's treated like an Ishwara. This yogishwaran kind of concept can be very powerful. So quite often you might find these kind of people linked with Maga also. And of course the yogi might have a direct link with the parampara energy also and so forth. It is very interesting that many places where they actually say that this particular yogis, and this is the potential for Maga Nakshatra network. They can literally reach great heights. They can be worshipped. They can be top leaders of the industry. They can really get to the top of multiple energies, multiple sectors and so forth. They can literally become the top of the world they decide to be. However, at the same point, humility and all the other spiritual forces needs to be put in place. Otherwise, if you're not maintaining spiritual discipline and all that, definitely eventually you bring in ego and all that gone, right? So everything is gone. So that kind of thing can also happen. There is no height from which you cannot fall. So that's always the case also. So all that becomes very important. This yogishwara kind of thing can also be very interesting. Quite often the hidden yogic side is also not seen. But quite often the yogic pathway, the yogic yoga marga and all that can become very relevant here actually. But the interesting thing here is that, as I mentioned, you do come across these kind of places. Now, one fundamental thing which we mentioned in other Maga videos and Bharani Nakshatra video, and I think Dr. Pai also mentioned that before, is how Maga Nakshatra native will always listen to a Bharani Nakshatra native actually. Because Bharani being linked with Yama Raj kind of thing, Yama is the king of the Pitris kind of thing, and Pitris itself is Maga. So Bharani Nakshatra is carrying like a 9,000 year guidance energy for the Maga Nakshatra native. So you'll find Maga Nakshatra people therefore having a challenge, they'll actually listen to what Bharani Nakshatra native have to say. But here is where I want to highlight one point. Because Maga is linked with Pitris and ancestors and so forth, sometimes the Samadhi places of great yogis, this can actually carry some very powerful thing for these natives. So going to Samadhi is the tomb, Bharani is the dead body, right? The funeral place of yogis and so forth. This can open up a lot of powerful energies for them. Very, very important point, something I want to highlight. So quite often visiting that Samadhi point can be very important for them, very powerful for them for that matter. So Yogeshwara Samadhis and a lot of Siddha Samadhis and all that you find in Tamil Nadu and all that. A lot of other Samadhi you can find across India and all that. That can be a very powerful thing. So, and quite often along the way to these Samadhis, you might have a lot of karma also. Your karmas will also come as obstacles when you try to get to that point. That's also one more thing to keep in mind. Many temples, they do have this Yogi Samadhi thing going on. Something I want to highlight. I think let's see. Yeah, and the final thing I want to highlight was that of two more things actually. One is the link with the sun. There are a lot of solar traditions out there. There's a lot of solar traditions out there, like where the Surya is worshipped. You have the Gayatri Mantra Japa, you have the Gayatri thing and all that. You have that going on. A lot of traditions like that is there. So that is one aspect also you begin to see with the Maga Nakshatra native. They might have a direct thing with the solar traditions going on and all that. Worship of Surya. So offering Argya to Surya, very powerful thing. Famously, even Lord Rama could not even defeat Ravana until he was taught the Aditya Hridaya Stotam, until he could connect with the sun in his own Hridaya through the Aditya Hridaya Stotam taught to him by, I believe it is sage Agastya actually. I could be wrong. Vasishta maybe kind of thing.
It's Agastya.
It's Agastya, yeah, great. So Agastya actually
And it
taught.
is the sun's Mula Trikona here, right?
Exactly correct, yeah, exactly that. So Lord Rama literally had to appease sun just before he could actually get into defeat even Ravana actually. So the Aditya Hridaya Stotram, powerful remedy, connecting with the sun, powerful remedy. If at all you feel confused in life, the moment when you decide to wake up before sunrise and you decide to connect with the energy of the sun, meditate upon the rising sun. One of the best things you can ever do for your life. Meditate with the energy of the rising sun. Best thing you can do is that. The moment when you do that kind of thing, literally what happens is that slowly you begin to see the energies of the sun is coming into you. The Maga Nakshatra native is feeling a lot of power without doubt. Go for morning walks, but connect with that bright red orange sun you see in the morning. Extremely powerful thing for a Maga Nakshatra native. I cannot say that enough. Extremely powerful. And not only that, not just for a Maga Nakshatra native, the moment when you connect with that rising sun energy, the spiritual energy grows in a big kind of way from that perspective. I cannot say that enough. It's a very, very powerful thing as well. The moment when you actually connect with the rising sun energy, your own internal sun will actually grow. And more importantly, like, your clarity in your life, the sun is growing. You see this, you know the direction you want to go and all that. The decision-making power and all that increases like anything. Easiest remedy anyone can do. And so I'm not asking you to wake up in the Brahma Muhurta, 3 a.m. and all that, but wake up at least before sunrise time, look at the rising sun and go back to sleep if you want. But literally, if you are able to capitalize on that, once you feel that power that comes from the rising sun energy, there is no going back. You just won't go back to the old way. You will actually feel that power. You're like, okay, this is good. I know what I'm getting. Exactly what I'm getting. I'm just going to meditate with the rising sun. Extremely powerful thing, very important thing from that perspective. And the final thing I will basically say is that now it's very interesting that we have one sun in the sky, but we have 12 Adityas going, which is a very interesting thing to think about. Now, one interesting theory that is out there is that, say you begin to awaken more of it. Of course, very interesting images you find of multiple suns out there in the sky and all that. Some interesting photographs you can come with 2 suns and so forth, 3 suns. There was a very interesting photo of 5 suns also. You can see that literally like the photo is very old. That person who took that, it was not an era of mobile phone and thing and all that. Very easy kind of thing. You see multiple suns in the sky. It's very, very likely that if the 12 Adityas are actually called out every day, especially in Surya Namaskar, we offer our obeisance and prayers to the 12 Adityas, especially when you're doing Surya Namaskar and all that. It is really possible that there could be a point in time when say we are fully awakened our genes. Right now it's 3% we know about our genetic functions. At the moment when we begin to become aware of other genetic kind of sides to it, there could be literally a point in in our history or in the future that you might literally be capable of seeing the other multi-dimensional suns that are out there. And this is there across all cultures. You find 7 suns in Japan, you find 10 suns in China and all that. So what's going on for in India? You have already the 12 Adityas thing going on actually. It could be a point when some spiritual DNA is awakened, or when you do some sadhana and all that, this becomes a reality kind of thing. So literally it's like just like how you see one sun in the sky, multiple kind of multi-dimensional suns could be seen in the sky kind of thing. And this could be directly linked to spiritual evolution kind of thing. This is a very interesting thought process actually. Like, is this really a possibility? Are there other Adityas that you can connect with out there? And of course, many people just limit it to the yogic kind of Adityas, where the Pingala channel is divided into 12 divisions and you approach the 12 Adityas like that. Nothing wrong with that. But the external thing would also be very real, by the way, which is mind-blowing, which is fascinating. But once you see that again, some text, it could be something that could be very real also. The 12 Adityas out in the sky, just like how you have one sun, which we are seeing right now. It is very possible that there might be other multi-dimensional suns we could be accessing energy from also, which is the genetic thing. So that comes down to genes and so forth. So the day when we become rishis and all that, just like how rishis are calling out all the 12 Adityas on a regular basis, we might also get to that point in the future. So yeah, I think I covered all my main points actually. I don't think anything more to add. I talked a lot, but I think this is the king of all videos. So I think Maga deserves a lot more respect. So I think I've given it enough also. Yeah. Any concluding points, Dr. Pai, Aditya, Yuji, anything? Go ahead.
Yeah, I think you have covered very well all of us. Today I've added a lot, into this video. Good points which Sandip added, and I wanted to just add to this. Sandip talked about Mahamagam. Do you know the congruence of great saints and spiritual masters used to happen in what was called as Magha Mela? Mela means a festival, and one of the Magha Melas is also which happens during Kumbh Mela. Kumbh Mela and Magha Mela comes. One of the most important Pitri pujas is done, which is called as Mauni Amavasya or Magha Amavasya or Maghi Amavasya or Magha Amavasya, new moon. Now, if you look at some of the names also, you will be able to see, like for example, this Mahamagam happens in Odisha in Konark. See the word Kona and Arka. Arka is another name for Surya, sun. Kona. What does Kona means? Which means we know that it is trine, Trikona. So if you look at sun's Mula Trikona is Leo. And the Kona from there is all the fire signs. Now if you see the same concept, Kumbha Konam. Kumbha, Rashi, and Kona from all the Kumbhas. Are you seeing? So Mahamagam also happens in Kumbha Konam. Now just look at the importance of these melas that are happening. The main planet which decides these melas is Jupiter. When Jupiter goes into fixed signs, now look, when Jupiter goes into fixed sign of Leo, first it enters Magha Nakshatra first pada. When it goes into the fixed sign of Taurus, it enters the Artha pada of Kritika. When it goes into Kumbha Rashi, for the first time, it enters into the Kama of Dhanishta, Kama pada. And finally, when it goes into Scorpio, it is the Moksha pada of Vishaka. Are you seeing? Jupiter going into fixed signs is when the Kumbh Mela is happening. Whenever it enters into Magha Nakshatra first pada, either it is called a Simhastha Kumbha, which will be at Nasik or at Ujjain, alternatively. If 1 year it is Nasik, then the next it is in Ujjain. Now this time, 2027, when it is happening, it will happen in Ujjain. Last time when it Simhastha Kumbha happened in. So Jupiter is entering into the Dharma pada of a fixed sign in Magha Nakshatra. And other fixed signs, it is Artha, Kama or Moksha padas. Did you see the subtle difference that is there when it goes into these fixed signs? So that is why, do you know, during Simhastha Kumbha, there is a tradition in which the pontiff for the Gorakshanath, which is Nath Sampradaya, who is the Maharaj, they select a Maharaj, a pontiff. He's selected by a group of people at Nasik, at Simhastha Kumbha. Now I want to give you one more important point about Magha Nakshatra. When these Magha Melas happened, many saints take Shishyas and they are atoned and Diksha is given to them. See, till they have been given initiation, they belong to their father's lineage, which means their Gotra is their father, which means biological fathers. But as soon as Diksha is given, do you know that you become married to your Guru in a way that you are taking the Gotra of your teacher, which means the tradition in which your lineage masters have been initiated into, you are going into the same Gotra. And that happens in Magha Nakshatra during the Magha Melas. That is why there is a congregation of knowledge that happens when, what is Kumbha? Kumbha means a pot of knowledge. A lot of people go there for, Prayaschittas, atonements. But the greatest thing is you are going to meet all the spiritual masters of the land at one place. Because when they know it is Kumbh, see, before that, there was no telephone, there was no telegram, there was no internet, nothing. How would you know where to meet? Where can I get the highest knowledge? Everybody knew because there was a condition that Jupiter enters here, Sun and Moon will be in these particular signs. That is when we'll all congregate. For about 2 months we'll be there, or 1.5 months we'll be there, 45 days. Generally, it starts on the Makara Sankranti and it will end on Mahashivratri, the Melas, generally. So are you seeing something? So why Mahashivratri is ending, and which means Uttarayana has begun. In the Uttarayana beginning, they all congregate. So one very important thing I'm telling you about Magha Nakshatra, you have to take the gotra of your teacher or master if you are wanting to become a seva.
I think
Otherwise,
Simhastha Mela also happens during Mahashivratri, like around that, or is it during
around that.
Around that?
As soon as Jupiter enters, and then they have certain calendar, then they will fix. So what I'm trying to say is Jupiter is very key for these melas, but don't think Jupiter is the only planet. In certain traditions, it was Venus, like the Mayan calendar. They would select when Venus enters into particular signs and nakshatras, and they would have such melas as per the Mayan calendar. I was reading one article, and then I will let other people contribute. There's something called as, I think it was Aditya who sent us, Dresden Codex is something that you sent.
Yeah, there's something.
Dresden.
Yeah, there's a codex kind of thing. Yeah.
Codex. So this was found in Germany. It's like a tablet where they are able to, based on that tablet, I think Aditya sent it or somebody else, I don't remember. But that codex is based on Mayan calendar.
Oh, yes, Mayan. Yeah.
It was based on Mayan calendar where they could precisely predict eclipses, when it would happen. That calendar would be able to tell you that. So we are assuming that we had Rahu and Ketu, but they must also have had Rahu and Ketu, the Mayans. And they must be using Venus to predict many of these things. Few has sent me that Dresden Codex.
Yeah. I remember.
I sent that in the group. Yeah, I think it's there.
Yeah.
So it's just a codex kind of thing, like some of these images, the Mayan calculations were captured and so forth, still capable of predicting eclipses kind of thing. Actually, yeah, fascinating stuff actually. Yeah.
It's a 20-year cycle, right?
Yeah.
20-year cycle. They've
Yes. But do you know what is also the 20-year cycle?
I think the Shani Jupiter conjunction thing, right? Something like that.
No. You have to know that for every 5 rotations that Venus does, Earth does 8 rotations. I mean, that is the equation for the year calculations. So for every 20 years, Aditya, am I correct? Is it the other way around? For every 5 rotations
For
of
every
Earth,
5
8 rotations
of Venus.
8 rotations of Venus.
Of Venus.
Okay. Now, tell me for every 20 years of Earth, which is Venus Mahadasha, how many rotations has Venus done?
32. No?
What is that? Anustup Chanda. 32 is Anustup Chanda. Do you know Mahamrityunjaya Japa is Anustup Chanda? 32 syllabled. That is why Mahamrityunjaya is given to Shukra, not to Jupiter. So every 20 years, Earth would have made, this equation is 5 rotations, 8 rotations. Am I correct, Aditya?
Correct. Yeah. 5 to 8. That is the ratio.
5 to 8. That's the ratio. So in 20 years, 32 rotations. That means around Surya, which is Devalaya, which is Shiva. If Surya is Shiva, he has gone 32 times around Shiva. that is Anustup Chanda. That is the secret of Mahamrityunjaya given to Shukra, not to Brahaspati. So you should know Mahamrityunjaya Japa means it is 32. What is the importance of 32 or 33? Do you know what is 33?
33 the spine, right? Spine length, the devatas and all that.
Exactly. There are 33 devatas in 3 Trimshat devatas, and we have 33 vertebrae spine. So basically, our spine with the head is a programmable device with 12 Adityas, 11 Rudras, Ashtavasus, and the Ashwini twins. And how I have observed the Ashwini twins, I think if you remember, about I think 10 years ago we had this discussion. I'll recollect and I'll tell you what she was saying, and I had the same kind of dream. The Ashwini twins are like the yin yang. Think there is one horse which is white in color with a black tail, and there is a black horse with a white tail. If you look at the yin yang, the white side has a black dot and the black side has a white dot. So I see them as a duality that is there, which is going white and black. It is a yin yang. So that means if you divide the 33, you will get 2 legs. So that divide that is there in the nakshatra is Vishaka, the split that is going to happen. See, I think Aditya showed that in a slide. He showed that the sperm comes in, okay, and as soon as it enters, its head is cut off. That is Ashwini Nakshatra. Ashwini is only the head of a horse. That head of the horse has all the genetical information. The tail is only for not required. Tadpole. What do you see? The tail is cut off, tail goes out. Once, as soon as the fastest sperm which comes to the ovum and goes in, it cuts off its head. It says, I don't need any more sperm. I've got whatever I need. And all the DNA is there in the head. Head of the sperm has all the DNA. Whatever information is required is there. So the reward of Ashwamedha Yagna is like the horse's head.
I want to show this. So it says 8 Earth years nearly equal 13 Venusian orbits, roughly over 12 Venus rotations, creating a 5-fold petal. But over this 8-year period, Venus completes 5 synodic cycles, that is closest approach to Earth. So over 8 years period, Venus completes 5 synodic cycles. So that's what the ratio of 8 is.
What is it called? Pentagram. How many stars are there in Magha? 5. I told you about pentagon, but pentagram.
So they come 5 times closer to Earth, basically. That's what synodic cycle is. Sidereal cycle with respect to stars. Synodic cycle is with respect to the orientation from the Earth, the sun, and whatever the planet. It can be planet, it can be moon, it can be whatever. That's what synodic cycle. And you can establish a relation between sidereal period and synodic period. So during this 8 Earth year, Venus comes 5 times close to Earth.
So there's a 5-petal lotus, isn't it?
Yeah, 5-petal lotus. So that's what.
Great, guys. I don't know if there is any more points, but I think we had a fantastic discussion. Long it would be, but I think it was worthwhile.
I have question. What next now? Now we have come. Now I know EFG, we will have your videos, but what next now? This was the last video, probably after we finished all the 27 nakshatras, 9-year tapasya. What next?
What do you guys want to do?
I don't know. People will be interested. I don't know what people are interested. Maybe people should comment what they want.
Yeah, let us know if you feel like anything more. So yeah, at least we are open to ideas. But yeah, I'm sure EFG has some more videos to make, so probably we'll be involved with that as well. So that'll be good. So again, we might touch base on some of the other.
Yep, nakshatras you missed.
Yeah, so I got a notification while you were talking, Santipji, about fire. It's very
okay.
interesting. You're talking about the sun, and I'm 3 hours away from an evacuation. This,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I think fire karma for you.
Hey, in my
You're on mute, Dr. Pai. You're on mute.
fire car.
Am I on mute?
Yeah, now you can hear. Yeah.
No, now we can
Now
hear.
you're
Okay. Maybe my internet is bad. I saw Eve G is frozen for me.
No, she was frozen
it's
for me too.
mine because yeah, it's mine because I'm having to use my hotspot, so we have to go soon. So for the recording, maybe we could do the tithis, like the panchangam. I don't know if you guys have researched that. But
Yes, we can do
it does.
that.
Yes, we can do
It
Tithi.
is interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think
But
yeah,
let's
that's
think
what I
about
was
it. Let's
thinking.
let people.
Okay, just because you mentioned, maybe you can cut this off from the video. Do you know when sun and moon are in 6-8 relationship? Generally, Aditya, is it Trayodashi Tithi? Which means I'm talking about Tithi. Which
Yeah,
means
Trayodashi.
6-8 relationship.
Yeah.
Sixth house and eighth house. Shadashtak Yog between
Yeah.
sun and moon.
Correct. Yeah.
That is when we do Pradosh Kal. Do you know what is Pradosh? That means we are celebrating something which is an equation between the sun and the moon is always in 6-8. So Tithis itself is a science in itself. Just by knowing Tithis, like how we know Nakshatras, Tithis is because that is your Jala Tattva. Everything in our DNA is programmable. Whatever is there in our body is 60 to 70% is water.
Everything's water. Everything's born out of water.
So water, we were born in water we were in 9 months in water before we came to earth. So water is a programmable element. That means Tithi, if you know what is the association with the Tithi you are born, you can program your own body and you can program the water. Because water is the only element that is programmable. Earth also can be programmable. What is today? Most of our chips are silicon chips. And we are storing everything on silica, which is earth. Isn't it? Most of our data bank and other things, data card is all earth. Which has more power to store more memory? Water. Water has 3 times the power of earth to save. So if you find a technology instead of silica and earth.
We want water chips now.
Yes, it is possible. Because today we are using water only to cool down the silica.
Yeah.
Or we are using water for nuclear power plants as a way to cool down the nuclear reactor. But what if you find a technology where you can save everything on water? That technology is Tithi. How we relate ourselves in this world is water. That is why your emotional quotient, your EQ, your psychological quotient, your relationship quotient, everything is seen from the Tithi. So now if I add one more layer to it, that sun and the moon will also be in some nakshatra, and those nakshatras with the Tithi will form a yoga. That's where you have Vara Tithi yogas, Tithi nakshatra yogas,
Right.
Tithi Vara nakshatra yogas.
You know what, Dr. Pai, with you, I did the video of Holi, correct? When I was doing Bhadra and Yoga Karnas, I realized it was such an important thing. And according to my experience, there was because we never talk about yoga and Karnas. Fine, you can hear about nakshatras, you can hear about Var. Var is also not much, but still, Var is day to day. We are aware of that. Tithis, as we are talking. But when I was studying about Karna and yogas, there are not much information available, but really great information there.
Which amongst the Vargas is a very important Varga, for seeing Magha-like connections. Magha-like connections, if you want to see from your ancestors, which Varga is very... Exactly.
Dwadashamsha.
Yeah, Dwadashamsha. But do you know how many Dwadashamshas are there? Which means I said one Rashi has 12 Dwadashamshas. So 12 Rashis have how many Dwadashamshas?
144.
144. Mahakumbha happens how many years? Once in how
144,
many
yeah.
years? 144 years. Now do you understand?
Yeah.
So Narayana Dasha is also 144 years.
Interesting, yeah.
Now I give you one more secret. See, all these Adhomukha nakshatras are right. You have to bow down in front of Narayana. Why? Do you know there is one astra called as Narayana Astra?
Yeah.
When Narayana Astra is operating, the only way you can fight Narayana Astra is to surrender, put your weapons down and bow down in front of it. It will not harm you. In Mahabharata, Bhima wanted to fight back the Narayana Astra. And Narayana Astra is that if you start fighting back, it becomes doubly powerful. It's like Wali. You know, the amount of power you dissipate, it will absorb your energy and it will fight you back. And finally, he told all Pandavas to bow down in front of the Narayana Astra. Bhima said, no, ego, he's fighting. Finally, Krishna jumps and ducks his head down and says, are you stupid? Are you lost it? I'm telling you, put your head down, surrender, it will not harm you. Sometimes you need to surrender. Adhomukha means it's not like you are surrendering, but you have to be humility. Astra. So now do you understand what is Narayana Astra? Narayana Astra will start becoming more and more potent if you start fighting back. But it will not harm anybody if you just surrender. Which means you put your astras down and you bow down, that's it. It will simply go back.
That's Lord Vishnu's power is humility.
That's why there are 108 Divya Deshams. Have you known what is Divya Kshetras or Divya Deshams? 108. Vishnu's. In certain places, there is a order in which certain temples are where Vishnu is sitting. It's given in Prashna Marga. Certain remedies you can go only to the Vishnu temples where he's sitting. Certain temples he's standing erect. And certain temples he's sleeping. So your moksha rashis, you have to go to places where Vishnu is in Seshnag and he is in Yoga Nidra. Like Padmanabhaswamy Temple, Srirangam. But where he is standing erect, straight, Tirupati, Balaji.
Yeah.
So if you want a lot of steadiness in your life, then you go to Tirupati because he's standing straight, he's blessing you, and he's steady. His Mooladhara Chakra is very much planted. But if you want to go into the moksha realm, go to places where he's reclining. If you want sthira, stability, sthira rashi, then go into places where he's in a sitting posture. Like you see Ram Darbar.
Is it Badrinath?
Yes, Badrinath, correct.
Yeah. That's a moksha bhumi though, right? This one's
Exactly. Badrinath is a very important place where he's like in sit-in posture.
Guys, my internet's going.
Yeah, I think we have
He
to.
is like Lord Shiva. No, my internet's going. We really do have a fire. It's just funny how these videos work. Fire 3 hours away. They're evacuating. I mean, I don't think it'd come, but I think it's internet. I think it's where the company is. I don't know if it's hit. I don't know. I don't know. But Santipji, can you send me your recording too in case
Yeah.
I'm missing some
Yeah,
part?
I'll ask everyone else to send
Just
their
send me
recording.
the drive
Yeah.
link now.
Yeah, I'll send it to you, Evji, whatever I have. In case mine is having some issue, I'll ask Aditya's or Dr. Pai also. That's also fine.
But great. I think this was a great whole Nakshatra journey of
Yeah, that
9
was
years.
amazing. I think we reached a great point. We covered a lot of ground, 10 years, right? 9+ years, 108 months kind of thing.
Yeah,
So
our
amazing.
karma is over. Okay, teaching.
Yeah.
I
Now the
think
world can go to
Maga,
war or not, who cares?
Don't say it. Because we didn't cover all the padas. We didn't cover all the.
Oh,
yeah,
that is
Yuji,
next.
There's so
yeah,
many
That is
other
next
things.
Janma.
Yeah.
That is next life.
Yeah, no, that's your job, Yuji. Like, some of the future videos, your Nakshatra techniques and all that, right? So you can share that. That'll be good. I think Kapilji want to see that also, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Oh, 108 padas. My God, 108 videos.
Cameron,
Right, video, man.
I would do that. I would do it with you guys. I
Okay,
would do
next
it with you.
Okay, we
and
can take
not do
next
it.
life. That is next life job.
No,
Not
man, I
bad.
think we have
I
Panjaga.
think we can
We
do that
started.
one.
Yuji asked Panjaga, now so you have to do Tithi, then you have to do Karana Yoga, then you have to do like whatever is left, right? Vara and all that. Probably, yeah.
We can do. I think we could do like these. These are very little is known about the
We do
Tithi
Tithi, then we could do a Nakshatra Tithi yogas very easily. Tithi Nakshatra yogas can be very easily covered now.
Yeah, we could do that.
I think we'll just conclude this whole Maga now for the time being. EVG is on fire. Everything is
Let me
over,
just
so.
record you. Record
Yeah.
it, and we need to say goodbye.
Yeah, so just want to say bye. Thank you for everyone. If you have been patient, Maga clearly proved out to be king of all Nakshatra videos in many other ways. So we shared a lot of topics and so forth. Thank you for Dr. Paya. Thank you to Aditya. Thank you to UG as well. Thank you to Kapilji also for having showed up in between. So we had an amazing video. Thank you everyone for being
Wait,
patient. And yeah.
we have total hours of 5 hours and maybe 22, so and so forth. So
Yeah.
if you add that many hours, 83 plus whatever I was having in my what is that
Yeah.
first set. So if you have about 5.5 hours,
So
it
almost
is
90
what?
hours, yeah.
88.36.
88, 9. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Perfect.
Thanks. Thank
Okay.
you, everybody.
Yeah, thank you everyone. Thank you. Namaste everyone. I'll stop recording.